Chapter 156. After calming himself down, Klein walked underground and came to Cheney's gate. He knocked on the door of the guardroom that was opened. Inside, Royale Radine had already packed her personal belongings. When she saw the person on duty arrive, she immediately tidied her hair and got up to leave. After nodding at each other, Klein suddenly said, "My progress in mastering the potion isn't bad." "My progress in mastering the potion is not bad. I just shared my experience with Fry and the others. You can talk to them." The expressionless Royale looked at him in surprise. Her lips quivered a few times. "All right, Ma. I hope you can maintain this calm state later. There's a bunch of wooden people sitting in the recreation room now." Klein smiled and went behind the table. He picked up the silver-inlaid tin can that Dunn Smith used to store Fermo coffee. After making a cup of fragrant coffee, Klein sat down leisurely. He looked at the silent corridor outside the door and let his thoughts run wild. "I hope Mr. Aztec's operation goes smoothly and doesn't leave any clues behind. No, even if there are any clues, I'll pretend that I didn't discover anything. I wonder where the mutated sun's sacred emblem is sealed behind Cheney's gate. It doesn't have any living characteristics. I just need to leave enough space. Speaking of which, I haven't entered Cheney's gate before, so I'm not sure what's inside. To be able to prevent the dozens of sealed artifacts of all sizes from causing any damage or escaping supervision, there must be something unusual about it. For example, Saint Selena's ashes?" Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Klein suddenly heard hurried footsteps. He quickly retracted his attention and looked towards the door. He saw old Neil, who was dressed in a black classic robe and holding a matching felt hat, appear in the corridor. He quickly entered the guardroom and stood opposite Klein. He did not say a word as he observed Klein from head to toe. "Mr. Neil, did something happen?" Klein laughed dryly and took a sip of the fragrant coffee. Old Neil sized him up again and sighed. "You actually found inspiration from the maxim of the mystery prior and Daly's example. I must praise the goddess and thank you for your teachings," Klein replied seriously. Old Neil pulled out a chair with a creak and sat down abruptly. He said somewhat dispiritedly, If it were 20 years earlier, it would be great, knowing that the other party's age and physical condition did not allow him to consume any more potions. Even if he completely digested the previous one, Klein maintained his silence and did not speak. He felt that, in this situation, anything he said would only agitate the other party. "In the beginning, I tried to find a way to quickly master potions from the mystery prior's maxim, but unfortunately I couldn't find the right path. Later, although daily success gave me an inspiration, I was already over 50 years old and had already given up trying. I subconsciously thought that it was the uniqueness of a genius that normal people couldn't imitate." Old Neil rubbed his temples and described his disappointment in a low voice. After a few minutes of silence, he raised his head and looked at Klein. "What a pity. It's only at this age that I realize what I've missed. Old Neil probably has a vague understanding of the acting method. After being enlightened by my experience, he immediately understood certain things." Klein consoled him. "Actually, there won't be much of a difference. The church doesn't have a corresponding sequence 8 for a mystery prior. Perhaps the Holy Cathedral has one. No, if they have one, they would at least tell the branch of the name. It's not impossible for it to be an underground market." Old Neil muttered a few words. He supported himself with his hand on the table and shook his head as he stood up. He smiled. "At least I didn't lose control and lived a healthy life for decades. Praise the lady." He drew a crimson moon on his chest and left the guard-room with a gloomy expression. He had lost his usual craftiness. Klein watched his back disappear from his sight and suddenly let out a long sigh. He increasingly couldn't understand why the upper echelons of the church would ban the acting method. After a long while, Klein snapped out of his daze and turned his attention to the internal information of the Nighthawks in front of him. Ever since he pulled the youth from the City of Silver into the tarot and learned that there were still many ancient names for many things, He had consciously strengthened his studies in this area and tried his best to compare the names of ancient and modern objects. After an unknown period of time, he heard another set of footsteps, the sound of calm and steady footsteps. Almost at the same time, the image of Dunn Smith wearing a black trench coat that went over his knees appeared in his mind. After completely digesting the seer potion, my spiritual perception has also improved. Klein nodded thoughtfully and saw the captain a few seconds later. Your letter. Dunn raised his right hand, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the letter in his palm at Klein. Klein raised his hand in a suave attempt to catch it, but be it his judgment or reaction, he was slightly lacking. Pa! The letter fell to the ground as Klein's right hand awkwardly stood upright in the wind. In the sudden silence, his right hand first froze. Then he continued to raise it and tidy his hair. The light from the gas lamp isn't bright enough, Klein said perfunctorily. He bent down to pick up the letter and glanced at it. Mr. Hornacius. Daxter Guderian's letter. He nodded in enlightenment, opened the drawer, and took out a letter cutter. According to the rules of the Nighthawks, if there was a clear and correct recipient, Roshan and the other clerks would directly hand the letter to the corresponding recipient. If there was an anonymous or unknown recipient, it would be sent to Dunn for him to inquire about or make a decision on. Carefully cutting open the envelope, Klein took out the piece of paper inside and quickly unfolded it before skimming through it. He discovered that the asylum's doctor, Daxter, was requesting a meeting as soon as possible, which was 2 p.m. Has he obtained the telepathist formula, or is there something else? Klein waved the letter in his hand and looked up at Dunn. Captain, my informant, the one from Psychological Alchemy, wishes to meet at 2 p.m. Did he divulge anything? Dunn asked as if he had expected it. No. Klein shook his head. Dunn thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Let Leonard temporarily guard Cheney's gate for you. I'll follow you and hide nearby. There's a high chance that such an urgent request for a meeting is a trap. I've heard of too many similar cases. Besides, if there's really something important, this will be the fastest way to act. Captain, you sure are experienced. Yes, when it comes to serious matters, you're reliable, trustworthy, and unforgettable, Captain. Klein immediately nodded. All right, 2 p.m, Zutland Street Shooting Club, small shooting, range 9. Klein glanced at the bullet-riddled target and looked at the uneasy asylum doctor, Daxter Guderian. What happened? Why did you come to the Hound Tavern in a panic to find the mercenary team? That was the only reason why the owner of the Hound Tavern, Wright, would immediately deliver the letter to the Blackthorn Security Company instead of waiting for Klein to pick it up himself. Daxter observed Klein's subtle expressions and body movements before replying in a deep voice. He replied in a deep voice, I feel that Hood Eugen has been acting strangely recently. Hood Eugen was the patient from the asylum who had developed Daxter into a member of Psychological Alchemy. What's wrong with him? Klein asked in a professional manner. Daxter, secretly, heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had found someone to rely on. He deliberated and said, He seems to have really gone crazy. Really gone crazy? Klein asked in shock. Didn't Hood Eugen pretend to be sick and sneak into the asylum to train his mental abilities? Didn't he try to influence the patients from both positive and negative aspects? Is he really sick? Has he really gone crazy? I think so. Daxter paced back and forth anxiously. I was able to communicate with him normally in the past, and I was even taught how to use Beyonder powers properly. But in the past few days, his train of thought and his condition have become very strange. I often can't communicate with him, just like when I was dealing with other patients. Even though I managed to obtain the telepathist formula, I can't be sure if it's real or fake. I'm even more afraid of any uncontrollable changes. It's all right. As a seer who possesses the mysterious space above the gray fog, there's no way he would confuse what's real or fake. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before he furrowed his brows. Who did he come into contact with before he started acting strangely? Only those patients. I can't be sure. I don't spend every hour of every day in the asylum. I also have time to rest, Daxter replied with a serious expression. Klein nodded slightly, as though this was a small matter. Don't worry. I'll send someone to protect you in secret. Quickly find out who Hood Eugen came into contact with. Also, you have to be careful that he's testing you. It's best if you report this to the other members of the Psychological Alchemy and see how the higher-ups of your organization react. All right. Daxter nudged his gold-rimmed glasses and regained the calmness of a spectator. He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and passed it to Klein. This is the telepathist potion formula. I'm not sure if it's correct. We'll verify it, Klein replied with a smile. He opened it and took a look. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of chestnut spore, 8 grams of dragon toothgrass powder, 3 petals of white elf flower, 100 milliliters of pure water. Excellent, Klein praised. He folded the piece of paper and placed it in the inner pocket of his tuxedo. After exchanging a few more words and confirming that Daxter's auditory hallucinations had been alleviated, he bade farewell and cautiously went to the shooting range that belonged to the Nighthawks. Dunn Smith was waiting inside. Captain, the informant gave me the telepathist formula to thank me for helping him control the potion's backlash. However, he's not sure if this formula is real or fake. Klein passed the piece of paper to Dunn in a serious manner. Also, he mentioned something. As Dunn browsed through the formula, he listened to Klein's description of Hood Eugen. Finally, he nodded and said, I'll immediately organize people to take turns monitoring the mental asylum. You haven't received professional training on such matters, so you don't have to participate. Go back and continue guarding Cheney's gate. Having said that, he looked deeply into Klein's eyes. Including this formula, once you pass the test, you won't need to accumulate any more merit points. You'll be able to obtain the clown potion directly. Chapter 157. Furthermore, I even paid an additional contribution for the clown formula. This is all a sin I committed in order to split the credit. Forget it. I won't be able to find a chance to say that I actually have the clown potion formula. Klein took a deep breath and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. I hope the examination goes smoothly. He agreed wholeheartedly with Dunn's decision to let him continue guarding Cheney's gate. Not only did he lack the expertise in surveillance, investigation, and other aspects, but he was also not up to standard in a head-on battle. When it came to marksmanship, he was considered pretty good compared to ordinary policemen. However, his team members were all beyonders with enhanced physiques. Even if they weren't sharpshooters, they weren't too far off. As for close combat, Klein was only at the beginner level. To put it simply, even with the slumber charm, sleeping charm, and dream charm, he was still a support-type beyonder. It was easy for him to deal with ordinary people, but it would be quite dangerous if he encountered someone of the same kind who was good at combat. When I advance to Sequence 8 and become a clown who is good at combat techniques and knows a few spells, I'll be able to complete ordinary Beyonder missions alone. If I can also steal the powers of sealed artifact 3-0782 and create the flaring sun charm, that would be even more perfect. It wouldn't be impossible for me to defeat someone stronger than me. Klein was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked back to the Blackthorn Security Company. When he ended his shift and left Cheney's gate the next morning, the Nighthawk surveillance of Hood Eugen in the mental asylum still didn't obtain any useful clues. They could only place their hopes on the so-called informant's internal investigation. When he returned home, Klein quietly finished his breakfast and went back to his bedroom. He slept all the way until noon. He woke up naturally, washed up, and walked to the first floor while smelling the aroma of food. Melissa is preparing lunch. Klein looked at Banson, who was reading the newspaper in the living room. Banson lowered the newspaper and said, Yes. She had a guest visiting today. I asked her to chat with the guest while I prepared lunch, but she didn't trust my cooking and dragged the guest into the kitchen with her. That was very rude. Benson, you actually managed to notice Melissa's disdain for your culinary skills so quickly. Klein held back his laughter as he walked to the armchair and casually asked, Melissa's guest? Yes, you should know her. She's Elizabeth, whom you met at Selena's birthday party. Benson leaned back and continued reading the newspaper comfortably. Not just at the birthday banquet. She actually came to visit. Klein's expression froze as he glanced sideways at the kitchen door. Just then, Melissa walked out with a plate, followed by Elizabeth, who was also wearing an apron. Klein, you're awake? I was going to call you. Melissa delightedly put the plate that emitted the aroma of meat on the table. This is Elizabeth. You know her. Hello, Klein. Elizabeth, who had a cute baby face, greeted him with a beaming smile. Klein responded politely and warmly. After the two exchanged greetings, Melissa blinked and said seriously, Elizabeth will be following us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later. Elizabeth will follow us to the Family Servant Assistance Association later. Their family employs a few servants and has rich experience in this area. They can provide us with certain reference opinions. Actually, we've already drafted the requirements for choosing a maidservant. Listen to it and see if there's anything you need to add. Melissa wiped her hands on her apron and took out a piece of paper from the pocket of her household clothes. 1. Healthy body. 2. Hardworking and responsible. 3. Good at cooking. 4. Quiet and not noisy. 5. Simple family background. 6. Ordinary looks. The requirements were read out one after another. Klein and Benson listened with their mouths agape. Their eyes were blank. They never expected that hiring a maidservant would be so troublesome. Melissa, weren't you against hiring a maidservant previously? Klein subconsciously asked when his sister stopped. Melissa pursed her lips and nodded solemnly. Yes, I was against it, but since my objection is invalid, I believe that we have to do this well. And to do something well, we have to make sufficient preparations. Oh, is there anything you would like to add? No. Klein and Benson shook their heads in unison, causing Elizabeth to cover her mouth and snicker. After lunch, the group of 4 took a public carriage and arrived at the Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association on Champagne Street. It was very similar to the housekeeping company that Klein knew in his previous life, but it was half charitable. On the one hand, they registered the personal information and work needs of various servants. It made it easier for employers to choose, and it also increased the chances of the recipients finding employment. On the other hand, they would organize some basic training to improve the recipient's ability to work. Part of their expenses came from charitable organizations, and part of it came from the employers. With its agglomeration, integrity, convenience, and organization, the personal agents were quickly forced to join or change professions. After entering the association, Klein and company were immediately warmly received. A young woman in a pale yellow dress with frilly frills led them to the sofa and asked with a smile, "What are you doing here?" She smiled and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "We need to hire a maidservant." At this moment, Benson was pushed to the front by his younger siblings. "Do you have any specific requirements?" the young lady asked with familiarity. Benson, seriously, recalled the comparison between his culinary skills and Klein's. "I'm good at cooking." "Good at cooking?" The young lady frowned slightly. "Frankly speaking, none of the handyman maids are good at cooking. Why don't you hire a chef? If you need female chefs, there are quite a few in our association. None of the handyman maids are good at cooking." Melissa couldn't help but interrupt when she saw that her request was met with a setback at the beginning. The young lady nodded and answered with certainty. The handyman maids are either the daughters of low-level laborers or girls from the countryside. The culinary skills that they have access to are relatively poor. Even if they have received simple training from the association, The most they can do is ensure that the food they make won't make people sick. Melissa was speechless for a moment. She finally understood what it meant by plans can't keep up with changes. What a pity, Yizichin said. Banson thought for a moment, organized his words, and said, "Perhaps we can change the requirement. Willing and able to learn cooking." Not bad. Banson sure has a quick mind. There's no need for me to interrupt. Klein sat by the side, holding his cane in one hand and his hat in the other. He looked relaxed and at ease. That's not a problem. During culinary training, we will record the girls with outstanding performance. The young lady smiled professionally. Are there any other requirements? Yes. Sensing Melissa's gaze, Benson gulped a mouthful of saliva and took out the piece of paper from his pocket. He began reading it line by line. The young lady listened in a daze for a long time before replying. I'll first filter the information and recommend some handyman maids who meet the requirements. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Choose 2 to 4, and I'll bring them to your house for a test run. Then you can decide who to hire. Of course, this will require you to pay a little more to the association, and you will need to prepare the ingredients yourself. All right. Banson folded the piece of paper and nodded politely. The young lady stood up and took 2 steps into the office. Then she turned around and smiled sheepishly. Can you give me that piece of paper? I'm afraid I might have missed out on your requirements. No problem, Banson answered while holding back his laughter. After a while, the young lady in the pale yellow dress came out with a stack of information and handed it to Banson to choose. The information was labeled with the handyman's real name, year of birth, family situation, facial features, physical condition, past experience, corresponding characteristics, and expected salary. While Banson and Melissa were seriously flipping through the information, Elizabeth leaned close to Klein and whispered, "Don't you have any requests?" "Yes, but it's not specific enough," Klein said perfunctorily. "Yes, but it's not specific enough," Klein said perfunctorily. "Then what will you choose?" Klein chuckled and pointed at the spirit pendulum hidden in his left sleeve. "Of course, I'll write down the corresponding sentence and eliminate them one by one. I'll divine the most suitable one to be our family's handyman." Elizabeth was stunned. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are—" Elizabeth was stunned for a moment. 10 seconds later, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective way. I forgot that you are—" Elizabeth was taken aback. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded in confusion. "The simplest and most effective method. I actually forgot that you are—" She didn't finish her sentence because Melissa sharply sensed that the 2 of them were whispering and cast her gaze over. "Hey, sister, don't misunderstand. We're just having a normal conversation." Klein coughed lightly and took the initiative to read some of the information. Soon, they settled on 3 candidates. The price ranged from 4 solely 8 pence to 5 solely 2 pence per week. Banson didn't press down on the handyman's salary. Instead, he seriously discussed with the young lady about the additional money to be paid to the association. After a friendly discussion, he successfully changed the fee from 2 weeks' worth of the handyman's salary to 1 week's salary. However, he had to pay 1 solely for bringing the handyman to the association's carriage for the housekeeping trial. After settling the matter, Elizabeth bade farewell and left. The siblings took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Along the way, Klein felt very uncomfortable under Melissa's scrutinizing gaze. The moment he entered the house, he went straight to the 2nd floor. "Klein," Melissa called out to him and said in a serious tone, as though she had thought it over, "If you want to get engaged to Elizabeth, you need to work harder. Her father is an import and export merchant, and her mother is a baronet, which is often referred to as the daughter of a lord. Wait, get engaged? When did that happen?" Klein looked at his sister in confusion. How far had she been worried? Chapter 158. No, we don't. Before Klein could finish his rebuttal, Banson interrupted with a smile. Although Elizabeth is indeed a little young and her family situation is much better than ours, I think the two of you are quite suitable. However, you might have to wait a few more years. She's studying at a public school, and her goal is to enter a university. Marriage is at least 6 or 7 years later. Of course, you can get engaged first. Can you not think so far ahead? Klein took a deep breath and said, I don't like Elizabeth. Well, to be precise, I don't like girls who are much younger than me. I like girls who are more mature. Actually, I can accept it as long as it's reasonable, but not now, he added helplessly in his heart. You like girls who are more mature? Melissa frowned slightly. Then you have to solve your marriage problem as soon as possible. Ah. Klein found it difficult to understand his sister's jumpy train of thought. He asked blankly, why? Melissa explained very seriously, by the time you have saved enough money for your future marriage, you will be almost 25 or 26 years old. Girls who are more mature than you are at that age are either married or engaged. Are you going to pursue a widow? What the heck is this? Klein replied in Mandarin inwardly with a blank expression. Banson smiled and retorted his sister. Melissa, you don't understand. Melissa, you don't understand. In today's middle class, it's not rare to see women in their 30s who aren't married or engaged. Most of them are believers of the goddess, and most of them have the ability to live a good life for themselves. They would rather be single than accept an unsatisfactory marriage. I saw it in the family magazine. Is that so? Melissa was only a 16-year-old girl after all. She didn't know much about such matters. Seeing that his brother and sister were getting more and more interested in the conversation, Klein coughed and said, When I say mature, I'm referring to the state of mind. It doesn't have to be older than me. Besides, the one who should be more worried about marriage is Banson. Sorry, brother, I have no choice. He silently apologized in his heart. Melissa was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Yes. Banson had wanted to talk about the marriage problems of the middle class in detail, but he suddenly shivered and looked at his sister, who was staring at him. I'm at a turning point in my life. I need to put all my energy into my studies. Only when I have a satisfactory job and a certain amount of savings will I have the confidence to pursue the woman I like and give her a good enough life. Klein and Melissa were stunned for a moment before they blurted out at the same time, Do you have a lady in mind? Banson, who had only spoken perfunctorily, was instantly shocked. He quickly shook his head. No. I'm just giving an example. Bakelin, Hillstonborough, in a dark and gloomy house. In front of an unlit fireplace, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples held a dark-colored pipe as he sat in a rocking chair. He looked deeply at the guests on the sofa. He was the owner of the place, Eichinger Stanton, a very famous private detective in a small circle. However, he didn't set up a firm and had only hired an assistant to help him. Dressed in a white shirt and black vest, Eichinger brought the pipe to his mouth and inhaled in an intoxicated manner before slowly exhaling. The consultation fee for half an hour is £1. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't waste a single second. The two ladies on the sofa were none other than Furs Wall and Zio Dericha. They had gathered information on Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings and planned on hiring a detective who was good at deductive reasoning to help them summarize the target's behavior patterns. Of course, they hid Zillings's name and changed the description of the Beyonder content. Zio Dericha looked at Isengard, who had a thin, angular face and dark blue eyes. She passed the folder in her hand to Isengard's assistant, a brown-haired young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a capable temperament. Mr. Detective, I hope that you can find the target's behavior patterns in Bakeland from the information. Although she wasn't tall, when Zio Dericha sat up straight and spoke in a deep voice, the authority she exuded made one involuntarily want to obey her. Eichinger gave her a deep look, took the folder from her assistant, untied it, and pulled out the information inside. He put down his pipe and focused on reading, one page after another, not missing anything. More than 10 minutes later, the white-haired gentleman slowly tapped the armrest. The target has a paranoid fondness for the wind. Then, in the capital of dust, Bakelin, he definitely wouldn't choose an area with heavy pollution to live in for a long period of time. That is to say, he might live in Empress Borough, West Borough, Hillston Borough, Sherwood Borough, or the outskirts of North Borough. The target is a mentally ill serial killer. Every other day, he murders a living person. A reasonable method would be to target homeless vagrants. In Bakeland, even the police don't know how many vagrants there are. The target's area of residence isn't too close to places like East Borough or Bakeland Bridge, where there are many vagrants, nor would it be too far. Frequently searching for victims in the vicinity is a sign of immaturity. This doesn't match your description, and if he spends a long period of time to find the target he wants to murder, the target might not be able to control his desires and commit a crime when it's easy to expose himself. The target is an experienced sailor with outstanding ability to move around in the water. A reasonable deduction is that he doesn't live too far from the river. If he encounters an accident, that would be the best choice for him to escape safely. In summary, we can outline the target's area of activity. He lives not far from the Bakeland Bridge area. Considering the two banks of the Tussock River in West Borough and Sherwood Borough, the information you provided can only deduce this much. Although I don't quite understand it, it seems to make sense. Zio and Furs exchanged looks and nodded solemnly. They put away the information and got up to bid farewell. As he watched his assistant send the two ladies off, the grizzled Eichinger took out a brass accessory from his vest pocket. It was a pocket-sized open book. In the middle of the book was a vertical eye. Eichinger rocked his rocking chair slightly as he stroked the accessory and muttered to himself, "Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland? Pritz Harbor, in a certain basement." The hanging man, Alger, sat on a chair, coldly looking at the man squirming and struggling in front of him. The man was dressed like a sailor, and his head was completely covered in a light blue film of water. His face was purplish-red from the suffocation. His hands kept clawing at his face, but all he could do was fling out drops of liquid. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and gave a signal of submission. The corners of Alger's mouth curled up as he casually clapped his hands. The light blue film of water immediately disintegrated, turning into raindrops that fell to the ground. The sailor gasped for air and coughed violently, coughing so hard that it tore his heart and shattered his lungs. When the man calmed down, Alger leaned back slightly and mimicked the fool's calm and indifferent tone. "Tell me, why did Zillings go to Bakeland?" "He's there to complete a commission, but I'm not sure what it is exactly." The pirate completely lost the will to resist as he answered honestly and frankly, "I only know the benefits he might receive. Zillings once proudly mentioned in front of us that if this matter goes smoothly, he will obtain an item he has been dreaming of for a long time. The 4 kings of the pirates will also become the 5 kings. An item he has been dreaming of for a long time?" Alger frowned and fell into deep thought. On Monday morning, Klein still didn't rest. He continued according to his plan and investigated the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City. Unfortunately, he still didn't find his target this time. He returned home at noon, heated up the leftovers from the previous night, ate a loaf of oatmeal bread, and then slept for an hour. At 40 minutes to 2, Klein put down the book in his hand, sealed his bedroom with his spirituality, and once again entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. He casually sat at the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Ignoring the frequency of Sun's heartbeat, he reached out his right hand and gave an early response. Inside the City of Silver, Derek Berg was sweating on the training field when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the heavy gray fog and the fool sitting on a high-backed chair in the depths of the fog. He froze for a moment, then immediately stopped moving and lowered his head. When the illusion disappeared, he silently counted his heartbeats, held his silver sword, and quickly walked to the resting area. After 1,000 heartbeats, he had already locked himself in a private washroom. After waiting for another 10 breaths, he saw a dark red light surge from the void and drown him in an instant. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back in his chair and tapped his left molar twice, quietly activating his spirit vision. He saw that deep within Sun's ether body, the mottled colors had become pure like the first rays of dawn. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bard." At the same time, he also noticed that the resplendent stars behind Derek's high-back chair were moving rapidly, reorganizing into a symbol that symbolized Sunday. It naturally changed without my will, just like a conditioned reflex. Other than the palace, the long table, and the chair, the other conjured objects can't be preserved after I leave this place. They're very special. There sure are many secrets above the gray fog. Klein looked at everything in front of him thoughtfully. He lowered his head again and replied humbly, "This is all thanks to your help. This is all thanks to your help. This is just the beginning." He wasn't surprised that the fool could tell that he had consumed the potion. At this moment, Klein took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and chuckled. "Then let's begin the gathering. Remember, it'll be about the same frequency after this. Or should I say interval." As he spoke, he established a connection with the crimson stars that symbolized justice and the hanging man. He pulled the two members back into the magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence. Audrey had just gotten a clear look at the scene in front of her when she immediately greeted him in a brisk tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I still have a page of Emperor Roselle's diary." "Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Did you get the telepathist formula?" Chapter 159. Miss Justice is always able to maintain a happy mood. How enviable. I hope I can be like that too. Upon hearing the cheerful greeting, Klein, who was sitting at the head of the long bronze table, couldn't help but sigh silently. But when he recalled how she had easily taken out 1,000 pounds in cash, he suddenly felt that it would be very difficult for him to maintain a happy mood like Miss Justice. Son Derek Berg was a young man who cared a lot about his reputation. He immediately replied, "I've already obtained the telepathist formula." During this period of time, he sorted out the inheritance left behind by his parents. Other than the house, furniture, and a few items that he missed, the rest of the valuable items were taken to the black market in the City of Silver to exchange for the telepathist formula and the ingredients for the Bard potion. At present, he was only surviving on a ration of food, but he believed that this situation wouldn't last long. Once he passed the combat assessment, he would join the team that cleared out the surrounding objects of darkness and receive a sizable reward. When I'm truly strong, I'll apply to become a member of an elite team to explore the depths of the darkness and find a way to remove the curse. Derek thought with a hint of hope as he turned his head to look at the fool in the thick gray fog. He had previously noticed that after Miss Justice sought Mr. Fool's permission, she had strangely made the unknown Roselle diary appear. Although Derek didn't understand what was going on, he felt that it was better to take a look at Mr. Fool. First, recall the formula in your mind. Then, pick up the pen by your hand and give it a strong desire to express. Klein leaned back in his chair in a seemingly leisurely manner. As the sun came from the City of Silver, which was suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods, he didn't conjure a pen in front of him, but a quill. Of course, there was still no ink. Derek didn't dare to doubt the fool's words. He immediately grabbed the quill that suddenly appeared by his hand. A few seconds later, as he was instructed, he saw the telepathist potion formula appear on the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in front of him as expected. After examining it twice, Derek remained silent and pushed the promised item to Miss Justice. Audrey was excited, and expectant, but she took it in a reserved manner. She swept her gaze over it, and all the words that Klein translated appeared in her mind. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semispectral rabbit. Supplementary materials: I've never heard of the main ingredient. I don't know enough. Audrey, who had been cramming the types and names of common beyonder ingredients from furs and Zio, thought in frustration. At a time like this, she had already forgotten what a spectator was. Suddenly, Audrey heard a light knocking sound and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. She was pleasantly surprised to see Mr. Fool tapping the edge of the table with his right index finger and nodding slightly at her as a gesture. What was going on? Audrey was puzzled and her eyes were blank. Just as she was about to ask, she saw from the corner of her eye that the telepathist formula in front of her had changed. There were many additional notes. Main ingredients: complete pituitary gland of phantom wyvern, also known as rainbow salamander. 10 milliliters of spinal fluid of semi-spectral rabbit, also known as Farsman rabbit. Supplementary materials. I know all of these. Audrey was stunned for a moment before a strong sense of joy surged from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Mr. Fool. You really are very knowledgeable. She looked at the seat of honor again and sincerely thanked and praised him. The hanging man Alger didn't know what had happened, but he was very disdainful of Justice's words. How could a godlike figure be described as knowledgeable? Such an existence, to a certain extent, was equivalent to knowledge. Klein accepted Miss Justice's praise calmly, because this wasn't something that could only be achieved by coincidentally obtaining the psychological alchemy's telepathist formula. After pulling Sun into the tarot, he had been taking precautions against similar problems due to the uniqueness of the City of Silver. He had been constantly looking for relevant information to study. Even if Daxter Guderian hadn't obtained the formula in time, he could have easily completed the notes just now. After the previous divination and comparison, he was sure that the two telepathist formulas were correct. This is what it means to be prepared and not be in trouble. Klein thought smugly. Audrey looked at the telepathist formula a few more times before reluctantly retracting her gaze. She skillfully expressed Roselle the Great's diary. This is what you deserve. She put down her pen and looked at the Fool in the gray fog. In addition, how about I give your adorer another 300,300 pounds? She sounded a little guilty because the 3 pages of Roselle's diary only cost her 20 pounds, while the sheriff formula, which was also a sequence 8, cost 450 pounds. This meant that, based on simple math, she should have paid an additional 430 pounds on top of the 3 pages of the diary. However, Audrey felt that she was lucky. The seller didn't know the value of Roselle's diary, which allowed her to buy it at a relatively low price. Roselle the Great's diary costs at least 50 pounds per page. Audrey secretly clenched her fists and encouraged herself silently. 300 pounds? To this day, I've only seen so much money at Sir Deweyville's place. Klein sighed. He pretended to be uninterested in money and nodded calmly. A reasonable deal. This is my adorer's information. He tried his best to prevent the Fool from saying such degrading terms as Bakeland Bank and anonymous account. He directly presented them on the sheepskin in front of him. Last Wednesday, when he was investigating the house with the red chimney, Klein took the time to go to the Tingen branch of Bakeland Bank. He disguised himself and opened an anonymous account. One only needed to remember the account number and provide the corresponding password to withdraw the balance from any of the Bakeland Bank branches. If the account holder felt that this method wasn't secure enough, they could also add a signature and fingerprint for comparison, which would be more troublesome. To keep it a secret and to hide his identity, Klein didn't set it up like this. He only left behind a set of password. This set of password was written in ancient Hermes. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. This is because ancient Hermes can be used for sacrifices and prayers without any protection. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to copy this set of password, it's equivalent to chanting my name. That way, I can immediately receive the corresponding notification. I can then go above the gray fog to determine if it's normal or if someone is trying to steal my wealth. Klein was very satisfied with the idea he came up with. The only drawback was that it would slightly leak the existence of the fool, but it was still acceptable. As Audrey pushed Roselle's diary to Mr. Fool, she took the goat skin with the information of his adorer. On it was the Bakeland Bank and the corresponding anonymous account that was formed by a string of numbers. I wonder if Mr. Fool's adorer is male or female, and what sequence it's at. Yes, it's definitely very powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to Rear Admiral Hurricane Zilling's. Audrey couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. But she quickly focused her attention and began to memorize the anonymous account. There's no need to go through so much trouble. At that moment, she heard the fool's deep and calm voice. When you get home, recite my name and you'll be able to write the corresponding information. This is just like me drawing the red chimney scene that I got from divination. The account number is very important. I can't make a mistake. Klein silently added, Is that possible? From Mr. Fool's words, he's very confident, as expected of an important figure that's close to a god. He can even do such a thing. Audrey was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. She felt that this was logical and reasonable. But why did I have to work so hard to memorize the formula just now? Audrey suddenly felt a little confused. At this moment, Klein pressed down on the page of Roselle's diary and wasn't in a rush to read it. He turned his head to look at the sun and calmly asked, What kind of compensation do you want? Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, That's right. I don't have anything that I'm in a rush to obtain recently. I should be able to digest the Bard potion soon. The compensation is there. Yes, it's in preparation for the corresponding Sequence 8 formula or the necessary ingredients. Sequence 8 is light suppliant. I have the ingredients. Even if I can obtain them, I don't know how to give them to you. Digest them. The City of Silver really has the acting method. The highest combat strength there is only Sequence 4. Is it limited by the ingredients? Klein nodded thoughtfully, indicating that it was a deal. Audrey also acutely noticed the word digest. She deliberated and asked, Mr. Sun, have you mastered the acting method? Derek looked at Miss Justice in confusion and answered frankly, It's nothing strange. The City of Silver's general knowledge classes teach the acting method. General knowledge classes teach the acting method. Perplexed, Audrey looked at the hanging man and realized that he was also looking at her. Both of them fell into silence. The origins of the sun are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot. The more I think about it, the more I'm awed. Audrey slowed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise. The sun's origins are indeed very mysterious. I wonder how Mr. Fool managed to pull him into the tarot club. The more I think about it, the more awed I feel. Audrey calmed down and looked at the fool, who didn't show any signs of surprise, high up in the thick gray fog. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, probed, Mr. Sun, did you explain clearly the things to take note of when it comes to the acting method? Yes. Derek nodded without hesitation. Our general education classes made it very clear that there's only one thing to take note of when it comes to the acting method. Remember, you are only acting. It's just as I expected. We're using an ingenious method to bypass the obstruction and completely disintegrate the remnant mental influence in the potion, and not succumb to it. Son, you really are a naive youth. You were tricked into revealing important information just like that. Klein smiled and cast his gaze at Roselle's diary in front of him. Chapter 160. On the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment, the slightly distorted and threatening Chinese words were written. To N.D. August. The waters are deeper than I imagined. History is really a young lady who can be dressed up. August 5th. Today, I witnessed the strength of high-sequence Beyonders. It's terrifying. They have undergone a qualitative change in a certain aspect, becoming like gods. It's no wonder they're described as demigods. Yes, I think it's more appropriate to call them mythical creatures. August 6th. What's strange is why the 7 major churches have such a strange attitude towards potions. At the low and mid-sequence level, not only do they give the advanced the main ingredients, they also generously share the formula and demonstrate the process of concocting potions. If there's a corresponding ritual, they'll definitely explain it in detail. But at the high sequence level, they only provide the finished potion. This doesn't make sense at all. At the low and mid-sequence level, where the main ingredients are relatively easy to gather and the concoction process is relatively simple, shouldn't they keep the formula a secret and concoct the potion directly for the target? At the high sequence, since the main ingredients are difficult to obtain, shouldn't they share the formula so that the members who have a chance of advancing take the initiative to search for it? There must be a secret hidden here that I don't know of. August 9th. What happened in the past 2 days doesn't make me feel too good. The Industrial Revolution that I personally started, the age of steam and machinery that I personally created, will become the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god. What do you mean? The breeding ground for the birth of an evil god? Klein frowned slightly as he tapped the edge of the ancient table with his index finger. Has Mr. Fool encountered a problem? Something that can put him in a difficult position must involve a very high level. Audrey looked at the leader, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, and read his current state from his body language. Klein, who was indeed puzzled by the high-level question, thought for a while, but he didn't get an answer. He began to consider the possibility of using divination to seek enlightenment. Yes, it's impossible to divine something substantial with just 2 simple sentences. I'm not a prophet. Directly divine, the breeding ground for the birth of an evil god. I feel like I'm courting death. An evil god might not be as terrifying as the eternal blazing sun, but his powers might be even stranger. He might be able to find me by following the clues. Besides, there's no way to divine how dangerous such an attempt would be, because once a deity is involved, whether divination is dangerous or not will bring danger. He had to remember this question first and observe and think about it more regarding the magic potion. The church's arrangements were indeed strange. I didn't know what secrets were hidden behind it. Perhaps when the shaman, no, the spirit guide, daily became an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon and entered the core of the church, I would be able to receive some hints. Roselle's words really make one yearn for the elegance of a high-sequence beyonder. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein stopped tapping the edge of the ancient table and looked at Justice, the hanging man, and the sun. You can communicate freely now. The hanging man, Alger, immediately said, Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, I've obtained a new piece of information. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland to complete a difficult mission. He might stay there for a long period of time and create a horrifying tragedy. In addition, I also know that this matter involves a very important item, an item that can help Zillings quickly become a high-sequence beyonder. Quickly become a high-sequence beyonder? Isn't he afraid of losing control? Audrey grasped the main point of the other party's description and posed as a spectator. Zillings was only a sequence 6 wind-blessed. He was still a sequence 5 away from sequence 4. Alger had already expected such a question, so he calmly replied, That's why that item is very important. Of course, this is all my speculation. The information I received is this. Zillings believes that once he completes the mission and obtains that item, he will soon be on par with the king of the 5 seas, Nast and company. He will make the 4 kings of the pirates become the 5 kings, reducing the 7 pirate admirals to 6. Ordinary people might not know, but as Beyonders, we should all know that the 4 kings of the pirates are either high-sequence Beyonder directly, or with the help of Beyonder ships and mystical items. They have the combat strength of a high-sequence Beyonder. If Zillings wants to obtain recognition and be on par with them, he has to be at a similar level. That's why I made such a speculation. I only know that the king of the 5 seas, Nast, is a sequence for Beyonder, but I don't know the name of his potion. Klein listened quietly and didn't easily express his opinion. Although son Derek Berg couldn't understand the events described by the hanging man and had no idea who was who, he still listened attentively. He felt that the world had opened up a new door in front of him. Pirates? The place where they live has a sea as claimed in the books? That's very different from the surrounding environment of the City of Silver. They don't seem to be worried about curses or the invasion of things of darkness. How curious! Yes, Mr. Fool has exhorted me not to casually ask about the secrets of others. That's impolite behavior. Derek thought silently as he scrutinized the hanging man and Justice. Your speculation is very reasonable. Of course, it could also be a mystical item that can match a high-sequence beyonder, Justice Audrey replied with a faint smile. The hanging man looked at the Fool, who was high in the thick gray fog, and deliberated for a moment before looking at Justice and emphasizing, There are two main points in my description. There are two important points in my description just now. First, Kalangos will be staying in Backland for a long period of time. Second, it involves a very important and possibly very magical item. So, Mr. Fool, aren't you tempted? You have plenty of time to get your adorer to come to Bakeland, Alger silently added in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only tactfully nod. Mr. the Hanging Man, you don't have to repeatedly emphasize it. I understand what you're trying to say. However, my strength doesn't allow me to get involved in this matter. Besides, I can't leave Tingen on my own accord. Klein leaned back in his chair as he thought helplessly. Ignoring adorers, I can find two relatively powerful beyonders to help me. One is Daly, who has already advanced to Sequence 6. However, it's impossible for me to explain the entire situation to her. At most, I can mention that I've received a tip that Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has infiltrated Bakeland and is living on a certain street. If that's the case, Daly might directly mobilize the power of the Nighthawks, making things very chaotic and troublesome. In the end, if you still can't find any helpers, yes, you can give it a try to prevent a tragedy from happening. The other is Mr. Aztec, but it's impossible for me to reveal the Fool's identity to him. If I want him to get involved in Zillings's matter, there's a lack of sufficient and legitimate reason. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein calmly said, All right, I understand. Seeing that the Fool still didn't express his stance and still didn't place much importance on Zillings's matter, the hanging man Alger sighed inwardly. He hid his disappointment and began to discuss the results of his investigation with Miss Justice this week. In short, we've roughly locked onto Zillings's general area of activity, and we're about to begin a further search. Audrey first briefly explained the specific situation, then said with a serious attitude, We need more information, with a focus on Zillings's hobbies and habits. The hanging man Alger recalled as he said, He likes to eat fish, especially fish from the sea. He likes to eat fish very much, especially fish from the ocean. He eats them raw. He likes to drink strong alcohol, and he looks down on champagne and red wine. Once he gets ashore, he will always find a woman to vent, and his strong body makes it impossible for a single woman to satisfy him. He's used to using cold weapons and hates firearms. It's very difficult for him to leave the water for long periods of time. What I mean is he has to swim or dive every few days. Audrey memorized all of them, forming and enriching the character named Zillings in her mind. I hope it works out. Happy working with you. And Jing said with a faint smile, Happy working with you. Alger could only force himself to believe in Miss Justice, who was very influential in Bakeland. As they conversed, Klein seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact he was thinking about a problem from before. If Sun wished to obtain the ingredients, how should he pay him? Having barely passed the mysticism level, he habitually looked for ideas to solve problems in the field of ritualistic magic. This was a path dependence that he had accumulated from his previous successes. Previously, when I flipped through the internal information of the Nighthawks, I saw records of the goddess bestowing holy items to her believers. Yes, in many sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils, there are also descriptions of the descent of items. Does this mean that when I respond to a prayer, I can bestow an item to complete the payment of the ingredients? In my previous attempts, I can only respond to thoughts that contain images and sounds. But this doesn't mean that I can only respond like this forever. When I advance to sequence 8 and stabilize, there might be new changes. In addition, there's another key point. Can I bring real ingredients or items above the gray fog? Yes. Those sacrificial rituals that involve evil gods and devils often include a sacrifice segment. Can I consider sacrificing items to myself? This way, I might really be able to bring real ingredients and items above the gray fog. If the attempt succeeds, I can directly obtain items and ingredients from Justice, Sun, and the Hanging Man, and then bestow them to myself. Yes, sacrifice is a relatively high-level ritual. I'm temporarily unable to come into contact with it. The most important thing now is to improve myself as soon as possible. Klein reined in his thoughts and continued listening to the three members' conversation in a profound manner. He listened as they discussed matters regarding Zillings to the characteristics of certain monsters. After a while, he smiled. That's all for today. As you wish. Sun, Justice, and the Hanging Man stood up at the same time. After severing his connection with the three members, Klein quickly descended into the gray fog and left the mysterious space. Returning to his bedroom, he removed the wall of spirituality and pulled open the oriel window's curtains, allowing the sunlight to shine in. There are two important things to do this week. One is to accept the examination and advance to sequence 8. The other is to create a flaring sun charm. Its power might even exceed that of a sequence 7 or 6. Klein looked out at the streets, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, I should be able to receive the report on the paranormal incident that Mr. Azik had caused. Chapter 161. On Tuesday morning, Klein, who had just finished his mysticism class, didn't find a quiet place to read the comparison of ancient and modern names and Nighthawk's casebook. Instead, he stayed in the recreation room and played cards with Leonard, Kenley, and Royale. I only asked Mr. Aztec to create a chance to bring out sealed artifact 3-0782. Whether I can grasp this opportunity or not will depend on my improvisation. Klein's mind wasn't on the card table at all, so he kept losing. He lost 5 solely in an hour, which made his heart ache. He planned to focus on recouping his losses. After buying the various ingredients for the flaring sun charm yesterday afternoon, his private stash had dropped to less than £1. Furthermore, he still had to pay 2 solely a day to rent a carriage to check for houses with dark red chimneys. While waiting for Kenley to shuffle the cards, he picked up the copper penny in front of him out of boredom and casually spun it. Suddenly, he noticed that Royale was staring at him with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Klein was taken aback at first. Then he saw the crumbling copper penny. "Is she wary that I'm cheating with divination? There's no need to be so serious when playing cards with teammates." He instantly understood and laughed dryly as he pressed down on the penny. At that moment, Dunn Smith knocked on the door and entered. He looked around and said, "There's a situation in Morristown. Leonard, go and handle it." Morristown? Klein perked up and pretended to be curious. "Captain, what's the situation?" Dunn scanned the area with his gray eyes and casually explained, "Recently, there have been a few paranormal incidents." Over the past few days, there have been a few paranormal incidents. First, when someone passed by the cemetery, they heard someone crying inside and saw a blurry shadow flashing by. Then, a widow woke up in the middle of the night, and when she went to the bathroom, she ran into her late husband and almost fainted. Then, there was an old man who lived alone. He kept hearing heavy footsteps echoing in the house, but as soon as he lit a candle or a gas lamp, everything became quiet again. The residents of this town generally believe in the goddess, so the local priest reported the situation directly. It didn't hurt anyone, and it's closer to a prank. It's likely Mr. Azik's doing. Klein used a rehearsed expression and tone as he said, "Captain, there might be some secrets behind the sudden occurrence of a few paranormal incidents. In this regard, divination can give us certain revelations. I think I can help Leonard. Upon hearing that, Leonard's green eyes immediately stared at Klein, as if he was trying to find clues from his face. Dunn first nodded, then hesitated in silence. When Klein saw the captain's reaction, he immediately added, "Don't worry. In the end, some things may need ritualistic magic to completely purify them." Makes sense. Dunn thought for a moment and said, "Then you and Leonard will go to Morristown together." Before anyone could say anything, he added, "Well, you probably won't be able to make it for the afternoon's combat practice. I'll get someone to inform Gawain." Phew, the first step is complete. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and quickly packed up the soldi and pennies in front of him. Halfway through, he suddenly froze. He turned to look at Dunn and solemnly said, "Captain, I think we have to prevent the worst-case scenario. If there's a powerful wraith behind the paranormal incidents, it might be very dangerous for Leonard and me alone. And from Tingen City to Morristown, it will take 3 hours, right? Even if we send a telegram in time to ask for help, it will take a long time. So," Dunn interrupted him, "I hope to get the help of another teammate." Klein pretended to ponder and said, "Furthermore, according to the rules, 3 or more Nighthawks can apply to use a Grade 3 sealed artifact when working together. Yes, 3-0782 is most suitable to resolve this problem." Upon hearing this, Leonard chuckled and said, "This is indeed your style. Cautious, careful, and never taking risks. You seem to be saying that I'm a coward. I'm someone who has looked directly at the eternal blazing sun before." Klein pretended not to hear Leonard's words and looked sincerely at Dunsmith. "Captain, what do you think? Indeed, we have to prevent any accidents. There have been too many coincidences recently." Dunn nodded as though in thought. He looked at the other 2 team members and said, "Kenley, go to Morristown with Leonard and Klein. Well, quickly draft an application. After I sign it, go to Cheney's Gate and retrieve sealed artifact 3-0782. All right." The short, Kenley put down the cards in his hand. All right. Klein clenched his fists and cheered in his heart, but on the surface he looked uneasy and cautious. At that moment, Sikatron was monitoring Hood Eugen in the mental asylum, while Fry was on duty at Cheney's Gate. After leaving the recreation room, Klein put on his black tuxedo, took his hat and cane, and waited for Kenley at the staircase that led underground with Leonard. There was no one around, and it was quiet and desolate. Leonard suddenly turned to look at Klein. "I think you should give up on your unrealistic fantasies." "Ah, what?" Klein replied in a daze. Leonard took a step forward, stood at the edge of the stairs, and looked down into the deep abyss. He looked down and said, "Even in a mission, you won't be able to discover my secret and understand my uniqueness." "Classmate, can you not be so narcissistic? So you thought that I volunteered to participate in this mission to observe you in secret? I hadn't thought of that at all." Klein was first enlightened, then he chuckled. "How are you so sure that my uniqueness won't help me discover your secret?" Leonard's expression turned solemn, but he immediately broke into a smile. "Is that so? Then I'll wait for your discovery. Once I gather more information and items, I'll head above the gray fog and help you do a divination." "You're welcome." Klein cursed in his heart. Not long after, the short and capable Kenley appeared on the winding staircase with the mutated sun sacred emblem. Feeling the unique warmth and purity, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had finally completed the first and most difficult step in his plan to steal the power of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood. Following that, the 3 of them left the Blackthorn Security Company and arrived at Zutland Street. They walked towards the carriage that belonged to the Nighthawks. "The purification effect won't affect the horses, right?" Kenley suddenly asked uneasily. "I don't want a horse that only knows how to praise the sun to pull the carriage." He had only been a Nighthawk longer than Klein, but he wasn't very experienced. "No, sealed artifact 3-078 2 only purifies creatures with higher intelligence, Klein replied in a low voice. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been bitten by the mosquitoes, he added in his heart. So that's how it is. Ha ha, I didn't read the information carefully enough back then. Kenley pressed down on his black top hat and laughed in enlightenment. As Klein hadn't mastered the skill of driving a carriage, he sat in the carriage for the next 3 hours, caressing sealed artifact 3-0782 in his palm as he watched Leonard and Kenley take turns driving. They finally arrived at Morristown around lunchtime. How beautiful! Kenley exclaimed sincerely as he got off the carriage and looked at the endless golden wheat fields around the town. The volcano constellation was coming to an end, and the harvest constellation was about to dominate everyone's lives. Leonard stood in the carriage driver's seat and looked around. He opened his mouth as though he was trying to compose a sonnet, but in the end he only managed to say one sentence. How beautiful! Klein held back his laughter, put on his top hat, grabbed his cane, and got off the carriage. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black priest robe walked over. He drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Praise the goddess! Praise the goddess! Are you friends sent by St. Selina Church to help us?" "Yes, Priest Sirius. May the goddess bless you." Leonard jumped off the carriage and replied with a smile, "We're here to deal with the recent paranormal incidents." Suspected, the gray-haired, blue-eyed Sirius emphasized when he saw many townspeople approaching. Morristown was not very big. No matter which direction one walked in, it would take at most 10 minutes to reach the plains. It was difficult for the people who lived here not to know each other. What happened before had already spread, like wildfire. Therefore, many of the townsfolk who were eagerly waiting for the Church of the Evernight Goddess to send someone to resolve the problem couldn't hide their curiosity and concern when they saw the priest welcoming the 3 strangers. Some of them tiptoed, while others tried their best to listen. Leonard chuckled. "Priest, don't worry. We're professionals. Look, we brought holy water, silver daggers, dark holy emblems, and garlic." As he spoke, he magically took out the described item from the inside pocket of his clothes. "Garlic? Are you trying to kill the ghost with a pungent smell?" Klein looked at Leonard's performance in exasperation and amusement. Sire, on the other hand, was perplexed. He even began to suspect that St. Selina Church had hired a bunch of scammers. The onlookers, on the other hand, all showed gratified smiles, as if they had finally been rescued. Leonard approached Priest Sire and whispered into his ear, "Don't worry." "That's what they believe." Without waiting for Sire to snap out of his daze, he added, "That's all they believe. Let's settle our lunch at the cathedral first before we deal with those incidents." "Yes, lunch is very important. After we deal with those paranormal incidents, it will be time to take turns guarding sealed artifact 3-0782. That will be the opportunity for me to make the flaring sun charm. I hope everything goes smoothly. Of course, the flaring sun charm has to be made during the day to achieve the best results." Klein thought expectantly. Chapter 162. The buildings in Morristown were mostly built in the style of 100 years ago. The most eye-catching building was the black cathedral with a pointed roof. After settling the carriage, Klein and the rest quickly finished their lunch of bread, toast, bacon, butter, and coffee. Under the purification of sealed artifact 3-0782, we can still last for 2 hours and 35 minutes. Kenley stood at the entrance of the cathedral and took out his gold pocket watch from the inner pocket of his tuxedo. He opened it and said, "I suggest we deal with the suspected haunted incidents to prevent them from worsening. Then we can return to the cathedral and take turns to guard it so that we can recover." Under normal circumstances, Sequence 9, 8, and 7 Beyonders who were close to their limits would have to stay away from the mutated sun's sacred emblem for 2 hours to fully recover. But if they weren't at their limits, or if they only wanted to recover a portion of their strength, they would need at least an hour. "All right. I have no objections." Klein and Leonard spoke at the same time. Then, which incident should we deal with first? Kenley asked for his partner's opinion. Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and said, "The moment the elder who lived alone heard heavy footsteps echoing in the house." Why? Kenley subconsciously asked for the reason. Klein also waited with interest for Klein's explanation. Is this the so-called intuition of a poet? He secretly mocked him. Leonard's gaze moved from the short Kenley's face to Klein's face, then back again. He chuckled and said, "Because it's closest to the cathedral." "How did you know?" "It wasn't written in the information." Klein blurted out. Leonard chuckled and said, "Didn't I go to the washroom during the meal?" On the way back, I met a pastor in training and had a casual chat. He told me that Noah's house is near the cathedral. Yes, Noah is the name of the old man who lives alone. As expected of a nighthawk with more than 3 years of service, he's very familiar with missions. Klein laughed dryly and said to Kenley, "Then let's go to Noah's house first." All right. Kenley didn't have any objections. A minute later, they arrived at Noah's house. Noah was an old man with white and sparse hair. When he was young, he lost his left hand forever in a war. He had no choice but to leave the army and return to his hometown with compensation. At this moment, he opened the door and looked at the 3 strangers in front of him. He then looked at Sire, who had rushed over from the cathedral, and said in a hoarse voice, "Come in. I hope you can solve my problem. I heard that you brought holy water, holy emblem, silver dagger and garlic? That's great. I'm relieved. Please forgive me for being long-winded. You have to understand the state of an elderly person who couldn't sleep peacefully for 2 consecutive nights. Oh, goddess, I've been bearing the burden of fear, and my spirit has become absent-minded." As soon as he entered the door, Leonard suddenly straightened his back and scanned his surroundings. Following that, Klein sensed a cold and gloomy aura lingering in the room. It was the remnant of the ghost's activities. Unclean creatures have indeed been here. Kenley, who was the last to notice the situation, said in a low voice. "Very weak," Leonard said leisurely as he retracted his gaze. The midnight poet was considered a job with high spiritual perception among all the sequence 8s in the church's records. Yes. Klein felt that the warmth and purity emitted by sealed artifact 3-0782 was rapidly dissolving the cold aura, and the other party was completely defenseless. At this moment, the townsfolk who had been waiting for quite some time gathered at Noah's house. They looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kenley with curious and expectant gazes. Ahem. Leonard cleared his throat and said loudly, "We have the goddess's blessings. Those unclean creatures will soon disappear. They won't cause any trouble." With that, he gestured to Klein to perform the purification ritual. "Why me?" Klein asked with his eyes. Of course. He didn't know if Leonard could understand his gaze. Clearly, Leonard understood what he meant as he suppressed his voice. He lowered his voice and said, "You're a professional when it comes to rituals." "All right, it's my fault for volunteering to help." Klein straightened his clothes and took the holy water, sacred emblem, silver dagger, and garlic from Leonard. He first wore the dark sacred emblem on his chest, then peeled the garlic and threw it clove by clove to the corners of the room. Is this how garlic is used to exorcise ghosts?" "It's different from the description in the newspapers. Will this be useful?" The surrounding townsfolk broke into a flurry of discussion. They were curious and excited, as if they were in a circus. "It's useless. I'm just doing it for show." Klein suddenly felt like he had become a clown. He hurriedly half-closed his eyes and used his silver dagger to scoop out the holy water and sprinkled it on the ground. As he sprinkled it, he walked around the house and muttered, "Evernight goddess, mother of concealment, lady of crimson, empress of misfortune and horror, mistress of repose and silence." This standard charlatan immediately shocked everyone. The townsfolk fell silent, and once people entered a state of silence, it was easy to notice things that they had previously overlooked. It's a very warm feeling. It's like I'm basking in the sun. No, it's like I'm looking at a pure sky. How magical! Is this the effect of the holy water? As expected of a priest from St. Selina Cathedral. Praise the lady. The townsfolk discussed softly as they looked at Klein, Leonard, and Kenley in awe. The owner of the house, Noah, visibly relaxed. He no longer had any doubts that the matter could be resolved. This is the effect of sealed artifact 3-0782. We don't actually have to do anything to exorcise the ghosts. We just need to stay where we are for a minute. It's not tiring or troublesome. After Klein purified the cold aura in the house, he opened his eyes and put away his silver dagger. He solemnly and seriously drew the crimson moon on his chest. Praise the lady! Praise the lady! The townsfolk replied piously. We still have some matters to settle, but we need absolute silence, Leonard said with a smile as he surveyed the area. The townsfolk who had seen what a professional was didn't dare to stay any longer. Under Priest Sire's instructions, they retreated out of Noah's house like a receding tide. Even the owner of the house had to leave temporarily. Actually, I really want to sleep right now. Noah mumbled as he walked towards the cathedral. Leonard extended his hand and closed the door. He turned to Klein and said, "Divine the cause of the incident." "No problem." Klein also wanted to try to divine something. "No problem." Klein also wanted to give it a try to divine something. "I know it was done by Mr. Aztec, but his level doesn't seem low." A person who can live for 1,300 to 1,400 years definitely doesn't have a low level. So, my divination will definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, without the help of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I don't even know what revelation I'll receive. Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The cause of the haunting in Noah's house. He took the piece of paper and walked to the round table. He sat down, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. In the blurry and hazy world, Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum. It was similar to a pyramid, but it was upside down and embedded into the ground, almost buried. And inside the ancient mausoleum, a thick black fog concealed everything. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "What did you discover?" he asked with concern. Klein thought for a moment, and without hiding anything, he described the revelation he had received in his dream in detail. Finally, he said, "This is definitely not the style of a mausoleum in the northern continent. I mean, I'm barely considered an expert in this aspect." Leonard nodded as though he was thinking. "That's the southern continent's inverted pyramid. It means entering the underworld from the human world. And be it the former Balam Empire or its branch, the Highlands Kingdom, only the so-called descendants of death can build such a mausoleum for themselves. In a sense, this is the symbol of the Grim Reaper. Yes, ghosts are definitely related to death. This divination is undoubtedly correct." Ignoring Leonard's mockery, Klein fell into a daze and came up with an interesting idea. Could it be that Mr. Aztec is a descendant of death? Or rather, the reason why he has such a long life is because he made a deal with death? According to the corresponding chapter in the Revelation of Evernight and the Nighthawk's internal records, Death was an evil god. He had once caused a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the fourth epoch. That period was known as the Pale Age. Yes, it was said that he perished from the combined forces of the seven gods. The age of Lamad Castle can no longer be determined, but it can't be earlier than the Pale Age. If there's really a connection, then the mastermind living in the house with the red chimney has taken the skull of Mr. Aztec's child, of course. This could also be an excuse for the northern continent's countries to colonize the southern continent. After all, they mainly believe in death. As they didn't discover anything else, the three Nighthawks didn't stay for long. They quickly left Noah's house and began to deal with the other two suspected haunting incidents. The same process and the same result. They quickly freed the town from the influence of the aura of death, but they didn't find the source of it. Along the way, Leonard asked the townspeople if any strangers had come over the past few days, but he received a negative answer. Mr. Aztec didn't come over? He must have arrived secretly and left quietly without anyone noticing. He's indeed cautious. He said that he'll return to Tingen on Wednesday. Does that mean that even if we don't deal with it, the ghosts will disappear on their own on that day? Klein thought about this as he followed Leonard and Kenley back to the entrance of Morse Cathedral. Furthermore, they could still last an hour and 45 minutes under the mutated sun sacred emblem. We'll take turns keeping watch. We'll change every hour. Klein suppressed his excitement and looked at the sky. Let's try to rush back to Tingen for dinner. No problem. Leonard glanced at Klein and chuckled. But to ensure safety, I suggest that 2 people keep watch while one rests. We'll take turns. Klein was stunned for a moment. His thoughts raced as he replied with a smile. Right. But this way, we'll have to figure out the most reasonable way of taking turns. Who rests first? Who's next? Who's last? How much time they need to recover? And how much they need to recover? I think we have to establish an equation with unknown variables to find the optimal solution and compare it with keeping watch alone. It would be best if there's an efficiency function. Let's first assume that the unknown variable is... Stop! Leonard's green eyes were filled with confusion and fear. If that's the case, let's keep watch alone. The person whose turn it is will stay inside the cathedral. It's large enough. Of course, we'll have to let Priest Sire and the rest be guests somewhere else. The remaining 2 will stand guard outside the cathedral to prevent anyone from approaching. That's my opinion as well. Kenley realized that he had a headache whenever he heard about problems related to mathematics. All right. Klein reluctantly nodded his head. If he hadn't been able to convince his 2 teammates, he could only try to make a deal with Leonard using the excuse that everyone had their own secrets. He would have to pay a certain amount of information in exchange for his departure. Chapter 163. Faint light shone in from the narrow, stained windows high above, making the darkness in the Morse Cathedral a little more visible. Klein placed his top hat on his knees and leaned his cane on his leg. He sat quietly on the first row of chairs on the left side of the aisle and looked at the altar in front of him. There was no statue of a consecration there, only a huge, dark, sacred emblem. It had a black base and was embellished with resplendence. It surrounded half of the crimson moon. On the wall behind the sacred emblem, there were holes. The sunlight from the outside world shone in, condensing into pure, miniature spots of light. They connected with the dark surroundings and transformed into a majestic starry sky. Be it the Evernight goddess, the eternal blazing sun, or the Lord of Storms, none of the Orthodox deities left behind a concrete image. They could only be consecrated and worshipped as their symbols. This seems to be another expression of not looking directly at God. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. He wasn't in a hurry to create the flaring sun charm while he was guarding sealed artifact 3-0782 alone. He believed that he had to be cautious, patient, and wait. In the first 10 minutes or so, Leonard and Kenley could come in at any time to remind him of certain matters. Time passed quickly in the extremely quiet atmosphere. Klein suddenly snapped out of his daze and took out his silver, vine-patterned pocket watch. He snapped it open and glanced at it. "It's been 20 minutes," he muttered silently. He put his half-top hat and black, silver-inlaid cane to the side, got up, and walked to a relatively secluded corner near the altar. He first faced the side of the altar, but when he saw the huge, dark, sacred emblem and the holy scene that looked like a night sky projection, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and unease. Hence, he turned his back to the altar. Right on the heels of that, Klein took off sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inside of his black tuxedo and bent down to place the ancient, dark gold badge on the ground. Looking at the abstract symbol of the sun, Klein took out a small candle mixed with sandalwood and placed it right below sealed artifact 3-0782. This was a dualistic ritual that he had learned from the eternal blazing Sunday. He used objects that were closely related to the deity to directly symbolize him, and used candles to represent himself. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Klein took out the items needed for the ritual one by one, including a carving knife, 2 thin gold plates, the essential oil extracted from a mixture of black-edged sunflower, golden-edged sunflower, and white-edged sunflower, fingered citron powder, and rosemary powder. After doing all of this, Klein skillfully used the silver ritualistic dagger to guide the flow of spirituality around the simple altar, creating an invisible, sealed wall. He squatted down, put away the silver dagger, stretched out his right hand, and lit the candle that symbolized himself by rubbing it spiritually. In the flickering, dim light, Klein picked up the sun essential oil and dripped a drop onto the candle flame. With a splash, an illusory fog spread out, bringing with it the scent of sunlight. After burning the fingered citron and rosemary powder, Klein stood up with the carving knife and the gold plates. He took a step back and chanted in ancient Hermes, "Blood of the eternal blazing Sunday, you are the inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce." The inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of contracts, and the guardian of commerce were all part of the eternal blazing sun's honorific name. Without the prefix of blood of the eternal blazing sun, the ritual needed a response from the deity before it could continue. If that happened, Klein suspected that the eternal blazing sun would recognize him as the disrespectful person who looked straight at him. When that happened, Leonard and Kenley would only see a pile of black ashes when they entered. Furthermore, the ritual had to be done in ancient Hermes, a sacrificial language that came directly from nature. Only an unprotected but effective language would allow the incantation to bypass the eternal blazing sun and point to the mutated sun sacred emblem. At the same time as he was stealing the power of a deity, Klein couldn't divine if things would go smoothly. He believed that it would make him face the deity again. Therefore, he could only keep his heart in suspense as he cautiously chanted the follow-up incantation. I pray to you to bestow me with power. Bestow me with the power to complete the flaring sun charm. Blood of the eternal blazing sun, please transmit your power to my charm. Fingered citron, herb that belongs to the domain of the sun, please transmit your power to my charm. As the incantation came to an end, Klein suddenly felt something light up in front of him. The dark gold emblem emitted a blazing light, like the sun that had descended upon the earth. Klein was instantly immersed in extreme heat. His hair quickly heated up, as though it was about to combust. His feet seemed to be stepping on the yellow sand that had been illuminated by the midday sun. His face and body were being buffeted by the strong winds that blew in from all directions. At that moment, he felt that he had to do something to guide and release the burning power. Otherwise, he would become a human candle. Without needing to think, Klein raised his hands. With his thoughts boiling like porridge, he relied on the combination of his spirituality and the strong winds. Following his instincts and the guidance of the ritual, he used a carving knife to carve symbols, corresponding spirit numbers, magical labels, and ancient incantations on both sides of the gold piece. Outside the cathedral, Leonard was standing in the shadows, avoiding the afternoon sun. Suddenly, he realized that the sun had become stronger, just like the hottest days in early July. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. He saw that the blue curtain didn't have a single cloud or speck of dust. It was so clear that it left him in awe. Strange weather. On the other side, Kenley had also noticed the change in the sunlight. Leonard was about to respond with a chuckle when he suddenly tilted his head. He frowned slightly and looked at the cathedral as though he was scrutinizing it. Thankfully, Roshan isn't here. Otherwise, she would be complaining that the sun has tanned her skin, Leonard said with a smile as he retracted his gaze. The blazing sunlight only lasted for a few minutes before it gradually dimmed. Everything returned to its original state. Inside the cathedral, Klein's carving knife was making the final stroke. As the magical label that symbolized light was completed, The spirituality on both sides of the gold piece suddenly merged into one and retracted into the innermost part of the metal piece. No, this is closer to godhood. Klein finally broke away from the burning heat and examined the two flaring sun charms in his hands with a clear mind. The golden luster on their surface had already dimmed, and the patterns were simple and complicated. A warm and moist feeling seeped out bit by bit, seeping into Klein's skin. Not bad. I finally have a powerful trump card. Klein sighed silently. The activation incantation he had set for the flaring sun charms was the ancient Hermes word for light. If I want light, there will be light, he mocked himself as he put the flaring sun charms into another pocket. He didn't put them together with the slumber, requiem, and dream charms, as that would affect the latter and reduce the duration of their effects. Yes, the flaring sun charms' powers can be maintained for at least a year, maybe even longer. Klein reined in his thoughts and looked at the mutated sun sacred emblem on the ground. Seeing that there were no changes on the surface, and that the warm and pure feeling was still assimilating the surroundings, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly completed the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. Only then did he have the mood to check himself. He discovered that his shirt was almost completely drenched, his face was covered in sweat, and the edges of his hair were slightly curled. Thankfully, Klein sighed in relief, put away the items, and returned to his original seat. He was so tired that he fell asleep sitting down until he was awakened by footsteps. He opened his eyes abruptly and subconsciously touched the flaring sun charms to confirm if it was still there. "You don't seem to be in a good state," Leonard asked as he entered the cathedral. Klein rubbed his temples and got up with a smile. "Because I'm almost at my limit." He took out his silver pocket watch, opened it, and said, "Just in time. It's your turn to guard sealed artifact 3-0782. Before he finished his sentence, Klein took off the mutated sun sacred emblem and handed it to Leonard calmly. After watching him walk out of the cathedral, Leonard put away his frivolous attitude and carefully examined sealed artifact 3-0782. His expression gradually became confused, revealing obvious confusion. After taking turns to guard it, the three Nighthawks embarked on their return journey. Before that, they got Priest Smile to keep an eye on the town's situation. If there were any suspicious incidents, they were to immediately send a telegram to St. Selena Cathedral. At 7:20 in the evening, they finally arrived at Zutland Street and handed over sealed artifact 3-0782. After confirming that the captain didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, Klein happily left the Blackthorn Security Company and rushed home before 8 o'clock. He took out his keys and opened the door. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar figure. It was a girl who was obviously not even 20 years old. She was wearing an old, grayish-white dress and was diligently wiping the dining room. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, and her nose wasn't sharp enough. Her facial features were very ordinary. "Who is it?" Klein was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood that she was a maidservant who was here to try out doing housework. At that moment, Banson lowered the newspaper and looked at his brother. He smiled and said, "Companies that don't let their employees leave work on time are always disgusting. But the salary it gives can heal such wounds," Klein replied with a smile. "When Miss Justice's £300 arrives, I'll tell Banson and Melissa about the salary increase to £6 a week, so that they don't have to worry too much about the family's finances." As Klein thought about it, he leaned on his cane, took off his top hat, and walked to the living room. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you made your choice?" He had used the information on the three maidservants to divine yesterday and came to the conclusion that they were suitable. Hence, he handed the decision to his brother and sister. "Yes, Bella. Her weekly salary is 5 soldi. She is very willing and has the ability to learn how to cook. She hopes to become a family chef in the future. That way, her weekly salary will double. Her father is a worker at the Tingen Iron and Steel Union factory, and her mother is a laundress." Banson replied with a chuckle, Of course, the other reason why Melissa and I made the decision is that the other two maidservants believe in the Lord of Storms. She's the only believer of the goddess. I personally don't mind believers of the Lord of Storms, but Melissa doesn't like it. It wasn't that Melissa didn't dislike it. A more accurate description was that she lamented their misfortune and was angry that they didn't strive. Yes, Lucien said it. Klein recalled his sister's behavior all this while, and a smile appeared on his face. Benson didn't speak further. He put down the newspaper and stood up. Since you're back, let's enjoy dinner. The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. Good morning. Roshan looked around and said, Old Neil is sick. Why don't we visit him at noon? Old Neil is sick? Klein asked in surprise. Could it be that the anti-diarrhea ritual caused severe constipation? From his reaction after he vaguely learned of the acting method, it's possible for him to suddenly fall sick. As he gets older, his mind becomes weaker. His body will most likely suffer from problems. Roshan nodded vigorously. Yes, he got someone to apply for leave from the captain. Klein nodded slightly and said, Then we'll visit him at noon. Sigh. Speaking of which, old Neil is quite pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his child is busy in some city. He can only lie at home alone and helpless after he falls sick. He recalled the first time he went to old Neil's house. Upon hearing Klein's sigh, Roseanne widened her eyes and asked in surprise, Chapter 164. What? Klein was stunned by Roseanne's question as he recalled in a daze, that's right. He recalled in a daze, when I went to old Neil's place last month, I found a piano in the living room. He told me that his deceased wife loved music. As he spoke, Klein was alarmed. For some baffling reason, he had an ominous thought. Roshan frowned and said with uncertainty, Perhaps I remembered wrongly. That's not right. Perhaps I remembered wrongly. That's not right. Mrs. Oriana and I often visited old Neil's place in the first half of the year. Back then, there wasn't a piano in the living room. I clearly remember asking him why he remained single. His answer was that he had never met the lady he wanted to marry. No piano in the first half of the year. And he's still answering the question of why he remained single. Klein tensed up and asked in a deep voice, Roshan, how long has it been since you visited old Neil's place? Ever since Kenley became a nighthawk and Viola chose to leave this place, I've been either staying up late or catching up on sleep. How could I have the time to visit someone else's place? Yes, since the beginning of June. Roshan was a little confused by the question, so she could only answer honestly. Klein's heart sank when he heard that, as if he had a premonition of something. He hastily took a halfpenny piece out of his pocket and held it between his thumb and middle finger. Taking a deep breath, Klein deliberated for a moment before quickly deciding on a divination statement. Old Neil's current condition isn't right. Old Neil's current condition isn't right. As he silently recited the statement, his eyes quickly turned black as he entered a cogitation state. Ding! He flicked his thumb, causing the brass penny to fly into the air as it tumbled and spun. Pa! The coin fell and landed right in Klein's open palm. This time, George III head was facing up, and the head represented correctness and affirmation. This meant that old Neil's current condition was indeed not right. As Klein held the coin, he suddenly recalled the time when he had just advanced. He quickly grasped spirit vision and saw a pair of nearly transparent, abnormally cold, eyelashless, and strange illusory eyes behind old Neil. His explanation back then was that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. Right? I also saw a nearly formless figure in the shadows by the door. The color of his aura is completely the same as the surrounding yellow and gloomy environment. Also, after I completely digested the seer potion, I secretly switched the spirit vision switch to a light clasp of my teeth. After that, I tried it and casually looked at old Neil, but he suddenly coughed violently as though his lungs were being torn apart. Scenes flashed through Klein's mind, making his expression turn increasingly solemn. Roseanne glanced at him and asked with fear and trepidation, "Did old Neil lose control?" "No, although he's petty, stingy, and wants to reimburse for everything. He's actually a good person. He rarely gets angry, so he won't lose control." "I can't be sure, but I believe that old Neil is only close to losing control," Klein consoled Roshan, quickly passed through the partition, and pushed open the door to the captain's office. Dunn Smith was drinking his coffee when he was shocked by the sudden intruder. He nearly choked on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Klein, and his expression turned very serious. Klein answered rather succinctly, but without hiding anything. "Captain, I divined that old Neil's condition isn't right. Last month, old Neil told me that his deceased wife liked music, but today Roshan said that he's remained single. Furthermore, on the day I became a Beyonder, I saw a pair of illusory and strange eyes watching everything behind old Neil. There was also a nearly transparent figure spying on us at the door. He told me that it was a remnant of ritualistic magic. I felt that something wasn't right, so I attempted a divination." Dunn listened with a solemn expression and stood up. As he walked to the coat rack, he asked in puzzlement, "Why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control?" "Over the past month, old Neil has behaved no different from a normal Beyonder. He even worked with me to help Swain eliminate a mandated punisher who had lost control. I've also used my spirit vision to observe the color of his aura several times and found that he's relatively healthy, just a little old. Therefore, I believe that he's only close to losing control and is showing signs of it. There's still room for redemption." Klein expressed his opinion in one breath. Dunn wore his black top hat and knee-length trench coat. He nodded slightly and said, "A very reasonable deduction. Let's go visit old Neil now. Yes, try not to agitate him. Then, try to control him and use ritualistic magic to stabilize his state and prevent his deterioration." Control. When Klein heard this word, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Captain, can we use sealed artifact 3-0611? He had been thinking about how to resolve old Neil's situation and try to save him, but because he was too flustered, uneasy, and worried, he couldn't come up with a solution. Only when he was reminded by Dunn Smith's words did he remember that there was a sealed artifact that could be of use. Number 0611. Name, quiet hair. Danger level 3. There's a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Only operations involving 3 or more people can be applied. Security clearance level, official Nighthawk member and above. Sealing method. Does not come into direct contact with living creatures. Description. This is a simple accessory made up of many strands of dark black hair. As long as they come into contact with it without protection, all living creatures will lose all their desires and emotions, including but not limited to hunger, anger, sadness, pain, jealousy, envy, hatred, happiness, satisfaction, and greed. It has been confirmed that the affected creatures will even lose their desire to come into contact with 0611. They will quietly stay in place until the end of their lives. If there is an external force that causes the affected person to come into contact with 0611, the former will gradually return to normal. However, the experimental data shows that the condition for all of this to work is that the contact time does not exceed 2 hours. Once the contact time exceeds 2 hours, the affected person will remain silent forever. The highest level of the experimental subject is sequence 5. You can avoid direct contact by wearing gloves or other means. These strands of hair do not possess any living characteristics. They do not have any tendency to attempt to escape the seal. Appendix. These strands of hair appeared in a failed advancement incident. They are the remains of a Nighthawk captain who failed to advance to sequence 6. Upon hearing Klein's words, Dunn nodded with his deep gray eyes. Excellent suggestion. I almost forgot about 3-0611. Go to the recreation room and look for Royale. I'll go to Cheney's Gate to retrieve the sealed artifact and apply for it when I return. That's how it should be. There's no time to waste. Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately went to the Nighthawk's recreation room and called out Sleepless Royale, who rarely had any expressions. "What mission is it?" Royale asked calmly with her silky black hair. Klein exhaled and answered with a heavy tone, "Visit old Neil." "Visit old Neil." He. Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. "Visit old Neil." He. Royale's eyes widened as she had a bad guess. "I'm not sure yet," Klein said with a slight nod. Royale didn't say another word. The two of them fell into silence. The surrounding air seemed to condense and become heavy. After a few minutes, Dunn finally returned from underground. He wore a black glove and grabbed a clump of messy, intertwined, pitch-black hair. Compared to the mutated sun's sacred emblem, the tranquil hair didn't have any obvious external abnormalities. If it were to fall on the road, it would be easily overlooked. After calling the carriage driver, Caesar, the four of them embarked on their journey to old Neil's house. The wheels rolled over the muddy road that had just rained. The carriage was even quieter than the middle of the night. After an unknown period of time, Dunn sighed and said when old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. When old Neil was young, he actually had a couple who was about to get engaged. However, she suddenly fell seriously ill and was difficult to treat. Old Neil risked leaking the secrets of Beyonders and attempted to use ritualistic magic to save her, but he failed. Back then, old Neil was only a beginner in mysticism. According to the records, the Nighthawks were wary that old Neil would lose control because of this. Fortunately, he eventually regained his rationality and didn't show any abnormalities. I hope this is also a false alarm. Klein couldn't help but draw a crimson moon on his chest and pray softly. May the goddess bless him. Dunn and Royale did the same. May the goddess bless him. The sky gradually brightened, and the dark clouds completely dissipated. The Nighthawk's carriage stopped in front of old Neil's house. After getting Caesar to drive the carriage far away, Dunn restrained his emotions. With his cane in one hand and sealed artifact 3-0611 in the other, he walked towards the main door with his gray eyes. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and, together with Royale, followed the captain through the garden that was planted with roses and golden mint. After arriving at the door, Klein took a step forward and pulled the rope that was connected to the bell in the house. Ding-ding-dang-dang. The clear and melodious sound of the bell echoed in the room, breaking the heavy silence. Ding-ding-dang-dang. Ding-ding-dang-dang. Klein pulled it a few times before retreating politely and didn't try again. The three Nighthawks waited patiently for a few minutes, but they didn't hear any footsteps coming to open the door. Maybe old Neil went to see a doctor and isn't at home, Klein said with a forced smile. Before he finished his sentence, a melodious melody came from inside the house. It was a beautiful piece played by a piano. It was like a peaceful lake covered by a thin layer of mist under the moonlight. Dunn's expression immediately turned abnormally solemn and grave. Klein's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He was about to do a divination when he suddenly saw water gushing out from the gap below the main door. Chapter 165. The color of the blood reflected Klein's eyes, as well as his nearly frozen gaze. At that moment, there was a sudden cough from inside the house. Old Neil said in a hoarse voice, "Dunn, what are you doing here?" Dunn's gray eyes were extremely deep as he replied unhurriedly with his mellow voice, "We heard that you were sick." "We heard you were sick, so we came to visit you." The house fell silent. After a few seconds, old Neil shouted angrily and fearfully, "No, you're lying." Without waiting for Klein and the others to speak, his tone suddenly turned weak. "Yes, I know I'm not in the right state of mind." "Old Neil." Klein suddenly closed his eyes, but the blood that seeped out from the crack of the door didn't stop. Following that, old Neil raised his voice. But all this while, I've never hurt anyone, nor have I ever thought of hurting anyone. I didn't betray the important secrets of the Nighthawks. At most, I've claimed some expenses that I shouldn't have. I really haven't done anything bad. Klein, he suddenly shouted like he usually did. I told you that the maxim of a mystery prior is do whatever you want, but do no harm. I've always adhered to this saying. I'd rather endure and wait than do anything that would harm others. Having said that, he pleaded in fear. Done, Royale, Klein, go back. Go back. Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be back to normal. I swear to the goddess, I won't hurt anyone. Really? Dunn closed his eyes and asked in a very gentle tone, What exactly do you want to do? What have you been trying to do? Me. Old Neil was at a loss at first. Then, filled with hope, he said, I'm trying to resurrect Celeste. Done, I've found a way. I'm on the right path. You should have heard that I made a mistake when I was performing ritualistic magic. I didn't cure her illness or save her. I know that it was because I didn't have a good grasp of mysticism. But now I have enough knowledge and experience to complete everything. What a pity. I didn't get any inspiration from the mystery prior's maxim and Daly's example. I missed the best opportunity. If I were a high-sequence beyonder, things would be much easier. As he spoke, old Neil sounded like he was about to cry. No, I can't give up any more. Done, go back, I beg you. Klein clenched his teeth and heard the captain's voice fluctuate slightly. How do you plan to resurrect Celeste? Old Neil instantly became excited. I'll use alchemy of life to prepare a body that won't age for her. Done. Perhaps you don't know this, but a sequence 4 of the Church of Earth Mother is good at alchemy of life. The corresponding sequences of the savant pathway can barely do it. Yes, I'll use the grace of a deity to complete it. Then I'll summon her soul from the spirit world and pray for the help of a deity to reunite her soul and body. Isn't that a great idea? Dunn forced the corners of his mouth to curl up. Yes, it's a great idea. Old Neil, let us in. Perhaps we can help you. Dunn, are you still unwilling to let me go? Old Neil pleaded. Go back. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Really? Dunn, I swear I won't steal your coffee beans again. Klein, Royale, I swear I won't make you cooperate with me to claim expenses that you shouldn't have. Really? Under Klein's and Royale's blurry vision, Dunn lowered his head before looking up and saying, Old Neil, you misunderstand. We're here to visit you. You're our companion. You're sick and in a bad state, so we'll definitely visit you. Open the door and let us take a look. Let us rest assured. As long as you're really fine, we'll immediately return. As you know, there have been a lot of missions recently. We have to monitor the mental asylum while dealing with all kinds of sudden incidents. Old Neil hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm really fine. I really don't have any big problems. Really. I'll recover tomorrow. The blood-red liquid that seeped out from the cracks in the door flowed down the steps and onto the stone path, flowing into the soil of the garden. Old Neil, we've known each other for 15 years, right? We've been on countless missions together. I'm very concerned and worried about you. I have to see you with my own eyes before I can be at ease, Dunn said in a mellow voice. All right then. Old Neil mumbled, I'm really fine. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Klein quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes, restoring his vision to normal. Then he saw that the carpet in the foyer was covered in a blood-colored, sticky and hairy liquid. He looked forward and gradually moved up. He realized that the floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were also covered in a disgusting, sticky, blood-colored liquid that was covered in short black hairs. Old Neil's white head hung in midair, connected to the ceiling through a thick layer of sticky liquid. A pair of eyes grew out of his forehead and cheeks. They were cold and eyelashless eyes. The keys of the piano danced on their own, playing a beautiful and melodious melody. Dunn, look. I'm really fine, Old Neil said with a radiant smile. Royale, Klein, you think so too, right? The moment he opened his mouth, Klein saw a sticky, blood-colored liquid with short black hairs flowing inside. Dunn's gray eyes flickered as he casually chatted. Old Neil, where did you learn alchemy of life and the resurrection ritual? Old Neil replied, excitedly, I heard it. I've tried the first part. It's real. This is a gift from God. He kept telling and describing in my ears. He is his. Old Neil's voice froze. More than 10 seconds later, he said in a daze and fear. 10 seconds later, he said in confusion and fear. He is the hidden sage, hidden sage? Isn't that the non-personified deity that the Moses ascetic order believes in? And this deity later came to life, bringing with him evil and corruption. The Moses ascetic order holds the complete mystery prior sequence. Klein's heart stirred as he thought of many things. At the mention of the hidden sage, Old Neil seemed to finally snap to his senses. He looked around in a daze and sized up everything. In the indescribable silence, his 6 eyes looked at Dunn at the same time. He said with a bitter smile, So I've already become a monster. Without waiting for Dunn and company to reply, Old Neil suddenly revealed a panicked, fawning, fearful, and timid smile. Let me leave. I'll enter the mountains and never appear again. I won't hurt anyone. I'll only quietly attempt my ritual. Really, let me go. Please, I beg you. And at that moment, Klein felt something illusory shatter in front of him. Right on the heels of that, Old Neil's 4 cold, lashless eyes flashed with a dark glow as they locked onto Dunn. His expression turned indifferent. You're pulling me into a dream. No, it's useless. My eyes can see through all of this. The blood-colored viscous liquid that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls began to squirm, like a giant opening its mouth in an attempt to swallow Klein and company. As for Old Neil's head, it turned blurry like layers of illusions. Klein didn't pull out his revolver in a panic. Instead, he reached into his pocket, intending to use the slumber charm. Suddenly, he saw everything calm down again. The blood-colored, viscous liquid that was covered in dense black hair was as calm as a windless lake. Old Neil lost his cold, hateful and longing expressions. He became calm and peaceful. At some point in time, Dunn had already thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the blood-colored viscous liquid. The 4 lashless eyes on Old Neil's forehead and cheeks slowly closed, as though he lacked the desire to open them. Any creature that came into contact with the tranquil hair would become silent and lose all motivation until the end of their lives. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns and aimed at each other's heads. At that moment, Old Neil's face revealed an expression of extreme fear as he struggled with all his might. His strong desire to live was able to slightly overcome the influence of sealed artifact 3-0611. The 4 additional eyes had disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep. His hair was white, and his dark red eyes were slightly turbid. He looked just like the first time Klein saw him. Dunn, do you remember that I once saved you? Royale, do you remember that I helped you save your family's lives? Klein, do you remember that I taught you mysticism every day? Do you remember that we discussed how to claim expenses? Do you remember that I made you hand-ground coffee? Do you remember that we dealt with the out-of-control, mandated punishers together? An illusory plea drilled into Klein's ears, causing his right hand, which was holding the revolver, to tremble. It made him feel that it was extremely difficult to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 silver demon hunting bullets flew out, stabbing into Old Neil's head one after the other. Klein saw the unusually familiar face reveal a look of despair. He saw his skull split open, and he saw blood and milky white splatter in all directions. The surrounding viscous, blood-colored liquid began to shrink, quietly flowing back to the area around Old Neil's head that had fallen to the ground. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns at the same time and fell into silence. Klein watched all of this in silence. He watched as old Neil's corpse finally turned into a pile of rotting flesh and blood. He saw a pair of dark red, crystalline eyes in the flesh and blood that were in pain. He felt that all of this was more like a dream. He couldn't believe that it had happened and ended just like that. He watched in a daze and speechless as Dunn took 2 steps forward and saw his captains slightly hunched back. Dressed in a black trench coat, Dunn looked at old Neil's corpse in front of him. Chapter 166. We are guardians, but also a bunch of pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Dunn's words reverberated in old Neil's house. They reverberated between the corroded floors, walls, and ceiling, as well as in Klein's mind and soul. There had never been a moment that left a deeper impression on him than now. He felt that he might never forget this feeling for the rest of his life, even if he returned to Earth in the future. In the almost frozen atmosphere, Dunn walked towards old Neil's corpse and half-squatted down. He took out a white handkerchief from the upper side pocket of his black trench coat and covered the pair of dark red, crystalline and pained eyes. At that moment, Klein saw from the corner of his eye that the piano keys had stopped moving on their own. A nearly transparent figure appeared. This, Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision from outside the door, was stunned. He actually hadn't noticed this strange spirit at all. Was it because of old Neil's mental interference, or was it because of the power he gained after losing control? Klein watched as the nearly invisible figure quickly evaporated and completely disappeared from his sight. He vaguely understood something. Amidst his heavy and repressed feelings, he heard the captain instruct, "Search old Neil's house carefully. Search old Neil's house carefully and look for any possible clues." All right. The moment Klein spoke, he was stunned by his own voice for a few seconds. It was so hoarse and deep, as though he had a bad cold. "All right," Royale replied. "Her voice is in a similar state to mine. Both her nostrils are blocked." Klein looked at the female teammate who never had any expression, as though he was meeting her for the first time. He placed his cane on the umbrella rack in the hall, walked around sealed artifact 3-0611, and walked into the living room with heavy footsteps. He went up to the second floor and searched each bedroom for clues. Old Neil would hire short-term employees to clean the room regularly, so it wasn't as messy as most bachelors. Everything was neat and orderly, as though there was a real mistress of the house. Half an hour later, Klein found some manuscripts on the bookshelf in old Neil's bedroom. The manuscripts were messily recording some strange and bizarre rituals. Life refinement. The required materials include 100 milliliters of spring water from the Elven Spring, Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 50 grams of star crystals, half a pound of gold, 5 grams of phlogiston, 30 grams of hematite, and a large amount of fresh blood from living people. Under the blood of the living, old Neil commented, "I can consider extracting my own, accumulating them one by one, and using ritualistic magic to preserve them. I can consider drawing my own." Klein closed his eyes, and his fingers crumpled the draft. Thursday morning, 9 o'clock, moonrise, Raphael Cemetery. Klein wore a pure black suit and shirt. He held a silver-inlaid cane and stood quietly in a corner of the graveyard. A neatly folded white handkerchief was stuffed in his chest pocket, and he held a solemn and serene slumber flower in his hand. At that moment, Dunn, Fry, Leonard, and Kenley carried the black coffin with old Neil's corpse in it. They walked to the front of the tombstone and silently placed it in the pit that they had dug. Looking at the yellowish-brown soil covering the grave, Roshan, who was wearing a black dress and a white flower in her hair, sobbed softly. "Can someone tell me, is this all true? Why did you lose control? Why did you consume the potion? Why did you become an extraordinary? Why did you have to have vengeful spirits? Why did you have to have monsters? Why couldn't there be a safer method? Why? Klein listened in silence until old Neil's coffin was covered by the soil, until all traces of his existence were buried deep in the grave. "May the goddess bless you." He drew a crimson moon on his chest. then took a few steps forward. He bent down and placed the slumber flower in front of the tombstone. "May the goddess bless you. Done, Fry." And the others tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein raised his head and straightened his back. He saw the black and white photograph on the tombstone. Old Neil was wearing his classic black bonnet. His exposed hair was mottled with white, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were deep. His dark red eyes were slightly turbid. He was so calm. There was no more sorrow, pain, or fear. Below the photograph was an epitaph. It came from what old Neil had recently written in his diary. "If I can't save her, then I will accompany her." The cool morning breeze blew gently. The coldness, silence, and silence of Raphael's cemetery infected everyone present. At noon, Klein walked to the armory with the captain's signed list. He pushed open the half-closed door and saw Bright, who had a thick black beard, sitting behind the table. Klein was obviously taken aback. He then handed over the list. 50 rounds of ordinary bullets. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the silver-inlaid tin can on the table. He seemed to smell the fragrant aroma of hand-ground coffee, and he seemed to hear the laughter in his ears. But why wait until we have extra money? You can write an application to Dunn and get him to approve the expenses. Bright looked at Klein's expression and sighed. "I can guess how you feel. I can't believe that old Neil left us just like that. Sometimes I even think that this might be a dream created by the captain. This might be the fate of many Nighthawks," Klein replied with a bitter smile. After this incident, he was disappointed and resentful towards the higher-ups of the church who had concealed the acting method. "I hope such tragedies will become less frequent. May the goddess bless all of you." Bright drew a crimson moon on his chest, took the list, and walked to the armory at the back. Bang! 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 The smell of gunpowder permeated the surroundings. Klein vented his anger by shooting at the target in front of him. He only cleaned himself up when he ran out of brass bullets. He then took a trackless public carriage to Gawain's house. He practiced set after set of exercises as though he was torturing himself until he was stopped by Gawain. "Combat practice isn't meant to hurt yourself," Gawain said in a deep voice as he stared at Klein with his slightly turbid, dark green eyes. "Sorry, teacher, I'm not in a good mood today." Klein exhaled and explained. "What happened?" Gawain asked emotionlessly. Klein thought for a moment and answered simply, "A friend of mine passed away suddenly." Gawain was silent for a few seconds. He raised his hand to touch his mottled blonde sideburns and said in a light tone, "I once lost 325 friends in 5 minutes. I once lost 325 friends in 5 minutes, and among them, at least 10 of them were the kind of people who could trust their backs to the other party." Klein sighed in enlightenment and said, "That's the cruelty of war." Gawain glanced at him and suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "The cruelest thing is that I'll never be able to avenge them. I won't be able to fulfill their wishes. I'll never be able to. And you still have such a chance. Although I don't understand what happened, I know that you're still young. You still have many chances." Klein was silent for a moment. He suddenly took a deep breath and gathered his spirits. "Thank you, teacher." Gawain nodded slightly and said without any expression, "Rest for 10 minutes. Rest for 10 minutes. Then repeat 10 sets of the previous exercise." Klein was momentarily at a loss as to what expression to use in response. Friday morning, in the recreation room of the Nighthawks. Klein, Sikatron, and Fry sat around a round table, but they weren't playing cards. One was reading a newspaper and flipping through a magazine. One was staring out the oriel window in a daze, and one was holding a fountain pen as though he wanted to write something, but couldn't put his pen to paper. The room was quiet. No one spoke or joked. The atmosphere was heavy. Phew! Klein exhaled and put down the newspaper. He planned to focus his attention on reading all sorts of information. At this moment, Dunn Smith knocked on the door and entered. He looked around and said, Klein, come out for a moment. What's the matter? Klein had a premonition as he stood up and followed him out of the recreation room. Dunn stood at the staircase that led underground. He turned around and looked at him. The people from the Holy Cathedral are here. Chapter 167. The wind blowing from the underground was terrifyingly cold. Klein felt a sense of relief in his tense state. It was finally here. As long as I get through this, I won't have to worry about such things for at least half a year. Once I advance to Sequence 8 and become a so-called clown, I'll have true combat strength. With the aid of divination and the flaring sun charm as my trump card, I'll have a high chance of surviving even if I encounter a greater danger. In order to wait for the Holy Cathedral's investigation, I didn't even withdraw the 300 pounds that Miss Justice had deposited into an anonymous account. I didn't want to be audited and found to have financial problems and be convicted of having a huge amount of wealth of unknown origin. Just as all sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, Dunn Smith adjusted his shirt collar and said in a deep voice, "That's right. The person in charge of this examination is one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Night Hawks, Christet, Casimir. The Holy Cathedral thinks very highly of you, Senior Deacon." Klein blurted out in surprise. The 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons were the upper echelons of the church, in the usual sense. It was said that there was no lack of high-sequence beyonders among them. These 22 gentlemen and ladies were completely equal in status. They only followed the Evernight goddess's oracle and were only responsible to the Pope. Dunn took a deep breath of the cool underground air and nodded slightly. Yes, a high-ranking deacon. However, you don't have to be nervous. Christet is only a Sequence 5 and hasn't stepped into the realm of a demigod. There's no need to be too afraid. Yes, his title in the Beyonder world is the goddess's sword. As he has obtained the recognition of a holy artifact, his combat strength isn't inferior to a newly advanced Sequence 4. I've talked to him just now. He's very kind. What the captain is implying is that he only said what should be said and didn't say anything that shouldn't be said. He's telling me not to be nervous and to follow the plan. Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where should I meet this senior deacon?" "The alchemy room for mixing potions," Dunn answered simply and directly, a trace of sadness flashing across his face. An alchemy room for mixing potions? The laboratory where old Neil concocted the seer potion? Klein slowly exhaled and returned to the Nighthawk's recreation room. He took his coat from the coat rack. He put on the thin black trench coat, put his hands in his pockets, walked down the winding staircase, and turned left at the crossroads. Soon, Klein saw a hidden door illuminated by an elegant gas lamp. He saw that the long tables inside had been moved away, leaving the center empty. 2 classical high-back chairs were placed there. They stood facing each other, less than a meter apart. A man in his 30s wearing a black windbreaker and a white shirt was sitting at the table facing the door. His golden brown hair was shaved very short, and his dark green eyes were like a moonless lake in the middle of the night. The collar of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, hiding his entire chin in the shadows. "Hello, Your Excellency, Casimir." Klein bowed. Christet, Casimir crossed his right leg over his left. He leaned back in his chair leisurely and smiled. He smiled and said, "Hello, Klein. You may sit over there." He pointed at the high-back chair opposite him. Beside his feet was a suitcase made of silver-white metal. Its length and width were similar to the case of a violin. It can hold a sword that isn't too long. Klein took a few steps forward and sat in the seat that belonged to him. Christet bent his right index finger and pressed it against his nostrils. He muttered to himself for a few seconds. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "I plan on testing your mastery of the potion. Are you all right with that?" "No." Klein shook his head confidently. Very confident. Christet chuckled and maintained his previous posture as he stared at the man in front of him quietly. Klein suddenly felt the light from the gas lamp disappear as it was swallowed by the thick darkness. He suddenly became extremely exhausted, as though he had reached the time of sleep marked by his biological clock. However, he was also highly tense and couldn't relax, just like how he had been in the past when he couldn't sleep peacefully due to exhaustion. The quiet night permeated the surroundings. Klein could hear the dripping sound of the tap that wasn't tightened. He could hear the voices in the Blackthorn Security Company, as well as the sound of the wind blowing past the stairwell. Other than that, he didn't see anything he wasn't supposed to see or hear anything he wasn't supposed to hear. Very good. Christette's magnetic voice dispelled the darkness, and the light from the gas lamp inside and outside the alchemy lab appeared before Klein's eyes once again. Klein was suddenly freed from his deep exhaustion and regained his previous high spirits. Unknowingly, it affected me. Is this the standard of a Sequence 5? Is this the terror of a high-ranking deacon? He recalled what had just happened with some lingering fear. Christette Casimir clasped his hands on his knees and shrunk down a little, causing his lips to be blocked by his high collar. You've passed the test. Your mastery of potions has reached an excellent level. Next, I want to observe if there are any hidden dangers in your body and soul, and if the remnant spirit of the potion has unknowingly changed your personality, leaving behind problems. You have 3 minutes to adjust your condition. Klein immediately nodded and said, "All right." He secretly took a deep breath and slowly entered a meditative state, eliminating all kinds of bad thoughts. Christette didn't say anything else. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inside of his black windbreaker and opened it. Then he focused on the ticking of the second hand. 3 minutes later, Christette closed his pocket watch with a click and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll start chanting." Chant? Klein revealed a puzzled expression. Without waiting for him to speak, Christette hummed a melodious tune. The melody reverberated in the alchemy room and gradually lost its harmony, no longer matching the tone. Creak! Ah! Stab! Klein seemed to hear the sound of fingernails scratching against a blackboard, the sound of plastic foam rubbing against each other, the sound of an electric drill, and all kinds of noises that drove him crazy. The noises grew louder and more chaotic, giving rise to a violent desire to destroy. However, Klein, who was often tested by crazy ravings and terrifying screams, quickly suppressed all kinds of impulses. He also appropriately showed some anxiety, tension, annoyance, and uneasiness. Being too perfect was actually a problem. At some point, Christette Casimir stopped chanting, and the noises in the alchemy room disappeared. The peace and silence of the underground surged in again. It's good to be quiet. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. Very good, very good. There are no hidden dangers in your body and soul. Of course, wanting to beat me up or stuff my mouth is a normal reaction. Christette's lips were blocked by his high collar, so one could only judge his emotions from his tone. No, I wouldn't dare, Klein admitted honestly. Christette laughed. Congratulations. You have passed all the tests. Next is the question and answer session. His dark green eyes suddenly became even deeper. His gaze was so deep that it seemed as if he could see through flesh and see into the soul. Please go ahead. Klein straightened his back. Christette maintained his previous posture and asked casually, "What's the matter?" "You're saying that the experience at the Divination Club helped you master the potion quickly?" "Yes," Klein answered very frankly, but he didn't give any further description. Christette nodded slightly. "You said that it was inspired by the mystery prior's Maxim and Daly's example?" "Yes." Klein first confirmed, then changed the topic and explained in detail. "I learned from a mystery prior teammate that any mystery prior who abides by the Maxim has a lower chance of losing control. Later, I heard Madame Daly say that she wanted to be a true spirit medium and that she was a genius who advanced to Sequence 7 in 2 years. Combining these two situations, I felt that I could try to be a true seer and summarized the seer's principles. Yes, the results were much better than I expected. I quickly mastered the potion. Your Excellency, I'm not sure if you've had a similar experience, but when you truly master the potion, there will be a special and wonderful feeling. Klein described his experience, vaguely describing the acting method. If it were his previous life, he would definitely be nervous and blush if he were to say such half-truths in front of such a powerful nighthawk. However, ever since he transmigrated to this world, he had told too many lies and was long used to such things. He performed flawlessly. The deepness in Crestet's dark green eyes disappeared, and his gaze returned to its original state. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's not an illusion." From his answer, Klein didn't sense any suspicion or scrutiny. He secretly relaxed a little. Dunn has verified your experience. I think you are indeed a genius with clear logic and keen intuition, Crestet praised. Crestet complimented and asked, "Have you shared this experience with your teammates?" Of course, Klein admitted frankly. I hope to help them reduce the chances of losing control. We are teammates, comrades who face danger together. I can't think of any reason to hide it, and it's also because of this reason that I didn't tell the clerks. Crestet lowered his right leg and sat up straight, revealing his thin lips from the shadow of his collar. The corners of his mouth curled up. Although it hasn't been 2 months since you joined the Nighthawks, I believe you know your teammates better than most people. Yes, I plan to share some of my experience with you. But according to the rules of the Holy Cathedral, you have to swear to the goddess that you won't tell anyone who doesn't know about our conversation. Is that all right? I passed the test? Klein was delighted and nodded without hesitation. No problem. Chapter 168. All right. Crestet, Casimir nodded and leaned forward a little. Then swear on the holy relic. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the silver box at his feet. Holy relic? The holy relic that made you known as the Sword of the Goddess? Klein curiously observed the senior deacon's every move. Crestet placed the box on his knees, and his dark green eyes instantly turned black. He raised his right hand and pressed down. Something on the surface of the zither box-like, silvery white chest instantly shattered and disintegrated, receding like the tide. Almost at the same time, Klein felt that all the light around him was attracted to the box. Therefore, he saw that the alchemy room was completely dark, except for the elegant gas lamp itself surrounded by the metal grid, and the silver-white box flowing with light. The scene was exceptionally strange. Pa! With a crisp sound, the core of the Nighthawks, one of the 9 high-ranking deacons, Crestet Casimir, opened the chest, revealing a pure white bone sword inside. Yes, a bone sword. When he first saw this short sword that was less than a meter long, Klein instinctively thought that its main material was bone. In the dark alchemy room where the gas lamp burned silently, the dagger quietly emitted a pure white, moist light, like the moon hanging high in the night, comforting people's hearts, like a lighthouse pointing the way in the storm. Its surface seemed pure and flawless, but upon closer inspection, one would find that its depths were densely covered with layers of symbols and labels, and these mysterious patterns and the sword body formed an inseparable whole. Klein looked at the holy sword and suddenly found that he couldn't move his eyes away. His vision was sucked in, and his brown eyes slowly lost their luster. At this moment, Crestet moved the box upwards, moving the pure white dagger away from its original position. Klein instantly snapped to his senses, finally escaping from a nightmare that he couldn't avoid despite watching helplessly. He looked to the side and asked solemnly, "Sir, do you need me to place my hand on this holy sword?" "Yes, come here." Crestet's voice was like a lullaby reciting from a pillow book. Klein stood up, squinted his eyes, and moved forward one small step at a time. Because it was too dark, he couldn't even see the senior deacon's legs and his slightly old leather boots. "Stop," Crestet said calmly. Klein stopped in his tracks and stood in place. He quickly glanced at the pure white bone sword out of the corner of his eye and then looked away in fear. Following that 1 second of memory, he bent down, extended his right hand, and accurately pressed on the holy sword. A cold but not bone-piercing feeling passed through his skin to his brain, calming the distracting thoughts and worries in his heart in an instant. It was as if he had come to a village after the hustle and bustle, sat on the roof, smelled the harvest, and quietly looked up at the night sky and the starry sky. "Repeat after me," Christette said in a low voice. "Okay." Klein nodded. Then he heard the high-ranking deacon in front of him speak in Hermes, the Evernight goddess who is loftier than the starry sky and more eternal than eternity. "I swear on my true name and my spirituality. I, Klein, will never reveal the corresponding details to anyone who doesn't know about the acting method from now on. If I violate it, I'm at your disposal. Please bear witness to my oath." Klein reined in his various thoughts and solemnly recited the oath in Hermes with Deacon Casimir. Vaguely, he felt that he and the pure white-boned sword had established a subtle connection with a certain existence in the infinite distance. He retracted his right hand and drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady! Praise the lady!" Christette smiled and bowed as well. Right on the heels of that, he slammed the lid shut and pressed his right hand heavily and slowly on it. The darkness was instantly lit up, and the light from the gas lamps filled the room once again. Klein saw that Deacon Casimir's eyes, which had been tainted with a dark black luster, had also turned dark green at the same time. He retreated to his high-backed chair, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Acting method?" Christette cleared his throat and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "You might be confused about what I'm about to say next, but I won't explain it to you, because it involves the secrets of the Church. You'll only be qualified to know when you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon." Klein looked at Casimir, who had his collar up high, and answered inwardly, "You'll only be allowed to know when you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon," Christette emphasized. Klein nodded solemnly in agreement. Christette placed the silver box by his feet again and crossed his right leg. In the long history of the Church, generation after generation of Beyonder geniuses have gradually figured out the best way to avoid losing control. And the core of this method is the name of the potion. It's not only the key, but it's also the key. Glancing at Klein's pondering expression, Christette continued, "We discovered that the names of the potions all point to certain groups, and the corresponding groups have similar and unique patterns of behavior. To put it simply, the names of the potions contain certain rules, and different potion names contain different rules. When we strictly abide by the rules contained in our potions, the risk of losing control will be minimized, similar to my seer rules." Klein seized the opportunity to ask, "This isn't even as easy to understand as the explanation I gave to Justice and the hanging man." At the same time, he silently lampooned in his heart. "Yes." Christette gave an affirmative answer. "When we abide by the corresponding rules, it looks like we become the group described by the potion's name. That is to say, we are acting the job that the potion's name points to. Yes, this is the acting method. You have to remember that everyone's spirituality is special and unique. Compared to people who have consumed the same potion, the core rules that they need to abide by will not change, but the corresponding boundaries will have their own characteristics and will not be similar. Therefore, the experience of others can only be used as a reference. This is the key point that I didn't realize." Klein said sincerely, "Thank you for your reminder. Thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind." Christette smiled. "This is the accumulated experience of generations after generations," Yizichin said. "After using the acting method, we not only gain control of the potion, but we also digest it. It's just like digesting the food we eat. When you truly digest the potion and the remaining mental influence, you will obtain a unique and wonderful feeling. Do you understand?" I understand. Digesting. This word is very appropriate. Klein pretended to be deep in thought. After Crestet explained in detail for a while, Klein asked after some deliberation, "Your Excellency, since the name of the potion is the key and the key, how did the first Beyonders obtain them? I heard it was recorded on the blasphemy slate?" "Yes, that's correct." Crestet answered frankly, "But the records are all ancient names. Later on, the names of the potion were derived from divine revelations, and some came from the summaries of Beyonders themselves." Klein nodded slowly and pursed his lips. "Your Excellency, since the acting method is so effective, why doesn't the Church tell every Nighthawk about it? As I said, this is the Church's secret. When you become an archbishop or a senior deacon, you will understand the reason. All right, go back upstairs and inform the other Nighthawks. Get them to come down one by one. I'm going to carry out the final step of the examination." Was he trying to prevent Fry and the others from revealing the acting method? Klein stood up thoughtfully and bade farewell according to the etiquette of the Nighthawks. He walked through the corridor and up the stairs to return to the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw Dunn smoking his pipe at the entrance of the basement. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. The corners of his mouth curled up. Klein took the initiative and said, "There shouldn't be any problems. His Excellency, Casimir, asked me to inform Fry and the others to talk to them one by one. Yes, this is the final step. This also means that there were no problems before this." Dunn put away his pipe and went to the Nighthawks' recreation room to explain what had happened. As he watched Fry and Sika enter the basement, Klein suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said, "Captain, should we replace Royale, who's on duty at Cheney's Gate, and Leonard, who's monitoring the asylum? Oh, and Kenley, who's on leave." Dunn was taken aback. He pinched his temples. "I forgot," he paused, then chuckled and said, "However, it won't be too complicated. One of the benefits of having a high-ranking deacon do the examination is that there's no need to send a telegram to the Holy Cathedral. There's no need to go through all the complicated paperwork. He can give you a conclusion on the spot and give you the clown potion formula and main ingredients." That's not bad. Klein couldn't help but look forward to what was about to happen. An hour and a half passed. After Kenley walked out of the alchemy room with a solemn and doubtful expression, Klein was called underground again. He once again faced the high-ranking deacon, the goddess's sword, Crestet Casimir. This time the golden-brown-haired, green-eyed His Excellency didn't sit. Instead, he stood there, allowing the cold underground breeze to ruffle his black trench coat. Crestet's two heavy collars stood up high, hiding his chin in the shadows. He looked at Klein and smiled. "Nighthawk Klein Moretti, I solemnly inform you in the name of the goddess that you have passed the examination of the Holy Cathedral." Chapter 169. Phew, I finally passed. I passed just like that. Upon hearing Crestet Casimir's announcement, the mentally prepared Klein first heaved a sigh of relief. Then he felt a little lost. He felt that it wasn't real enough, like it was a dream. He had predicted that the examination would be more difficult and lengthy, but on careful thought, he felt that the current situation was what it should have been. If he hadn't digested the seer potion in a month and tried to advance, and had instead waited 3 years as planned, the examination might not even have alerted the Holy Cathedral. It would have only been handled by the captain of the Tingen Nighthawks. I thought there would be a segment to investigate my family situation and interpersonal relationships. Perhaps His Excellency Casimir had arrived in Tingen 2 days ago and secretly completed this step. I thought the examination would include the completion of specific missions. I was overthinking it. The purpose of the examination is only to confirm the extent to which I have digested the potion, as well as whether there are any latent dangers, whether I have a clear understanding of the acting method, and whether I have shared my experience with others. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he revealed a heartfelt smile. "Thank you, Your Excellency Casimir." "Praise the lady." Christette nodded slightly and said, "The advancement is to better serve the goddess and better protect the kind believers. You have to remember this. Trust me, it can also help you resist the temptation of losing control. Remember, it's temptation." Temptation. Klein ruminated over the word. Christette sized him up with his dark green eyes and said very seriously, "The acting method can help you digest the potion and reduce the risk of losing control." The acting method can help you digest the potion and reduce the risk of losing control, but it is not a panacea. Sometimes you might even confuse the role you are playing and your own existence. You know, such opera and drama actors will inevitably have serious psychological problems, and when it reaches a certain level, you will really go crazy. Remember, you are only acting. This is the only thing that the City of Silver concluded. It's basically the same as Deacon Sesamir's description. Klein nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he agreed with Christette's point of view. Also, Christette emphasized losing control is not only related to the potion, but also closely related to your own emotional state and mental health. Yes, the most important thing for Beyonders is to be able to control themselves. Only then can they resist the temptation of evil gods and devils, and only then can they resist the corruption of jealousy, greed, and other emotions and desires. Of course, I don't mean to completely eliminate such emotions and desires. This is something that humans, even demigods, are unable to do. Yes, perhaps only certain special sequences can achieve such a state. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil and couldn't help but ask, "Is it to maintain these emotions and desires within a reasonable level and not be controlled by them to do irrational and abnormal things?" Christette nodded solemnly. Yes. After answering, a few wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. "This is what I wanted to tell you. Next, I will give you the formula of the clown potion and the corresponding ingredients." He bent down and lifted the silver box onto the long table. Then he turned around and moved a few steps, blocking Klein's line of sight. When the surrounding light mysteriously disappeared again, Klein, who was standing in the pure darkness, suddenly realized that the formula and ingredients were in the box containing the holy artifact. However, his gaze had been completely attracted by the pure white bone sword, and he hadn't noticed or even noticed if there were any other items in the box. After a few minutes, the light from the gas lamp illuminated the alchemy room once again. Christette took the box and retreated, revealing the items on the long table to Klein. Among them, the most eye-catching item was a gray goat's horn the size of a palm. It looked like it had shrunk from a normal size, and its entire body was crystal clear. Light swirled around it, and there were layers upon layers of strange patterns on its interior. Beside the goat's horn was a blue rose. Its petals had red patterns on them, and when they connected, they seemed to transform into a laughing human face. "Ha ha ha, woo woo woo, ha ha ha, woo woo woo." Klein heard illusory laughter and cries around him, and he saw specks of gray light floating in midair. The crystallized horn of an adult hornaceous gray goat and a complete human-faced rose. Yes, the main ingredients for the clown potion are all here. He nodded indiscernibly and walked to the front of the long table. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of mandala juice, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock juice. Klein looked at the parchment and compared the contents with the formula in his memory. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he recalled old Neil's demonstration. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein restrained his emotions and used the alchemy room's equipment to distill the pure water needed for the potion. In the potion formula, pure water referred to water that had been repeatedly distilled. Then he washed the black metal pot and placed the supplementary ingredients into it. He was so skilled that he looked like he was doing chemistry experiments in high school. As there were no Beyonder ingredients to catalyze it, he didn't notice any obvious changes in the liquid in the metal pot. At most, he could see powder and impurities floating in it. After completing the preparations, Klein cast his gaze at the two main ingredients and rejoiced from the bottom of his heart. Be it the crystallized horn of the hornaceous gray goat or the human-faced rose, there's no quantitative description. Perhaps the crystallized horn of an adult goat or a complete human-faced rose is no different from the same kind in terms of quantity, so it happens to meet the requirements. Yes, in the mysterious and extraordinary world, this is definitely possible. This way, I don't need to worry about putting in too many main ingredients. After a few seconds, Klein picked up the human-faced rose and threw it into the metal pot. The moment the strange flower came into contact with the liquid, it immediately let out a sizzling sound. The illusory laughter around him turned sharper. Ha 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 ha. Without any delay, Klein grabbed the mysterious goat horn and threw it into the metal pot. Uft! The scalp-numbing laughter suddenly vanished as the floating specks of gray light rapidly shrank back into the metal pot. Klein looked down and saw that the liquid inside was dyed gold, yellow, and red. They intersected with each other, but they were abnormally clear. Gulp, gulp. Bubbles tumbled in the liquid, but they were unable to escape and could only silently burst. This scene reminded Klein of Sprite and the sparkling drinks from his previous life. It tastes delicious. A thought that matched the characteristics of his race flashed across his mind. Suppressing his nervousness, excitement, and anticipation, Klein used a device to transfer the liquid in the black metal pot into a glass bottle. What surprised him was that there wasn't a single drop of the potion left in the metal pot. As expected of a potion that allows one to become beyonder, Klein raised his right hand and stared at the beautiful, tricolored liquid in his palm. Crestet Casimir, who had been maintaining his silence, smiled and said, "Don't worry. At the very least, I didn't notice any problems with your potion concoction process. I've been waiting here to deal with any unexpected situations that might occur after you consume the potion. Don't worry, as long as the problem isn't serious, I should be able to save you." "Yes." Klein nodded, but he placed the clown potion back on the long table. He removed the silver chain from his left cuff and switched it to a non-habitual grip. Then he let the topaz pendant hang steadily above the potion, almost touching the liquid. To beyonders of other occupations, spirit dowsing could only divine yes and no. Of course, when there wasn't enough basic information, the spirit pendant would stop spinning and not spin. This was what was known as a divination failure. As a seer, Klein had long experimented with it. His spirit dowsing could still vaguely determine the degree of yes and no. His eyes darkened as Klein silently recited, "This potion is harmful. This potion is harmful." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his half-closed eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, but by a very small amount. Clockwise means yes, which means that this potion is harmful. It's a very small amount, which means that the degree of harm is low. Yes, the potion will cause you to lose control, so there's definitely a disadvantage. The low degree of harm means that there's no problem with the potion. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He wrapped the spirit pendant around his left wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At this moment, Crestet couldn't help but sigh. "You really are a professional seer. I have to make full use of my advantages, but I can't rely on it too much, thinking that it's omnipotent," Klein replied softly as he picked up the clown potion again. "If I drink it, I'll become a sequence 8 beyonder." With this thought, Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the cup, tilted his head slightly, and gulped down the potion. Bitter. So bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. He instantly understood what it meant to look good on the outside, but actually taste bad. He felt his entire face scrunch up, and he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. Right on the heels of that, Klein realized that his face was flushing red, and the other parts of his body were experiencing similar changes. He was very sure that he was like a steamed prawn, but his psyche had been extracted, turning into thin needles that were infused with the potion and piercing into his cells. It was a feeling that one didn't need a microscope to observe the cells. Klein stood there and saw the intruder enter the most minute areas of his body. In those few seconds, he felt like he was a robot that was being modified with parts and circuits. After an unknown period of time, his own figure was reflected in his mind. It was as though he was listening to his own singing voice through an earpiece. With the help of this strange reflection, Klein realized that he could accurately grasp his facial expressions and body movements. At the same time, his ears buzzed. He heard ravings and shouts that hadn't appeared in a long time reverberating around him. Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, Hornacis, Phlegria, phew. Klein imagined stacked spheres of light and slowly entered a cogitation state. Bit by bit, he escaped from the situation of his spirituality leaking out and losing control. Chapter 170. When the color of Klein's eyes returned to normal, Crestet Casimir smiled and said, "You can move around a little to get used to the changes in your body. You can move around and adapt to the changes in your body. Find the core powers that the clown potion brings." Klein nodded, thinking that he might need the guidance of a high-ranking deacon. He didn't have any qualms about the presence of outsiders. He followed what he had repeatedly practiced over the past few days. He took a step forward, twisted his waist, swung his arm, and threw a straight punch. "Pah!" He heard the crisp sound of his fist tearing through the air. He felt that the force of his charge had completely exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he felt like he was sitting on a train that had suddenly braked. He suddenly lost his balance and fell forward. "Oh no, I'm going to have the same dark history as Leonard." A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He was already prepared to fall, but at that moment he realized that he could still effectively control his muscles, body, and center of gravity. His spine, tendons, and ligaments exerted force at the same time. In that instant, he adjusted his center of gravity and stood steadily in a twisted posture. Enlightened, Klein did a few more sets of movements. He confirmed that the biggest change was that his body's coordination had greatly improved. Without any special circumstances, he would no longer lose his balance. "I feel like a roly-poly doll. I can even perform acrobatics. It's not difficult to walk on a water pipe either." As expected of the clown potion, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein tested out the increase in strength, agility, and speed. It won't be any worse than Teacher Gawain's current condition. After I completely adapt and do targeted training, I'll definitely become stronger. Also, with my current control over my body, it will be easier to grasp combat techniques. Klein stopped moving and nodded thoughtfully. He had originally thought that it would take him about half a year to barely become a good fighter in the eyes of an ordinary person. But after consuming the clown potion, he felt that he could become a police officer proficient in combat in a month or even 2 to 3 weeks. This was the difference between Beyonders and ordinary people. Different Beyonders had different talents. In a sense, they had already surpassed the human level. Crestet quietly watched as the newly advanced clown tried out all sorts of moves. He only nodded slightly when the clown completely stopped. "It really is a magic potion for combat." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he asked, "What did you hear?" "I heard someone mumbling Hornacis." Klein temporarily hid the word Phlegria. He decided to observe Senior Deacon Casimir's reaction. If he was willing to talk about the Hornacis mountain range and the country of darkness, he would use the excuse that he had heard something different. Crestet nodded indiscernibly and skipped over the topic. "You have to remember one thing. In the same sequence pathway, high-sequence Beyonders can influence the corresponding low and mid-sequence Beyonders to a certain extent. Some of them, in a sense, are demigods of that pathway. The ravings or shouts you hear might be deliberately conveyed by them and filled with malice. If this sequence belongs to a certain evil god, then we need to be even more vigilant. I just chatted with Dunn. The Nighthawk, who recently lost control in your team, is in a similar situation. Old Neil, hidden sage." Klein's expression darkened as he nodded solemnly. "Your Excellency, I will remember this. I will not be tempted by the ravings or shouts. I will not be corrupted by them. At the same time, he thought of something else. Could this be the reason why the church only provides the sleepless and corpse collector pathways and hides most of the other sequences? After all, the former belongs to the Evernight goddess and is one of his own. As for the latter, the corresponding death has already perished. The reason why they can still choose Mystery Prior and Seer is because these two jobs are considered support. They can effectively make up for the shortcomings of the sleepless and corpse collector pathways at sequence 9 and 8. Furthermore, they are only at the beginning, so the accumulated influence isn't too great. But this doesn't explain why the name of the potion, the corresponding characteristics, and the things to take note of when encountering one at that moment. Seeing Crestet Sesamir pick up his suitcase and prepare to leave, Klein quickly gathered his thoughts and asked in a seeking manner, "Your Excellency, I would like to know how to act as a clown." "Your Excellency, I want to know how to act as a clown. Do I have to go to a circus?" Crestet adjusted his high collar and chuckled. "According to the current philosophy, you are making a formalistic mistake. You have to understand that the name of a potion doesn't only represent a job, but also a type of person. People with common characteristics, such as a seer. We can describe it in another way. A person who peeks at fate, but also reveres it. Of course, as I mentioned, everyone who consumes the same potion will have different rules of behavior. You can't completely refer to the experiences of others. Do you understand?" Klein nodded thoughtfully. "I think I understand a little. As long as I grasp the essence, I can act as a clown in real life." "In theory," Crestet replied, choosing his words carefully. "I understand." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. May the goddess bless you." What's the essence of a clown? Ignoring the various meanings of clowns on Earth, from the point of view of the current world, a clown is a job that entertains others in absurd ways, such as funny makeup, exaggerated actions, and acrobatic performances. The core is absurd ways or entertaining others. It doesn't feel right. Do I have to consider the court gestures of the past? Klein thought silently as he fell into confusion. Crestet glanced at him and drew the crimson moon on his chest as well. Faint wrinkles appeared at the corner of his eyes. "May the goddess bless you as well." At that moment, Klein suddenly had an intuition that was close to a premonition. It was that Deacon Sesamir would take a step forward with his left foot. Then he saw Crestet take his left foot out of the alchemy room with the silver chest in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein watched as Crestet walked out of the secret door and disappeared into the underground tunnel. He was first stunned before he felt a strong sense of joy. The beyonder powers of the clown potion were stronger than he imagined. It could actually rely on intuition to predict the target's next move. This ability, coupled with superb coordination, outstanding agility and speed, and decent strength, is equivalent to the so-called skill-based combat? Klein thought in enlightenment. This can also be considered a manifestation of the sequence 8 powers of a seer, but it's still not enough. This pathway should indeed be the type where every advancement before a high sequence beyonder gains a unique ability. However, the intuition is fleeting, and there's no way to grasp it every time. Of course, this is strong enough. Grasping it once is very likely for me to turn defeat into victory. All right, when the negative effects of the clown potion are reduced to a manageable stage, I'll have to attempt the ritual to summon myself again. I almost forgot about this. Yes, the captain must have infected me. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Klein examined himself once again, trying to figure out if the clown potion brought about any other abilities. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, if the potion allowed the consumer to grasp a certain spell, then the Beyonder would be able to vaguely sense the specific spells after advancing, as though they had been imbued with knowledge. But I didn't, which means that the clown sequence is indeed as described in the internal records of the Nighthawks. It doesn't have the ability to cast spells quickly. Does cunning mean that I can now effectively control my facial expressions and body language, making it easier for me to believe my lies? Klein stretched his neck and seriously analyzed his own situation. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the suited clown he had once encountered. The clown's unique and varied spells had left a deep impression on him. This member of the Secret Order appears to be a Sequence 7 Beyonder. The reason why he dresses up as a clown is purely to hide his face, to prevent himself from being wanted in the future. It's no wonder he was able to deal with 2 Sequence 7s and 1 Sequence 8 for so long. If it wasn't because he failed to decipher that I wasn't affected and was controlled by sealed artifact 2-049. Even Tenemy might not be able to finish him off, of course. Clown isn't completely devoid of spells. He still has some spell-like abilities. Klein walked sideways to the long table and picked up the piece of paper with the clown formula written on it. His eyes darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the piece of paper out. Pah! The soft piece of paper was like a flying knife, stabbing into the wall of the alchemy room. In the future, I can always bring a deck of tarot cards with me. It can be used for divination and also as a weapon. Klein retracted his attention and tidied up the items left behind when he concocted the potion. After dealing with these, he put away the remaining ingredients and burned the potion formula. He exhaled and walked out of the alchemy room, closing the secret door behind him. Due to the matter with old Neil, he temporarily wasn't in the mood to entertain everyone with absurd methods. He planned to wait until the spillover of the clown potion was reduced by cogitation before doing so. Phew, it will be a brand new experience. No matter what, I'm no longer a pure support member. Old Neil has passed away. Among the members of the Tinjin Nighthawk team, I'm the only one left who can be a support member. The Holy Cathedral will probably transfer at least one mystery prior or seer to us. Klein walked along the deep corridor illuminated by elegant gas lamps. He approached the staircase and slowly walked back to the Blackthorn Security Company. Then he saw the sunlight in the entertainment room of the Nighthawks. Chapter 171. Klein turned to the captain's office and saw that the door was wide open. Dunn Smith was leaning back in his chair and sniffing his pipe. With a sweep of his gray eyes, Dunn changed his sitting posture. You're in good condition. You don't look like you've just consumed a magic potion. Perhaps this is the benefit of leveling up after completely digesting it. Klein closed the door, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Both he and Dunn knew about the acting method, which allowed them to communicate normally without being bound by the oath. But at that moment, the two of them tacitly didn't mention it. After the question and answer, they fell into silence. Klein thought for a moment and asked, Lord Sesamir left? Yes, as a high-ranking deacon, he had other matters to attend to. Dunn pondered for a few seconds. Yes, he took the pair of red eyeballs left behind by old Neil. Klein asked in surprise and confusion, What's wrong? Why? Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. After a long silence, he said, We can't lie to ourselves. A member who has lost control has actually become a monster. And as I told you before, after a monster dies, it will leave behind items that are rich in Beyonder powers. If these items are uncontrollable and have all sorts of problems, then they have to be sealed. Yes, this is one of the sources of sealed artifacts. And the internal rule of the Nighthawks is that the items left behind by a member who has lost control are to be stored elsewhere to prevent them from agitating their companions. It's an understandable rule. Klein nodded solemnly. Suddenly, he keenly sensed that the captain had missed a possibility, so he asked in puzzlement, What if the items that contain supernatural powers after the monster's death are controllable? Dunn looked at him, his gray eyes as deep as the quietest night. He sighed and said, You don't want to know the answer. Klein was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood a certain possibility. Normal monsters would leave behind Beyonder ingredients that were used to concoct the corresponding potion. What about the monsters that the Rampagers turned into? If the things they left behind were controllable, would they also be treated as beyond our ingredients? Thinking of this, Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea. He couldn't help but turn his head and retch a few times. His vision became blurry because of this. This was really a conjecture that sent chills down one's spine, but it was very likely to be close to the truth. In that instant, he had a deeper understanding of the words, "In order to resist the abyss, one must endure the corruption of the abyss. Even though they are guardians, they are also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness." Could this be one of the reasons why the church concealed the acting method? A certain degree of recycling? But this will also cause the higher-ups to turn their backs on the church. Klein's heart clearly reflected his own changing expression. Seeing his reaction, Dunn suddenly smiled. His smile was so bright that his gray eyes flickered. "You can look on the bright side. Our companions are accompanying us in a different way. They will always be with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Dunn lowered his head and brought the cup of coffee to his lips. After another 10 seconds of silence, he leaned back slightly and raised his head. "And you don't have to worry. As long as we can find beyond our ingredients from normal sources, we won't do what you're thinking. All right, according to the rules, you can have a day of rest after your advancement. It's up to you whether you want to practice combat in the afternoon, but you have to find someone to inform Gawain." Klein nodded gently, took a deep breath, and straightened his back. He straightened his back and said, "Captain, I've already finished my mysticism lessons. I wish to use the rest of the morning to learn techniques related to tracking and surveillance." He paused and added with a serious expression, "Captain, I've already finished my mysticism lessons. I wish to fulfill my responsibilities as a nighthawk as soon as possible." Dunn looked at him deeply and sighed. "You're more determined than I imagined. Then do as you wish." "Yes, Captain." Klein suddenly stood up and drew a crimson moon on his chest. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein didn't go home to rest. Instead, he took the opportunity to take a trackless carriage to Instructor Aztec's house. Ding dong, ding dong. Amidst the crisp sound of the bell, Aztec, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, opened the door. There was a golden watch chain hanging diagonally from the button of his vest, connected to his pocket watch. "Don't you need to work?" Aztec looked at the sky and realized that the sun hadn't climbed to the top yet. "Due to some special circumstances, I've been arranged to take turns to rest," Klein explained. Aztec glanced at him and seemed to have noticed something. He nodded and made way. After entering the hall, Klein put down his cane, took off his hat, and followed Aztec to his activity room. The activity room was decorated with a fireplace, a rocking chair, a sofa, and a coffee table. Klein sat in his usual seat. Sitting opposite him, Aztec smiled and pointed at the cigar on the coffee table. "Do you want one?" "No." Klein shook his head resolutely. Aztec didn't try to persuade him any further. He focused on lighting a match and picked up a cigar to preheat it while casually asking. At the same time, he asked in passing, "Has the matter in Morristown been settled?" "I have to thank you for that," Klein said sincerely. At the same time, he lampooned inwardly. "Mr. Aztec, before you lost your memories, you must have left behind a sizable amount of wealth. Otherwise, how can a faculty member who isn't even an associate professor enjoy cigars so often?" While Aztec was focused on fiddling with the cigar, he took the initiative to say, "Mr. Aztec, there's something I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Aztec asked without looking up. Klein paused for a moment and organized his words. "A colleague of mine lost control and became a monster. I want to know if his soul was also corrupted." He wasn't sure if Mr. Aztec understood the meaning of losing control, so he prepared the corresponding explanation and description and waited for Aztec to ask. Aztec stopped what he was doing, looked up at Klein, and nodded solemnly. "There's no doubt about that. If you encounter a similar situation, you have to be careful. If the direct cause of his loss of control is the temptation of an evil god or devil, then try your best to avoid mediumship. It might bring you fatal danger." "I understand." Klein exhaled in disappointment. Back at old Neil's house, his emotions weren't stable enough, and he forgot to mediumship. Furthermore, Dunn Smith didn't remind him either, so he missed the opportunity. Now that I think about it, the captain didn't forget, but deliberately didn't mention it. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't harp on the matter and instead mentioned his previous encounter. "Mr. Azek, I tried to divine the source of the haunting in Morristown, and I saw an inverted pyramid mausoleum that extended underground. My companion told me that it's a symbol of death, a glory that only his descendants can obtain." Aztec had just put down the match and picked up the cigar cutter when he suddenly froze. He didn't move for a long time. He sat back and leaned against the back of the sofa, his expression abnormally solemn. After a while he said in a low voice, "This gave me a familiar feeling, but it didn't make me recall anything else." "It's a pity." Klein sighed with sincerity. He thought that he could use the revelation from the divination to further awaken Mr. Aztec's memories. Aztec cut the cigar cap and shook his head with a bitter smile. "If it was so easy to recall the past, I think I would have long found a way to escape my fate. Of course, I have to be grateful for your kindness. I'm grateful that you still remember me." He thought for a moment and said, "Why?" Klein asked in surprise, "Didn't we agree to find the mastermind who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Aztec held the cigar and explained with a sigh, "Didn't we agree to find the mastermind who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Aztec held the cigar and explained with a sigh, "The target might have sensed my attention and pursuit. He hasn't made any moves recently, leaving me with no clues. Therefore, I plan to temporarily leave Tingen and head to Bakeland. On the one hand, I can take the opportunity to search for the traces I left behind before I lost my memories. On the other hand, I can make the target lower his guard. That's right, Mr. Aztec's most recent memory loss happened near Bakeland University. Unfortunately, you can't help me investigate the house with the red chimney." Klein nodded solemnly. "I will pay close attention to this matter. Once the target makes a move or is exposed, I will inform you immediately." "Okay, Mr. Aztec, how should I inform you in time?" In Klein's opinion, if Aztec was a descendant of death or had some connection with death, then his power type should be close to the corpse collector sequence. He would definitely have a way to create something similar to Daly's messenger. In other words, this could indirectly prove whether Aztec was related to death and whether he was a descendant of him. Aztec took a puff of his cigar and thought for more than 10 seconds. He took out an accessory from his left sleeve. It was an exquisite, ancient copper whistle. There were many strange patterns on it that gave it a mysterious charm. "This is an item I brought with me when I woke up in Bakeland. All you need to do is blow into it, and you will be able to summon a messenger that belongs to me," Aztec explained in detail as he pinched the copper whistle. "So many years have passed. This copper whistle can still be used? Isn't this a mystical item?" Klein was both surprised and delighted that he had indirectly proved that Mr. Aztec was related to death. Glancing at Klein, Aztec brought the copper whistle to his mouth and demonstrated. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. There was no sound in the room, but Klein instantly felt a cold and gloomy feeling. He quickly tapped his left molar and saw blurry white bones being tossed out from the floor one after another, forming a strange fountain. A few seconds later, an illusory monster appeared in the activity room. Its entire body was made of white bones, and its eye sockets flickered with pitch-black flames. It was nearly 4 meters tall, and it was looking down at Klein, who wasn't even one. 75 meters tall. Seeing that the other party was almost piercing through the ceiling, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. "Mr. Aztec, isn't your messenger a little too exaggerated?" Aztec didn't notice his thoughts at all as he smiled and said, "After giving it the letter, blow the copper whistle. After giving it the letter, blow the copper whistle. That will end the summoning, and it will quickly deliver the letter to me in a stealthy manner. With that said, Aztec flicked his wrist and threw the ancient copper whistle opposite him. Klein reached out with his right hand and accurately caught it. He felt a cold but gentle touch. Thanks to the clown potion. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the whistle clean and blew it hard. Without a sound, the huge messenger disintegrated into hazy white bones and drilled into the floor. The Tussock River ran through Bakeland, leaving behind many docks. Alger Wilson, wearing the priest robe of the Church of the Storm, slowly walked off the liner. He saw people coming and going at the dock. Countless porters were sweating, and the scene was lively and noisy. Chapter 172. After leaving Aztec's house, Klein took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Gotcha! He took out his key to open the door and suddenly saw a figure sitting in the dining room. Klein subconsciously tightened his grip on his cane, but he immediately realized that it wasn't a thief, but his maid, Bella. Bella was engrossed in reading the newspaper that was spread out on the table. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she was also startled. She quickly stood up and explained with a stutter. She stood up and stammered. I just finished my work in the morning. I was waiting for the water to boil and the bread to eat. I really haven't gotten used to the sudden addition of a maid in the house. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, took off his hat and nodded slightly. Reading is a good habit. To be able to persist in reading while busy with work is encouraged by the goddess. He was afraid that she would think that he was mocking her, so he used the name of the Evernight goddess. But in fact, only the god of knowledge and wisdom would place reading in such a high position. Of course, all churches promote learning. Yes, to believe in the Evernight goddess at the age of 17 or 18, it means that she was influenced by her parents. And such parents would definitely let their daughter receive an education as long as they had a choice. Even if she couldn't afford a public elementary school, the church's free schools wouldn't be a problem. At most, it would take some time. Therefore, Bella isn't illiterate. She knows words and can read newspapers. Klein thought as he put down his cane and walked into the living room. He had a rather good impression of Bella. Although this young lady was clearly not used to the kitchen and was clumsy, she showed that she was willing to learn and was diligent in her studies. Bella lowered her hands and said in slight embarrassment, I didn't really read newspapers in the past. I haven't really read newspapers before. Mr. Landlord doesn't allow us to buy old newspapers to paste on the walls. I picked it up just now. When I was wiping the coffee table, I accidentally glanced at it. I thought it was very interesting. What a pitiful lady. When I transmigrated over, the newspapers were ranked at the bottom of the interesting rankings. Klein lampooned silently and smiled. He took out his pocket watch along the silver chain and snapped it open to take a look. As long as you finish your work and do it well, you can do whatever you want with the rest of your time. Don't be nervous. Of course, if I'm chatting with Banson and Melissa, you'd better stay in your room. I'll allow you to use the gas lamp inside and bring in a few old newspapers. Well, come and knock on my bedroom door at 1 p.m. After that, prepare a cup of side black tea, 2 pieces of soft white bread, a piece of oatmeal toast, and a small plate of butter for me. In order to celebrate his advancement to Sequence 8, Klein decided to be extravagant and eat the white bread that Banson had planned on enjoying on the weekend ahead of time. I'll buy another 8 pounds, and from now on, I'll switch from oatmeal bread to white bread. A Sequence 8 Beyonder's weekly salary will definitely increase. Captain didn't mention this before. I forgot again. Klein was stunned for a moment and decided to ask about it the next day. Okay, Bella replied, pleasantly surprised. Then she asked uncertainly, Mr. Klein, is it the side black tea for guests? Then she asked with uncertainty, Mr. Klein, is it the side black tea for guests? Since the whole family was Moretti, she addressed them by their first names. Yes, it'll be the tea we usually drink in the future. Klein waved his hand and walked to the staircase. After becoming a clown, he suddenly realized that his financial situation had become very good. Firstly, there were no additional and large expenses for the time being. The only expenses were the fixed daily rental fee of 2 soldi for inspecting the houses with red chimneys and the occasional replenishment of materials. The latter could often be reimbursed. Secondly, there were 300 gold pounds sitting quietly in Klein's anonymous account. After all, a hectare in the countryside only cost 5 to 6. 5 soldi per hectare. In other words, he could buy 920 to 1,200 hectare of countryside, farmland, or pasture, which was equivalent to 137 to 179 hectare on Earth, or 23 to 30 hectare. In addition, this sum of money could also allow him to buy a house on Daffodil Street for 15 years. If all of it were exchanged for land, the income from land rent would be about 23 to 31 pounds a year. Not bad, but there's no need for that now. I have to keep the 300 pounds for emergencies. Phew! I have to find a chance to tell Banson and Melissa about my real weekly salary, Klein thought as he entered his bedroom. After locking the door, Klein sat on his bed and began cogitation again. In this way, he slowly controlled the small amount of power that leaked from the potion. He was very careful and very cautious. To him, losing control was originally just a term that existed in the mouth until he met the mandated punisher. However, he did not know the mandated punisher, nor did he know what had happened to him before that. He only subconsciously thought that it was a special case, a situation that rarely repeated itself. It was like watching a murder in another city on the news. A normal person would at most sigh and forget about it when they turned around. However, what happened to old Neil was a huge shock to Klein. It made him realize that losing control was always around him, and it could happen in an unexpected way at any time. What a bloody lesson! Klein ended his cogitation, opened his eyes, and muttered to himself silently. During this period of time, he often dreamed of the scene of that day. He would often wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat. He was mourning over old Neil's death, but he was also worried about his future. If not for cogitation that could help him sleep, he believed that he would not be able to fall asleep recently. Other than digesting the potion, I have to try my best to control my emotions and desires. I have to keep them within a reasonable range so that I won't be corrupted by them. Klein exhaled, lay down, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. On the day of old Neil's death, Dunn's performance and words had greatly touched him. It made him seriously examine his responsibilities as a Nighthawk for the first time. He wanted to take on the responsibilities that belonged to him as soon as possible so that he could help his captain and teammates. Therefore, he did not plan on wasting his afternoon. He would still participate in combat training as usual. 3:00 in the afternoon, in the simple training field. Gawain, with his short, mottled blonde hair, frowned as he watched Klein's movements slowly turn from jerky to familiar. From familiarity to familiarity, he looked like a trainee knight who had undergone more than half a year of training. And all of this happened in a short span of 40 minutes. He called a halt to the practice and sized up his opponent. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Klein had already thought of a set of excuses. He was prepared to push his performance to scientific research. But as soon as Gawain finished speaking, he immediately added in a low voice, "If it's inconvenient for you to answer, then you don't have to." From the looks of it, the corresponding personnel from the police department have already communicated with teacher Gawain. That's right, he would occasionally train Beyonders. So how could he not warn me in advance? Klein heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before I can participate in actual combat?" Gawain crossed his arms and looked at him seriously. He replied in a slightly hoarse voice, 2 or 3 days. But this is not enough. As if he was thinking, he explained, being able to participate in actual combat is not equivalent to being proficient in combat. The latter will probably take another 2 to 3 weeks. In addition, you must master cold weapons that are easy to carry, such as a cane, a whip, a dagger, and a trident. There are so many projects. Klein was stunned. Gawain's gaze swept across him. You have to remember, every drop of sweat you shed here can save your life in the future. Yes, teacher. Klein replied energetically. On Saturday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the captain's office door again. Dunn Smith seemed to be prepared. He only looked up and said, I forgot to inform you yesterday. After advancing to Sequence 8, your position in the police department will naturally be changed from probationary inspector to inspector. I will get them to change your identification and uniform epaulets as soon as possible. Your weekly salary will be increased from £6 to £10. The church and the police department will each bear half of it. This has reached the level of a senior Nighthawk. Of course, I'm talking about the Sequence 9 level. Captain, did you make a draft? Klein was stunned when he heard that. His eyebrows relaxed, and he replied with a smile, This is more than I expected. He thought that his weekly salary would only increase to £8. Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. The increase of a Nighthawk salary is based on the number of years of service, contributions made, and one's rank. The third point is often closely related to contributions. That's right. Without contributions, even if I digest the potion and reach the standard of advancement, I won't be able to apply for the formula and ingredients. Klein nodded thoughtfully. With a weekly salary of £10, including bonuses, it would be about £540 a year. Without paying taxes, such an income would be considered pretty good among the middle class. It was second only to the professions of lawyers, famous architects, senior surgeons, and high-ranking government employees. The deputy director of the finance department of the Kingdom of Rowan's Ministry of Finance only earns £700 a year, and that's before taxes. After taxes, it's at most £640. Not much. According to the newspaper, a good house in Bakeland West and Hillston Borough costs about £2,500. If Banson, Melissa, and I can maintain our current expenses, we can buy it in 7 or 8 years. Just by relying on ourselves, we can buy a house in the center of the imperial capital and Shanghai in 7 or 8 years. This salary really makes me happy. Klein got up and bade farewell. He walked briskly into the underground and took his turn on Cheney's gate. Before 10, he suddenly heard someone approaching the duty room. Very soon, Dunn appeared at the door. His gray eyes were gloomy. His gray eyes were dark as he said, There's a case that requires your help. A case involving a Beyonder? Klein asked subconsciously. Chapter 173. How long has it been since the counselor died? Klein asked as he got to the point. If it was more than 15 minutes, the amount of information he could obtain would decrease drastically. If it was more than an hour, he would only be able to obtain superficial information. If it was more than a month, there was a high chance that the spirit channeling would fail. Regrettably, the preliminary report shows that Counselor Maynard died between 9 and 11 last night. Dunn shook his head. You only need to provide help. You don't have to consider if you will gain anything. All right. Klein took off his coat, hat, and cane and walked out of the guard room. Dunn Smith took over his shift at Cheney's gate. In theory, as a Beyonder, as long as their spirituality was enhanced, they could learn things like spirit vision, divination, and ritualistic magic, especially since the sleepless sequence was known for its high spiritual perception. But in reality, the differences between the jobs of different sequences were still very obvious. For example, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell had spirit vision, but they could only see light white or light blue auras. They were unable to accurately distinguish different parts of the human body. Of course, with spirit vision, they could definitely see things like ghosts and spirits, but it wasn't as simple and effective as their own spiritual perception. This was also the reason why Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare didn't like to activate their spirit vision. Similarly, if they were willing, they could learn spirit pendulums, dowsing rods, and dream divination, but the success rate wasn't worth looking forward to. It was the same for ritualistic magic. As the two passed each other, Dunn suddenly said, I forgot to mention that Inspector Tolley is also in charge of this matter. I forgot to mention that Inspector Tolley is also in charge of this matter. He's waiting for you in the reception hall of the security company. Remember to change into your new uniform and get your new identification." Klein wasn't surprised at all. He asked with a smile, "New uniform, new identification? The Tianjin Police Department is very efficient. He just advanced to Sequence 8 yesterday because this case is very important, so—" Dunn spread his hands and sat in Klein's previous seat. Klein walked all the way back upstairs, but he wasn't in a hurry to go to the reception hall. Instead, he entered the Nighthawk's break room and went to the attached bathroom to relieve himself. The duty room only provided a toilet bowl, water bottle, and basin. Then he changed into the special police uniform that had been upgraded to 2 silver stars and the soft hat that had 2 cross swords and a crown on it. After transferring the flaring sun charm, Aztec copper whistle, and ritual materials, Klein straightened his clothes and walked out of the lounge with his cane. As soon as he passed through the partition, he saw Inspector Tolley sitting on the sofa. After not seeing him for some time, the tall police officer had become rounder, and his belly was even more prominent, coupled with his thick beard and hair. He looked like a brown bear that had just escaped from the circus. "I'm glad to be working with you again." Tolley heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was a Nighthawk he knew. He leaned forward and stretched out his paw. "No, palm." Klein corrected himself in silence and shook hands with the man out of courtesy. "Me too." At this moment, Tolley glanced at Klein's 2 silver stars on his epaulette and said enviously, "We're on the same level now." "We're on the same level now. It hasn't even been a month." Klein wanted to say in a serious tone, "The danger we faced might be 10 times greater than yours." But just as he was about to say it, he recalled his current identity, a Sequence 8 clown. "Maybe I can give it a try." Using his mind to reflect his facial expressions, the corners of his mouth curled up as he replied with an obvious smile, "Perhaps in another 2 or 3 months. You'll have to call me officer." "You sure are humorous." Tolley laughed and pointed outside the door. "Shall we set off?" "All right." Klein didn't give up on his cane. To him, it was only after he became a clown that this weapon truly lived up to its name. After exiting the Blackthorn Security Company's main entrance, Klein and Tolley walked down the stairs side by side. With one thin and one fat, it was a stark contrast. "I think we can even go to the circus and make the audience laugh," Klein suddenly said with a smile. Tolley nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think the contrast between us is very comedic. Do you know? Some circuses are experimenting with clowns that are fat, thin, tall, and short." "No, actually, I mean the Beast Tamer and the Brown Bear." "Of course." Klein wouldn't say something so rude. He echoed, "That's right." He echoed, "Unfortunately, we don't have a fixed circus in Tianjin." "Yes, but we still have an opera house, a theater, and a concert hall," Inspector Tolley replied with a hint of regret. The two chatted as they boarded the police carriage. Only then did Klein change the topic to the case. "Is Senator Maynard sure that he was murdered?" "I'm not sure, but his wife and his 2 sons don't want to believe in the possibility of a sudden illness." "Yes, there is indeed something wrong with the crime scene. When Maynard was found, he wasn't wearing any clothes. He was just lying on the bed in the guest room," Tolley said after some deliberation. "He and his wife slept in separate rooms." Klein leaned back against the carriage wall, mimicking the main characters in various detective movies he had watched in his previous life. Tolley shook his head. "No, his wife hasn't been in Tianjin for the past few days. She went to Bakelin to attend an important ball. You might not know, but she's the daughter of a new party member of parliament. She's still on the steam locomotive on her way back to Tianjin. She just sent a telegram to express her stance. Maynard is also a member of the new party. He has been a Tianjin City member of parliament for more than 10 years. He plans to aim for the position of mayor in next year's election. In other words, his death might have something to do with this?" Klein asked casually. He then broke into laughter. "I'm only helping with the autopsy. I don't care about anything else. You don't have to answer me." Tully sighed, not minding it. Autopsy. You're very cautious. As for your guess, I can only say that it's possible. Last night, Senator Maynard held a gathering at his house. There were too many guests, so we can't identify the main suspect for the time being. Furthermore, these guests all have respectable statuses. We have to be careful and not make any mistakes. Understood. Klein nodded slightly. He then asked about the details of the scene with interest. Maynard's house was located in the Golden Indus Borough. It was a single-family house surrounded by gardens and lawns. There was a stable, a fountain, and a wide cement road. Klein wore a soft hat with the police emblem on it and followed Inspector Tolley. They passed through the cordon that seemed to be there in name only. Under the watchful eyes of the police officers, they entered the main entrance of the two-story building. In the living room, there were 4 probationary inspectors, 2 men and 2 women, talking to people and collecting statements. Klein looked over and saw many gentlemen in tuxedos, as well as a few ladies in regal dresses and black veils that covered their faces. They're all guests who stayed over last night, Tolley explained as he led Klein up the stairs to the second floor. Along the way, perhaps due to the inspector's epaulets, the police officers who were searching the house all looked at them with respect. They didn't stop them at all. This is the guest room where Senator Maynard's corpse was found. The tall and burly Tolley stopped in front of a dark red wooden door. Klein asked thoughtfully, "That's right. Who did this room belong to last night?" "It doesn't belong to anyone. There are too many guest bedrooms in this house, so it's useless." Tolley put on his white gloves and opened the dark red wooden door. He asked the police officer in charge of guarding inside to leave for the time being. He nodded at Klein and said, "Inspector Moretti, I'll leave the rest to you. May the goddess bless you and me. I hope we'll find something." Klein also put on white gloves and locked the door. He walked to the bedside and saw that the dark red bed sheets were unusually messy, and there was a corpse covered with a white cloth lying on it. Klein was someone who had seen the world. He pulled the white cloth away fearlessly and looked at MP Maynard. The gentleman was in his 40s. His blonde hair was cut very short, and his face had an expression of pain and pleasure mixed together. Klein took 2 steps back, took out the corresponding materials, and quickly prepared for the summoning ritual. After a series of incantations, he silently recited the divination statement that he had thought of long ago amidst the tranquil fragrance and the cold wind that surrounded him. The cause of MP Maynard's death. The cause of MP Maynard's death. As he recited, Klein retreated to the high-backed chair and slowly sat down. His eyes turned black as he leaned back and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory, blurry, and hazy world, he suddenly saw the gentleman from before. Maynard's blue eyes were wide open, and he was lying on top of a fair-skinned lady who had an outstanding figure. He first revealed an extremely satisfied and joyful expression. Then he suddenly retracted his right hand and pressed it against his chest. His expression then twisted into a hideous one. "Pah!" As Maynard fell, the scene quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. "I never thought that I would be able to watch a dirty film in such a way. So, MP Maynard died in bed while having an affair, or from overworking himself." Klein chuckled and rubbed his temples. He took out a pen and paper, and once again used the ritual to depict the lady he saw in his dream. Of course, he omitted the part below the neck. It was a lady whose exact age was difficult to tell. She had the mature charm of someone in her 30s, but she also had the innocence of youth. Her eyes were moist and lustrous, giving off a pitiful vibe. Looking at his work, Klein packed up the ritual materials and removed the wall of spirituality. He turned his body sideways and reached for the silver-inlaid black staff that was leaning against the side. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound that lingered in his throat. It was a hissing sound that made goosebumps appear on the surface of his skin. Klein suddenly looked at the bed and saw that MP Maynard's hands were tightly gripping the dark red bed sheets, causing the backs of his palms to bulge. With a swoosh, the MP, who had died between 9 and 11 the previous night, sat up. Saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were empty as they opened. Chapter 174. Before Klein could come up with a new idea, he saw the stiff Maynard push himself up with both hands, and with a heavy gust of wind, he pounced straight at him, pouncing towards his left. In the past, he would have been slow to react in such a situation, and it would have been difficult for him to dodge. Even if he had sensed it in advance, he would have had to roll to escape from the pouncing range. But now, Klein reacted almost instinctively. With a kick of his shiny buttonless leather boots, he leaped diagonally and landed on the high-back chair. As he had only advanced for a day, he wasn't particularly used to his strength, agility, and speed. In his panic, he jumped too high and landed on the top of the high-back chair. There was only a narrow gap. Klein's heart tightened. He quickly controlled his body and adjusted his center of gravity. He swayed a few times and managed to stand steadily, like a black cat showing off its balance. As he swayed, he swung his left arm and struck the side of Zombie Maynard's ribs with his cane, causing it to lose its balance and fall onto the carpet. Klein stood on the top of the high-back chair and quickly raised his right hand to his armpit. He tried to pull out his revolver from his holster and fire a silver demon hunting bullet at the zombie in front of him. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of how to deal with the loose ends. If he were to blast a hole through Maynard's corpse, how was he going to explain the cause of death to his family and the new party senators who were concerned about this matter? I just put a bullet in his corpse? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein reached his right hand into the same pocket of his police uniform and felt a triangular piece of paper. Requiem charm. He quickly made a judgment and took out the silver charm without any hesitation. He then shouted a word in ancient Hermes, Requiem charm. He then shouted a word in ancient Hermes, Crimson. As the activation incantation echoed, the charm emitted a sense of tranquility. Klein quickly injected his spirituality into it and threw it at Zombie Maynard, who was struggling to get up. An icy blue flame appeared and engulfed the triangular piece. A tranquil and gentle black color quickly spread out, dispelling the nervousness and uneasiness of the soul. Zombie Maynard stopped there, his empty eyes staring blankly at the ground as the mucus at the corner of his mouth dripped onto the carpet. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to take out some materials and set up a ritual to purify the unclean creature before him. But suddenly, Maynard's throat made a gurgling sound again, and his empty eyes looked at the left pocket of Klein's police uniform. Damn! Klein leaped from the top of the high-back chair to the sill of the oriel window. At the same time, he heard the sound of a high-back chair falling and breaking. Klein's scalp went numb, so he had no choice but to take out another rectangular piece of silver. It was a slumber charm. The living were not the only ones who needed to sleep. The dead themselves were in a state of eternal slumber. They would only wake up when something abnormal happened, and they would linger on the ground. In some mysticism books, there were even descriptions of certain zombies. They sleep during the day and wake up at night. Crimson. Klein softly chanted the ancient Hermes incantation again. He planned on disregarding the consequences if he failed again. He pulled out his revolver and fired randomly. Only by being alive could he worry about the consequences. Feeling the silver piece in his palm turn cold, Klein injected his spirituality into it and threw it out. The dark red flames illuminated his eyes, and the faint sound of an explosion echoed in the guest room. A tranquil and gentle power spread out, bringing with it an exhaustion that no living creature could resist. Just as Zombie Maynard got up from the broken high-back chair, he immediately swayed a few times, closed his empty eyes, and plopped to the ground. With his previous experience, Klein didn't dare to relax. He immediately took out the amantha extract extracted from night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile, as well as the full moon essence oil made from dragon-patterned tree bark and moonflower. He quickly set up an altar. Right on the heels of that, he used the holy night powder to seal off the surrounding area with a wall of spirituality, enclosing the altar and the slumbering Zombie Maynard. He silently chanted the incantation and lit the corresponding 3 candles. He then dripped a few drops of essence oil into the candles and sprinkled some herbal powder over them. Klein took a step back and looked warily at Zombie Maynard as he chanted in Hermes, the Evernight goddess, loftier than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity. I pray for your blessings. I pray for your blessings on your loyal guardian. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for the power of slumber and silence. I pray for you to purify this unclean creature near me, the Mr. John Maynard. Moonflower, a herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your powers to my incantation. Slumberflower, a herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your powers to my incantation. Silently, a cold breeze that seemed to blow from the middle of the night reverberated within the wall of spirituality. Wisps of thin black fog rose from Zombie Maynard's body. When everything calmed down, Klein used his spirit vision and divination to repeatedly confirm that Maynard wouldn't wake up again. Upon seeing the outcome, he felt completely at ease. He ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. Why did he suddenly come back to life? Klein stood in front of Maynard, who was lying on the carpet, and looked down with a frown. To a beyonder with decent spiritual perception, there were obvious signs that the dead would come back to life, not to mention that Klein was a seer. He would always have a premonition for such things, but the change just now was completely out of his expectations. Unless there's a more mysterious factor affecting it. Just like the time when the suited clown. Klein carefully recalled the scene from before and vaguely sensed the problem. Zombie Maynard had been trying to attack the left pocket of his police uniform. Left pocket? Klein placed the silver-inlaid black staff in his right palm and reached into his pocket with his left hand. He took out an ancient copper whistle. It was a copper whistle covered in mysterious patterns. It was the copper whistle that Aztec had lent him to summon a messenger. This copper whistle caused Maynard to turn into a zombie? It's possible that Mr. Aztec isn't a descendant of death, but he has a certain connection with death. It's logical that the mystical item he's been carrying has a similar effect. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He took out a copper penny and made a quick divination based on his previous judgment. Because he was at the scene, and because he was holding the corresponding item, and because he had sufficient information, he quickly came to a conclusion. He saw the copper penny tumble down and land in his palm with the portrait facing up. This means that it's certain. Mr. Aztec actually didn't remind me of such a problem. He's a patient with amnesia, so it's normal that he doesn't remember. Besides, the copper whistle might not have any negative effects on him. It's very likely that it's been suppressed. In the future, I can't bring this copper whistle when I go to cemeteries, castles, or other places that are easily haunted. Otherwise, I'll be making things more difficult for myself and courting death. Klein silently noted down the newly concluded precautions and effortlessly placed the naked Maynard back on the bed. Looking at the clear marks on Maynard's ribs, Klein sighed and covered it with a white cloth, pretending that he hadn't noticed anything. I'll leave this problem to the police. The 2 charms from before are considered mission consumables, so they can be reimbursed. As he thought about it, he put away the items, walked to the door with the portrait, and unlocked it. With a creak, the door opened. Klein saw Inspector Tolley standing guard outside, not allowing anyone to approach. What happened just now? Tolley asked, puzzled and worried. He could vaguely hear some commotion inside. Klein smiled and deliberately replied in an exaggerated manner. Maynard came back to life and tried to give me a warm hug. Don't joke around. Tolley looked into the room, helplessly. Don't joke around. Tolley looked into the room, helplessly. Why are you so serious? Klein spread his hands and said, due to an unconfirmed problem, Maynard became a zombie. Like in all kinds of ghost stories. Fortunately, I didn't leave and used ritualistic magic to remove the impurity in time, allowing him to return to a peaceful slumber. Does this have anything to do with his death? Tolley asked with a serious expression. I can't give you an answer. I don't even know what the problem is. You should know that in our field, unexplainable things are quite common. Klein replied perfunctorily. He then shook the portrait in his hand and said, "When I was channeling the spirit, I saw the scene before Maynard's death. He was sharing the joy that only a married couple should have with this lady, and at the happiest moment he covered his heart." "You mean he's the cause of death?" Tully had a look on his face. "Theoretically, yes. We'll have to wait for the subsequent autopsy." Klein handed the portrait to Inspector Tully. Tully only took a glance before he exclaimed in surprise, "Madame Sharon." Klein looked at him with a confused expression. "Is she famous?" Judging from her looks and figure, she should be quite famous." He ridiculed in his heart. Tully looked around and excitedly introduced, "That's right. Madame Sharon is the most famous and beautiful widow in Tinjin City. She's also the most sought-after lady in social settings. She was Baron Huiyi's second wife, but unfortunately she became a widow. She's very popular among the nobles and the newly rich merchants. She's a socialite who can receive banquet invitations from both the Conservative Party and the New Party. It's said that she and her stepson, the current Baron Huiyi, have an ambiguous relationship with some nobles in Bakeland, as well as a few high-ranking government employees. She's a very powerful lady. I didn't expect her to have such a relationship with Maynard. To put it simply, she's an outstanding socialite," Klein concluded in his heart. He turned to the side and pointed into the room. "The next segment isn't part of my mission. It's up to you how to interrogate Madame Sharon. Yes, before the purification, I gave Maynard a good beating. You guys deal with it and think of an explanation." Chapter 175. What? The bear-like Tully was shocked. He looked at Klein, then at the guest room. He rushed in with an agility he shouldn't have. He pulled the white cloth covering the corpse and examined it carefully. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's better than I thought." "Better than I thought. That's not too much of a problem. Maybe I should pull out my revolver and shoot Maynard 5 demon hunting bullets to see if the problem is serious." Klein lampooned and pointed outside the door. "There's nothing else for me to do after that, right?" "No." Tully suddenly shouted. "Wait a little longer." Klein was puzzled. "Why?" Tully explained in a very serious manner. "We have to prevent any accidents. I'll send you back to Zutland Street after we question Madame Sharon and make a statement. If Maynard, who had been dead for more than 10 hours, could come back to life, what else couldn't happen? What will happen to me if you leave?" Tully added silently in his heart. "All right." Klein rubbed his temples and said, "Find a quiet room for me to rest." He had only advanced for a day, so his condition wasn't stable. He had just performed a few rituals, used 2 charms, and suffered quite a shock. Therefore, he had to meditate as soon as possible to eliminate any problems. The current Klein was extremely wary of losing control. Tully pulled the white cloth over him and was visibly more relaxed. "No problem." He led Klein into the guest room near the sunroof and pointed inside. He pointed inside and said, "Inspector Moretti, don't worry. No one will disturb you. I'll go look for Madame Sharon first." Klein nodded slightly and watched him leave. He then closed the door and the curtains. In the dark and quiet bedroom, he slowly walked to the rocking chair and lay down comfortably, allowing his body to sway rhythmically. Countless illusions of light balls stacked in his mind. The buzzing in Klein's ears and the throbbing pain in his head gradually disappeared. When his condition stabilized, he opened his eyes and looked at the bed, cabinet, and other furniture in the dark. He calmly summarized his previous attempts. "I haven't received any feedback for the few exaggerated jokes I made. Perhaps it's because I haven't truly controlled the power of the clown potion, and there are still some negative effects. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that this kind of acting isn't very effective. I personally don't wish to play the role of clown, but since I've chosen this sequence pathway, I can only bite the bullet and continue down it. Actually, everyone would more or less become a clown in life. You don't have to be too averse to it. I have to figure out what the core element of a clown is as soon as possible. As all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly took out a brass penny with a denomination of half. Out of habit, he wanted to divine if Maynard's death was due to beyonder factors. Perhaps this is an occupational disease. Klein shook his head and laughed. His eyes darkened as he repeatedly chanted, John Maynard's death was influenced by extraordinary factors. Dang! Lying in the rocking chair, he flicked out the halfpenny and watched its brassy body twirl and flash in the darkness. Pah! The coin landed in Klein's palm with the number half facing up. Negative. This means that John Maynard's death wasn't due to beyonder factors. This guy really did die from extreme joy. The dead should be respected, so I won't use the Chinese proverb to mock him. Klein put away the coin and emptied his mind in the dark room. He almost fell asleep. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the slow and rhythmic knocking, Klein adjusted his clothes, put on the soft hat with the police emblem, left the reclining chair and slowly walked to the door. Just as his right palm touched the armrest, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. The brown bear-like Inspector Tolley stood outside the door, tugging at his collar. His expression was filled with obvious frustration and helplessness. Turning the doorknob, Klein unhurriedly opened the door. Inspector Tolley appeared in front of him and tugged at his collar. I'm very sorry to have made you wait for so long. We've already looked for Madame Sharon and recorded her statement. You can return to Zutland Street now. I'm really sorry to have wasted your precious time. Klein didn't ask the reason for the man's current emotions. Instead, he smiled and said, Madame Sharon admitted to being with Member of Parliament Maynard last night? Yes. She said that under the influence of a large amount of alcohol, she and Member of Parliament Maynard couldn't control themselves for a moment. When she realized that Maynard had died, she was very afraid. She quickly cleaned up the room and hid in her own guest room. We don't have enough reason to charge her with a crime for now, so we can only ask her to leave and restrict her freedom to a certain extent while we wait for the autopsy results, Inspector Tolley described in detail. Klein tilted his head slightly and smiled sharply. Who are you explaining to? Tolley was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I don't need to explain anything to you. I was so annoyed by Madame Maynard that I said so much subconsciously. Member of Parliament Maynard's wife is back, Klein asked in realization. Yes. Unfortunately, there was something wrong with the steam locomotive today. It wasn't delayed, Tolley answered in a joking manner. Klein didn't ask further. After checking that he had all his belongings with him, he followed Inspector Tolley to the staircase and went all the way back to the ground floor. Why didn't you arrest her? She's a murderer. I want to sue her. I want to sue you for negligence. I want to hire the best lawyer to sue you. Harsh words entered Klein's ears. He looked over subconsciously and saw a plump and fair middle-aged woman in the living room being supported by two young men. She was glaring angrily at them and scolding them incessantly. The regal long dress that's trending in Bakeland this year. Klein, who often flipped through the magazine Women's Aesthetics, first had this untimely thought. Then he saw a woman being protected by a few gentlemen. This lady was wearing a long black dress. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her brown eyes were as innocent and pitiful as a deer in the forest. It made people want to protect her. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly thought of the dirty movies she had starred in. He quickly raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed dryly. Professionally, he tapped his left molar twice and used his spirit vision to observe everyone present. Madame Maynard's body has some minor problems. The color of her aura is rather thin. From the color of her emotions, I can directly feel her anger and hatred. This is very consistent with her external appearance. Madame Sharon's emotional color is blue, which represents rational thinking and calmness. This is the complete opposite of her panicked, nervous, and pitiful appearance. Indeed, someone who can become a social butterfly is definitely not a bunny. Her body is very healthy. After finishing his observation, Klein was about to retract his gaze when he saw Madame Sharon quickly raise her head and glance in his direction. Then she lowered her head again, looking like she was trembling in fear. If not for the fact that I can directly see the color of your emotions, I might have been fooled by your performance. You should consider developing in the direction of an actress. After cursing inwardly, Klein didn't stay any longer. He left Maynard's house with Inspector Tolley and took the carriage arranged by the police station back to Zitland Street. After replacing the captain, he continued to be on duty at Cheney's Gate and took the opportunity to write a reimbursement request. After an uneventful night, Klein returned to the surface in the morning and received the breakfast he had entrusted Roshan to buy for him. "I like this pie," he praised. He had already paid for the breakfast in advance. "Is that so? Then I can try it tomorrow." Roshan replied happily. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he focused on the milk and pie. At 8:25, he yawned and fought back his drowsiness as he went to the nearby shooting club. A few days ago, he had arranged to meet Dr. Daxter Guderian at this time. Bang, bang, bang. In a small shooting range, Klein and Daxter aimed at their respective targets and finished a round of bullets. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. Daxter shook out the shells and looked at Klein with interest. "You're more confident than before." "Of course, I've already advanced to Sequence 8 and have actual combat abilities." Klein reflected his facial expressions and body movements in his mind and pretended to be arrogant. "That's because I only used a month to completely grasp the power of the potion." Daxter curled his lips indiscernibly and said, "Although it's something to be proud of, there's no need to keep mentioning it." "Ha! As a spectator, you actually didn't see through my act." "From the looks of it, a clown has the ability to restrain a spectator." Klein smiled as if he understood something. He then asked, "How's Hodyugin recently?" "He's really crazy." Daxter was silent for a second before saying, "I've used various methods to test him. He's indeed crazy. I'm considering giving him the right medicine to see if he can be treated." As a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, he actually pretended to be a mental patient. Even if there's a certain degree of treatment, it doesn't match the core elements of the potion's name. This is a vague and incorrect use of the acting method. It's not strange that he's crazy. Klein thought for a moment. "Did you find out who came into contact with him before he went crazy?" "Other than the doctors, patients, nurses, and workers in the asylum, no one else came into contact with him," Daxter answered with certainty. Klein tersely acknowledged. "What about before? Did anyone come to visit him? Or would he leave the asylum regularly for a period of time?" In order to keep his promise, Klein didn't ask about Hodyugin in detail the previous few times. Daxter fell into deep thought for a long time. After a long while, he said, "Other than the members of the psychological alchemy, no more than 5 people came to visit him. One of them came 3 times. His name is L." Without waiting for Klein to ask, he continued, "But I heard Hodyugin mention that L is a fake name." His real name is Lenivus. Chapter 176. Lenivus? That criminal who cheats money and sex? He's actually related to Hodyugin from psychological alchemy. Klein was stunned when he heard that, but he immediately recalled the meaning of the name Lenivus. He's a swindler who stole more than £10,000. He's a moving treasure trove that earns £10 for providing clues and £100 for helping to catch him. He's a scum who cheated the bodies and feelings of innocent women, and he actually knows Hodyugin and even visited him 3 times in the mental asylum. Does this mean that he's in contact with the Beyonder Circle, or is he a Beyonder himself? At this thought, Klein suddenly remembered the name of a potion. Sequence 8 of the Marauder Pathway, Swindler. Such Beyonders usually take pleasure in cheating others. It's very possible. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He controlled his facial expression and body language and pretended to be nonchalant. When was the last time that Mr. Lenevis visited Hoodugin? Early July. As for the exact date, I'll have to go back to the mental asylum and look through the corresponding registration form to know. Daxter Guderian replied after a few seconds of silence. Early July. Lenevis's scam hadn't failed back then, and he hadn't escaped Tingen. Klein changed the subject. Did Hoodugin mention anything about this gentleman? No. You should know that a Sequence 7 psychiatrist wouldn't leak anything out of carelessness. Every word they say is carefully thought out. Unless they have other motives, it's very difficult to pry secrets from them. I only managed to obtain the telepathist formula when Hoodugin went crazy. By the way, did you guys verify the authenticity of the formula? Daxter hid his pride in his sequence very well. Klein smiled. It's real. When you need to advance, feel free to concoct the potion according to it. If psychological alchemy isn't able to provide you with the ingredients, we can help. Oh, how have you been recently? Not bad, other than being a little worried about Hoodugin. You're completely relaxed. There aren't any signs of dissociative identity disorder. You've really helped me a lot on this matter, Daxter said with a sincere sigh. Klein put on a humble expression and said, This is what I should do. Let's go back to our previous topic. Since you said that a psychiatrist would carefully consider every word he said and wouldn't easily reveal secrets, why did Hoodugin tell you that El was Lenevis? Was he hinting at something or reminding you of something? Daxter was stunned. After a long while, he furrowed his brows and said, This is indeed very strange. I actually didn't notice it at all. But other than that, Hoodugin didn't mention anything else. Could it be that his goal was for me to relay Lenevis's name to the higher-ups in the society if anything were to happen to him? There are some problems with the current situation. After I reported Hoodugin's insanity, there was indeed a contact person who came over. After I explained every detail in detail, including Lenevis's name, the higher-ups didn't respond. It was like throwing a stone into the ocean. Does this mean that they've guessed something? It's a very reasonable deduction. Klein took out the demon hunting bullets and inserted them into the cylinder one by one. He then aimed at the target. Based on this deduction, Hoodugin might have already predicted that he would really go crazy or die. And this has something to do with Lenevis? But if he had already predicted it, why didn't he seek help from the higher-ups? Daxter's gaze was unfocused as he thought hard. It's a pity that he's insane now. There's no way to communicate with him effectively. Perhaps a certain temptation made him choose to take the risk. Klein made a conjecture. At the same time, he was also regretting that Hoodugin had really become a mental patient. This caused many clues to disappear. Sigh. Even a dead person is better than a lunatic. I can use mediumship to make a dead person speak. But what about a lunatic? Ah, right. Madame Daly once tried to use mediumship to awaken my lost memories. The theory she used was from psychological alchemy. This means that I can use the mediumship ritual on a living person and create a scene of direct communication with the spirit. I wonder if Hoodugin would still be insane under such a state. It's a pity that I'm not professional enough in this field, so I probably won't be able to do it. I'll first summon a messenger and write to Madame Daly to see what techniques she can provide. If she thinks that she's the only one who can do it, then I'll tell the captain and get him to send a telegram to the Bakelin diocese to request for assistance. I'm definitely not taking a detour just to learn some techniques and try out the ritual to summon a messenger. Various thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he gradually came up with a solution to the problem. Daxter agreed with his conjecture. Greed always makes people foolish. Even if you know that there's an abyss ahead, you still want to approach the boundary and take a peek. This is called testing the waters crazily at the edge of death. Klein lampooned. After some thought, he said, After you return to the mental asylum, try your best to treat Hoodugin. Try to keep him awake for a period of time and give him some hints. Also, Don't hide your worries and anxiety. Contact the people from Psychological Alchemy more often and urge them to solve Hood Eugen's problem. That's the most normal and logical reaction. Daxter nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. Klein didn't say anything else as he deliberated and asked again, What's the matter? He deliberated for a moment before asking, Has Hood Eugen's body shown any abnormalities recently? For example, dense scales growing on certain parts of his body. Half crazy, true crazy, and losing control were the different descriptions for when a beyonder experienced a problem. The milder ones would be a change in their worldview, as if they had become a different person, but they would still be able to think rationally and act normally. This was considered half crazy. The more serious ones would lose their logic, become chaotic, crazy, and difficult to communicate with. This was called true crazy. The irredeemable ones would have their body and mind turn into a monster, completely losing control. At certain times, if the problem wasn't resolved in time, the madness might lead to the point of losing control. Previously, in order to not expose the informant lurking in Psychological Alchemy, Dunn had instructed the Nighthawks not to immediately control Hood Eugen. They switched to monitoring and investigating to prevent any accidents. However, if Hood Eugen showed signs of losing control, they had to deal with him decisively. Daxter shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, you don't have to worry about that. I'm also afraid that Hood Eugen will lose control, so I won't miss a single detail. After all, I'm in the mental asylum 6 days a week. The two of them chatted for a while more than 10 minutes before leaving the shooting range. Klein resisted the strong urge to sleep as he took the public carriage back to Daffodil Street. He opened the door and saw his sister sitting on the sofa in the living room. She wasn't reading, nor was she fiddling with the mechanical parts or machinery. She was just staring blankly ahead as if she had lost her soul. He tapped his molars lightly and activated his spirit vision. Klein asked curiously, Melissa, did something happen? From the color of her aura, she seems healthy. She's not as malnourished as before. Melissa retracted her gaze and pursed her lips. She glanced at the kitchen, where the sound had come from. She said blankly, Bella has been recommending her family's unique breakfast recipe. She said it's delicious, so I agreed to let her try it this morning. What recipe? Klein had a bad feeling. Cook the leftovers from last night, then add water and bread. Melissa repeated in a low and ethereal voice. This is the standard dark cuisine. Klein pinched his forehead. So, we can't waste food. Melissa bit her lip and nodded seriously. Sis, I feel like you're doubting life. Klein cleared his throat and suppressed his laughter. He asked, Where's Banson? He's in the washroom. Melissa finally shook off her daze, and her eyes lit up again. At that moment, there was the sound of flushing in the washroom on the first floor. Banson came out with a newspaper in hand. Dear Klein, do you want breakfast? No, I've already eaten. Klein shook his head firmly. He was glad that he had arranged to meet Daxter this morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Roshan to bring breakfast in advance. What a pity. Otherwise, you would have changed your opinion of my culinary skills and become more confident, Banson said in a self-deprecating manner. At that moment, Melissa noticed something. She turned her eyes to look at Klein. You came back late today. Sis, be more naive and lively. Don't worry all the time. You were in a good state just now. Klein smiled. I have good news. You passed the police department's assessment and can get an extra salary? Melissa asked without much thought. Banson smiled and nodded in agreement. Klein held his hat and stood at the edge of the living room. He said in amusement, How am I supposed to surprise you? Then he coughed dryly and added, Yes. Yes, my weekly salary has doubled. He hid the 4-pound increment and planned to save up for the future. After all, he couldn't just rely on the money in his anonymous account. Besides, the doubling was enough to scare his brother and sister. 6 pounds? Melissa blurted out, shocked and shocked. I really need to change my job. Benson touched his hairline. With the information provided by Klein, he had been studying hard on his own during this period of time. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Melissa said happily, this way, after deducting the normal expenses, you'll be able to save enough money in 2 to 3 years to meet the minimum requirements for a gentleman to get married. Yes, the requirements were told to me by Elizabeth. Klein couldn't help but laugh. That's something for a long time to come. Shouldn't we celebrate now? I hereby announce that from today onwards, our staple food will be white bread. After I'm done with my work, we'll go to different restaurants to taste good food. Melissa glanced at him and said, as if she didn't hear anything, Benson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral to attend Massachusetts. Do you want to come? I praise the goddess every day. Klein laughed. I have to catch up on my sleep. He slept until 12:30. After having lunch with Benson and Melissa, he continued his mission of investigating the house with the red chimney. In the dead of night, he sealed his bedroom with his spirituality and prepared to try the messenger summoning ritual provided by the Spirit Guide Daily. Chapter 177. For the current Klein, simple ritualistic magic was as proficient as eating and drinking. It didn't take long before he finished preparing the ingredients and lit the candle that symbolized himself. Looking at the flickering dim yellow flame on the desk, Klein suddenly had an amusing thought. Does this count as me lighting the candle for myself? Holy sh*T. What the hell am I thinking? He reined in his thoughts, picked up the black rotten flower powder that belonged to the domain of death, and sprinkled it on the candle, exchanging it for a taste similar to formalin from his previous life. Following that, he dripped the Evernights dependent, full moon essence oil on it. Amidst the sizzling sound, the surroundings suddenly turned silent. There was an invisible, subtle feeling surging. Klein took a step back and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. That's right. Then he switched to Hermes. I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders the unfounded, a creature from the upper realm that is under the control of others, a messenger that belongs solely to Daily Simone. Woo! The sound of a sob was stirred by the wind, and the dim yellow candle flame was instantly dyed with a ghostly blue luster. Under its illumination, the wall behind the desk rippled with nearly transparent ripples. A strange face without eyebrows, eyes or nose, only a mouth appeared. It opened its lips and spat out a long, bright red tongue that was embedded with irregular fangs. In addition, there were 5 thin fingers at the tip of the tongue. They constantly extended and closed, as if waiting to be delivered. This is Daly's messenger. Compared to Mr. Aztec, he's like a child. No, this still can't accurately describe the difference between the two. Yes, one is an adult giant, and the other is a human baby. I wonder if it's because of that mystical item, or if Mr. Aztec himself is very powerful. I have to adjust my understanding of him. Perhaps he's a high-sequence beyonder. I forgot. I should have asked Ma, and Daly in the letter, and asked her what the sequence 4 and 3 of the sleepless pathway are. Mr. Aztec is very likely to belong to this sequence. Of course, he might not have advanced because of potions. Yes, perhaps it's because of his ancestral chromosomes. I'll ask next time. The messenger is waiting. Klein stared at it seriously for a few moments before placing the folded piece of paper into the messenger's hand and watching it grip it tightly. Schwa! The messenger retracted his tongue and swallowed the letter. The transparent, strange, and squirming face shrunk into the wall and disappeared. I have to say that the means of magic are quite cool and convenient. It's just that it can't be popularized. Klein looked at the candle flame that had returned to normal, shook his head, and ended the ritual. Monday morning, Bakeland, Empress Borough. In a hidden corner of the municipal garden donated by the Duke of Negan, Zio Dericha, whose blonde hair was messy and coarse, and Furs Wall, who had a languid demeanor, looked at the person in front of them in a daze. They were momentarily at a loss for words. The short and exquisite Zio, who was just over 5 meters tall, stared at the golden retriever who was wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. She adjusted her trainee night attire and deliberated before saying, "You're the messenger sent by Miss Audrey." "Oh, my goddess, why am I asking a dog so seriously?" Furs used her fingers to hold a thin cigarette and chuckled. "Maybe it's a magical creature." "I've never seen a magical creature that looks like a dog." Zio replied in a rather serious manner. Susie sat up straight, shut her mouth, and pointed at her abdomen with her paw. Tied to her long and thick golden fur was a small leather bag. Zio looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. She hurriedly approached and bent down to untie the bag. Furs looked at it curiously, and her expression suddenly turned odd. "It's made of crocodile skin, and it has the style of the fashion designer Mr. Sada's. She actually used such a bag for a transaction." "In other words, it's very expensive?" Zio raised the leather bag. Furs pursed her lips and nodded seriously. Zio's actions slowed down dramatically. She carefully pulled open the zipper and took out the letter inside, as though she was holding an antique vase in her hand. After reading it, she handed the letter to Furs. Furs read it seriously and lit the letter with a cigarette. She watched as it turned to ashes and fell to the ground. "There's no additional information to provide." Zio unconsciously pouted and took out a stack of folded paper from the pocket of her trainee night uniform. She looked at Susie with a dignified expression and subconsciously exhorted, "This is the investigation report from the past few days. This is the investigation report from the past few days. You must hand it directly to Miss Audrey Hall." Susie trembled and quickly sat up straight, her tail wagging rapidly. Zio nodded in satisfaction and stuffed the folded paper into the leather bag. Then she tied the bag back to Susie. Susie howled and ran away without a trace. Inside the Hall family's luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa in her activity room, holding a letter cutter and trying to open the letter in front of her. It was sent by her second brother from the southern continent's Balam Empire. Along with the letter, there was a package. At that moment, she saw Susie push open the half-closed door and rush in with small steps. Susie sat upright on the carpet in front of Audrey and patted the leather bag with her paw. "You really are an excellent messenger." Audrey wasn't stingy with her praise. Susie looked back at the door and whispered, "Your friend is very serious. Your friend is very serious. Looking at her reminds me of the past. Back then, there were professional hunters who came to train us. It was a gift from Earl Hall when he bought the hound. Susie, your Ruan is getting more and more fluent. It's just that there's still a problem with the logic of the language." Audrey watched as the golden retriever untied the leather bag and skillfully unzipped it. She signaled to Susie with her eyes, and the golden retriever immediately understood. She stood up abruptly, ran to the exit, and locked the door from the inside. "There's no result yet, but there's a phenomenon of a homeless person disappearing in the Bakeland Bridge area." There's no way to confirm it. Perhaps the homeless person suddenly changed his original trajectory. Audrey flipped through the investigation report and seriously considered how she should reply to Zio and Furs. Tell Zio that as long as she can discover Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's whereabouts, I'll directly buy the Sheriff Potion formula for her. No, that's not friendly enough. It'll make her feel inferior. Yes, I have to say this. Zio, I've already prepared your reward. As long as you can complete the mission, for £150 in cash will be yours. Sigh, I've only found the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid as the main ingredient for telepathist. I'm still short of the pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. Glaint, Zio, and Furs haven't found anything for the time being. Audrey, cheer up. At the very least, you've completely digested the spectator potion. Once you gather the ingredients, you'll become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Audrey reined in her thoughts, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a reply. She stuffed it back into her leather bag and entrusted Susie to make another trip. After watching the golden retriever's back disappear through the door, she tore open the letter from her brother and began reading it with a smile on her lips. Dear sister, I think you should also come to the southern continent, to the colonial zone of the Balam Empire. There's plenty of sunlight, fresh air, a clean environment, freshly fished seafood, all sorts of unique customs, docile and obedient Balam natives who are very suitable to be servants, and the taste of freedom. As for Bakeland, it's cold, humid, and the air is terrible. There's often fog, and you often can't see the sun. Furthermore, the population is so huge that it creates all sorts of problems. Yes, there's also the endless balls, banquets, and salons. Those social occasions are so stiff that I don't want to stay a moment longer. Dear sister, I believe you feel the same way. I'm not trying to escape from my family. I'm just pursuing my own life. However, our brother definitely doesn't think so. He's always been a selfish person. Of course, he's not stingy with you, because you can only receive so little wealth. As for me, I'm his greatest enemy in inheriting the title. After all, our father is an earl with a long-term vision. He definitely won't be bound by the primogeniture system. As long as he feels that it's necessary, he can do anything, just like how he ignored the strong opposition and sold half of his farmland and pastures to enter the banking industry. I occasionally miss Bakeland, but I mainly miss father, mother, and you. I miss those few years when your smile made me feel better. You must have become the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland, but unfortunately I might only be able to return in 2 years. A career is a man's pride, and the outstanding youths of the Ruan Kingdom have the world as their stage. You can tell our dear aunt that the coastal areas of the Balam Empire are very suitable for vacations. It's very suitable for her aching and swollen joints every winter. I sincerely invite her to be a guest, and it would be even better if you could come with her. I didn't send you too many gifts. They're mainly things that have a rich Balam style, such as unique yellow silk or accessories that are filled with the worship of death. I remember that you've always liked mysticism. I'll help you keep an eye out. There are too many mysteries to the folklore here. After reading the letter, Audrey picked up a pad and a pen and paper. Leaning back on the sofa, she pursed her lips and wrote seriously. My dearest Alfred, he said, although less than a year has passed, the little girl in your memories has already grown up. She no longer likes mysticism. You don't need to search for such things, because it's very dangerous. Audrey puffed up her cheeks and added inwardly, during this period of time, she had heard too many tragedies due to mysticism from Zio and Furza's narration at Beyonder gatherings. She thought for a moment and announced excitedly, I'm not going to give up. Chapter 178. After sharing some interesting things and scandals among the nobles, Audrey stopped writing and put on a serious look as if she was thinking hard. Relying on her excellent memory as a spectator, she sorted out fragments of her father, Earl of Hall's words and occasional teachings, as well as some of the news she heard at banquets, balls, and salons, and organized them into paragraphs. After writing a draft in her mind, Audrey finally put pen to paper. As for the political situation in Bakeland that you asked about, it's not within the scope of my interest. I can only describe to you the details that I happen to know based on my impression. Just some time ago, my father told me that after the Grain Act was abolished, the price of food plummeted and the rent standard for fields and pastures also dropped like a cliff. I'm not sure about the specific extent, but I can give you an example to let you understand. As you know, the Duke of Negan is the noble with the most land outside of the royal family. It is said that he has more than 12 million pounds worth of fields, pastures, and forests. Last year, his land rent income reached the highest level in history, 3 million pounds. This year, it is foreseeable that the total land rent income will be 850,000 pounds, which is a reduction of 450,000 pounds. This is more than all the assets that I can share. There is no need for me to explain further. My dear brother, you must understand the characteristics of most of the old-school nobles. They are proud of owning land, and their main source of income is land rent. Dignity is more important than anything else. Even if they are in debt, they have to maintain a lifestyle that matches their status. Every year, they have to pay tens of thousands of pounds for castle repairs, thousands of pounds for clothing and jewelry, as well as persistent hunting activities, social banquets, occasional grand weddings, extravagant funerals, and so on. Due to the severe decline in the income from land rent, as far as I know, some of the nobles are facing financial difficulties. For this reason, Count Wolfe sold 840,000 acres of land in the countryside for 290,000 gold pounds, while Viscount Conrad sold his collection worth 55,000 gold pounds to the National Gallery. Apart from a small number of ambitious nobles who have long shifted their focus to industries such as steel, coal, railways, banks, rubber, and other industries, everyone else has suffered serious damage from the Grain Act. Let us praise our dear Earl of Hull here. My father told me that the lack of financial resources will cause the nobles to lose control over party politics and the seats in the House of Commons. It's not hard to imagine that the number of members of Parliament born into the landed nobility will be greatly reduced next year. In order to raise funds, the Conservative Party and the new party have promised that no matter who it is, as long as they have no criminal record and donate enough money, they will seek a title for the other party. Of course, the premise is that the person has the minimum land area to match the title. One example is the wealthy Mr. Sindres, who bought the minimum land required for a baron's title, which is 600,000 hectares. He then donated £100,000 to the Carlton Club, £100,000 to the Conservative Party, and £300,000 to charity activities. In the end, he successfully received His Majesty's edict and became an honourable baron. In this regard, I heard that there's a price list. A baron is £300,000, and a hereditary baron is £700,000 to £1,000,000. There's no clear answer for viscounts and earls, but I think it's definitely exaggerated enough. In this year, many nobles who had financial problems began to seriously consider the possibility of socializing with wealthy merchants. In just 2 months, there were 3 such marriages. The dowry of the bride was very coveted. In addition, the workers who protested the Grain Act did indeed receive a reduction in the price of food, but their quality of life didn't improve. In fact, it was even worse. This was because the bankrupt farmers entered the cities and used low wages to snatch jobs. Hence, the wages of the working class plummeted rapidly. I remember that day, after talking about these matters, my father once asked me who I think the winner of the Grain Act incident was. My dear Alfred, you definitely know the answer. You will definitely be able to obtain a hereditary title through your own hard work. After receiving Audrey's reply, Zio Dericha and Furs Wall were riding a carriage back to the Bakeland Bridge area. Zio, with her disheveled blonde hair, looked out the window. Her eyes were so bright that it seemed like 2 flames were burning. She kept muttering the words for £150 to herself as though she was chanting an incantation. Every time she repeated it, she gained more courage and strength. Darkholm hasn't come to us today. Let's go to his place directly. Suddenly, Zio turned to look at Furs. Darkholm was the leader of a gang in the East Borough of Bakeland. He controlled many beggars and thieves. Although he always looked kind and had a friendly smile on his round face, Zio knew that he was a cruel and vicious scoundrel. He had once broken the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old thief, just because the thief hid his loot. If it wasn't necessary, Zio wouldn't even wish to see Darkholm. However, he was one of the people who understood the vagrants in the city the best. Furs tucked her slightly curly brown hair behind her ear. As long as it doesn't delay my lunch. No problem. Perhaps after this week, I'll treat you to an Intis feast. Zio promised, feeling good about herself. Should I thank God for that? Furs asked in amusement. She was different from Zio. She was a shallow believer of the god of steam and machinery. As they conversed, the 2 ladies switched to another public carriage and arrived at the East Borough of Bakeland to find Darkholm's house. It was a townhouse located in a narrow alley. Green plants grew on the walls, and the environment outside was rather messy. Zio walked to the door, raised her right hand, and knocked on the door in a unique rhythm. With a creak, the door, which wasn't closed, swung open with her knock. Zio's slightly dazed expression instantly turned solemn, like an angry lion. She took out the trident she carried with her, carefully pushed open the door, and slowly walked in. Furs also changed her nonchalant attitude and took out a dagger from somewhere. They didn't smell anything strange, but their rich experience made them acutely aware that something was amiss. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zio and Furs entered Darkholm's house. Then they saw the pale, severed arm hanging from the gas lamp. They saw the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys on the coffee table. They saw strips of flesh splattered on the floor and hanging on the coat rack. The white bones had been shaved clean and were messily piled up in front of the door. And amidst the white bones, there was a head with empty eyes. It was none other than Darkholm. His round face maintained a friendly smile as though everything was normal. The interior of the house wasn't filled with the smell of blood at all. As a former clinic doctor, later a best-selling author, and a sequence 9 beyonder, Furs had seen death scenes more disgusting than this. As she patted Zio, who was tense and on the verge of vomiting, she looked around and said in a deep voice, "Zillings? Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings?" He discovered that Darkholm was investigating the missing tramp, so he followed him in reverse and came straight to the door. Or could it be that Darkholm discovered his whereabouts, but was discovered by him? Zio held back her nauseous palpitations and nodded with a solemn expression, as expected of a pirate admiral known for his ruthlessness and cunning. And the strangeness of this place matches the performance of his mystical item. Cunning. Furs was suddenly alarmed as she blurted out. Could he be waiting nearby in an attempt to ambush the mastermind behind the investigation? Zio was taken aback for a moment before she replied in a flustered manner. It's very possible. That was a Sequence 6 Wind-Blessed, a great pirate who wielded a mystical item. As for the two of them, they were only Sequence 9. This was a very simple and easy comparison. In the house opposite Darkholm's house, a man in his 30s with a unique wide chin and dark green eyes stood by the window. He coldly watched Zio and Furs push open the door and slowly enter. He was none other than Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. The black glove on his left hand suddenly squirmed as though it had a life of its own. A layer of dark golden scales appeared on its surface. Zillings revealed a cruel and joyful expression as his dark green eyes turned pale gold and merciless vertical pupils. With a thought, Furs hurriedly pulled Zio to the other side, avoiding the area directly facing the door. Right on the heels of that, she gritted her white teeth and took off a bracelet that was concealed by her sleeves. The silver bracelet had 3 dark green course stones on it. The surface of the stones were filled with burn marks and were uneven. Furs plucked off a stone and shouted in ancient Hermes, "I'm going to kill you." Door. She grabbed Zio Dericha tightly as she watched the stone emit an illusory light blue glow. The figures of the two ladies turned blurry, almost incorporeal. They saw indescribable bodies, even objects that were so transparent that they didn't seem to exist. They saw streaks of different colors that contained limitless knowledge. They had entered the mysterious spirit world. In the strange world that was higher than reality, Furs pulled Zio in a particular direction. 3 seconds later, they left the transparent and illusory state and returned to reality, back in Bakeland. However, they were no longer in Darkholm's house, but in an uninhabited cemetery. Zillings, who was wearing a fine-scaled glove, silently appeared at Darkholm's door and swept his cold gaze inside. He was taken aback as he frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Traveler." "Traveler? In the cemetery? In the cemetery? What do we do next?" Furs panted with a pained and fearful expression. The bracelet was a mystical item she had obtained from the fortuitous encounter where she obtained the apprentice formula and ingredients. Apart from making her hear strange, indistinct ravings every full moon, there weren't any other dangers. The bracelet originally had 5 stones that allowed her to traverse through the spirit world, allowing her to do something similar to teleportation. But now there were only 2 left. Zio composed herself and nodded solemnly. Chapter 179. Call the police. Fur's wall repeated in surprise. To Beyonders, taking the initiative to call the police seemed to be a matter of another world. Zio paced back and forth a few times, grabbing her coarse blonde hair. The scene of Darkholm's death was so horrifying and strange. As long as the police have eyes, they'll definitely pass it on to the mandated punishers, the Nighthawks, the Machinery Hive Mind, or the special department belonging to the military. When the time comes, we just need to leak some information and let them know that the murderer is Zillings. Then we can create the scene of a city-wide manhunt. Our goal is only to find Zillings, not to capture him. With the help of so many Beyonders, things will be much simpler and safer. Once Zillings becomes flustered and makes a mistake, it'll be our chance to obtain the bounty. Ha, I'm talking about discovering his tracks. Zio laughed dryly and looked at the stunned Furs. Could it be that, in your heart, I'm someone who will charge into any obstacle I see? The difference between us and Zillings is as great as Desi Bay. Furs nodded slowly and said, Your understanding of yourself is very correct. You've done too many similar things, and the losses you've suffered as a result are enough to raise you to Sequence 8. Fortunately, you're still rational enough on this matter. Zio looked down at the trident in her hand and muttered, I have to be honest. I clearly sense death approaching. Without a doubt, Zillings is nearby. It's an aura that's evil enough to break the rules. It made me instinctively react. Furs wore the silver bracelet with 2 stones left and thought seriously for nearly a minute. I agree with your idea. Let's inform Miss Audrey first before calling the police. Yes, be it Darkholm who discovered Zillings's tracks or his subordinates, we can investigate from this direction and figure out Zillings's previous range of activity and residence. Zio frowned her golden brows. But Zillings definitely won't stay in the same place. Even if he was one of the 7 pirate admirals and had the help of a mystical item, Zillings had to be extremely careful in Bakeland. Even the king of the 5 seas, Nast, had once encountered misfortune here and was nearly captured. No, I mean, from these clues, we can deduce or confirm the purpose of Zillings coming to Bakeland. As long as we know what he really wants to do, no matter how he disguises himself or what tricks he plays, he will eventually reveal himself to us. Then, our mission will be accomplished. Furs explained in detail. My experience in writing novels over the past 2 years has taught me that once I grasp the key, things will become simple. Zio looked at her friend in surprise, as though she couldn't believe that she could say something so reasonable. I'm different from you. I'm just too lazy to think, but you rely on your muscles to think. Furs pursed her lips and tilted her head with a smile. Mocking me won't make you smarter. Zio tried her best to make the few strands of blonde hair that were sticking up smooth. All right, let's go to Empress Burrow and tell Miss Audrey about this. Furs nodded slightly. So, what's our emergency contact method with Miss Audrey? Zio was momentarily at a loss as she looked at the distant tombstone. She told me that her pet dog, the golden retriever we saw previously, will go out for a walk every day at least 5 times. Yes, the most recent time will be after lunch. In other words, we have to secretly wait outside Earl Hall's luxurious residence. The corners of Furs's mouth twitched. Zio suddenly turned her head and revealed a fawning smile. Furs, or do you want to sneak in directly? I don't think that's a problem for you. It's your specialty. A hereditary earl for centuries, one of the most influential member of Parliament in the House of Lords, the largest shareholder of Varvat Bank, the 4th largest shareholder of Bakeland Bank, a special consultant of Royal Bank of Rouen, the 3rd largest shareholder of Suchit Bank in the Kingdom of Intis, the second largest shareholder of Constant Coal and steel conglomerate, and so on. This is the illustrious identity of Miss Audrey's father. Zio, use your brain. How can such an important figure's family not employ beyonders? How can they not have any private stashes? This is different from those destitute viscounts and barons. Furs snapped. I swear in the name of God that if I dare to sneak in, I'll be discovered and caught in less than 5 minutes. Zio nodded repeatedly in agreement. Let's wait for that golden retriever. With that said, she led the way. After taking a few steps, she said with her back facing Furs, Yes, yes, I'll try my best to make up for your losses in the future. Yes, yes, I will try my best to make up for your loss in the future. Yes, I mean that stone. Upon hearing this, the corners of Furs's mouth curled up slightly. I'm saving myself. Also, Zio, you're walking in the wrong direction. God, if you were an apprentice and became a traveler in the future, that would be a disaster. Outside Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Zio and Furs hid behind the Intis parasol tree as they secretly watched the Target building and the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, they saw the golden retriever sneak out from a hidden hole at the bottom of the wall. It pricked up its ears and looked around very carefully. Just as Susie was happily taking a stroll, a black male dog suddenly jumped out, fawning over her and circling around. This is the first time I've seen a dog show such a human expression. How much does it hate that black dog? Zio sighed softly. She could see the obvious disgust in Susie's eyes and facial expression. Fur smiled and said, It's like meeting a rash, disgusting, and persistent pervert. Seeing that Susie was trying to speed up and escape the black dog, Zio stood forward to uphold justice. My verdict is to leave it, Zio shouted with a serious expression. The black dog was taken aback for a moment before it ran away with its tail between its legs. Susie heaved a sigh of relief and slowed down. She whimpered politely and wagged her tail. That was close. That was close. I nearly said thank you to them. The golden retriever thought in relief. That would have been very awkward. The melodious melody slowly came to a stop. Sitting on the piano stool, Audrey frowned as she held the latest information that Zio and Furs had sent her. She closed the lid of the piano and stood up gracefully. She paced back and forth in the piano room, thinking about what she should do next. Zillings is a very dangerous fellow. If I continue investigating, it's very likely that Zio and Furs will encounter something terrible. It might even expose me. Yes, I'll do as they say. All right, there's still 2 hours before the tarot. I wonder what Mr. Fool's suggestion is. If he's still not interested, I'll discuss it carefully with the hanging man. Audrey gradually calmed down. This was the first time she had encountered, or rather, personally participated in, such a dangerous matter. 1 life had already been lost. 3 in the afternoon. Audrey, who had recovered from her crimson and hazy state, once again saw the boundless gray fog that didn't seem to belong to reality. She saw a palace that looked like a giant's residence, an ancient and mottled bronze table, the fool who was forever shrouded in a thick layer of fog, the hanging man, and Sunday. In the blink of an eye, Audrey's slightly tense and worried emotions were soothed. She felt very calm and confident. I'm participating in the tarot that doesn't exist in the material world. I'm facing Mr. Fool, who's almost a god. I'm not on the same level as Zillings at all. Audrey proudly straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and greeted cheerfully. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein saw that Miss Justice indicated that she had something to say, so he nodded gently in agreement. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wonder if your adorer has received the 300 pounds as compensation? Audrey resisted the urge to immediately tell him about Zillings, and instead showed concern for her leader's adorer. Klein chuckled softly. I didn't pay attention to this matter, but since my adorer didn't request for additional help, it means that he has already received it. Yes, I've repeatedly confirmed that I have 300 pounds in my anonymous account. Klein added silently in a happy mood. That's great. Audrey felt relieved and turned to look across. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's been progress on Zillings. Alger sat up straight and couldn't hide his joy. Where is he? Unfortunately, as soon as we discovered his tracks, he noticed our investigation and killed the relevant personnel. Audrey recounted the main points of Zio and Furz's encounter and explained their subsequent train of thought in detail. Alger nodded slightly. I'll pay close attention. With that said, he turned to look at the end of the long bronze table, and under the confused gaze of the confused Derek, he said, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Honorable Mr. Fool, if you figure out Zillings's true motives and the extremely important and mystical item he is trying to obtain, please allow me to recite your name and inform you through a ritual. He did not repeat his request for help from the adorer, since he had already spoken and the fool had given an answer. There was no need to be long-winded. Otherwise it would anger the gods. Therefore, Alger only expressed his wish to report. If the final temptation was sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's adorer would definitely appear. Is that even possible? Audrey widened her eyes. If I had known, I would have applied for the right to report as well. That way, I might be able to occasionally receive Mr. Fool's guidance, she thought in frustration. Under everyone's gaze, Klein leaned back in his chair in the thick gray fog and nodded gently. Chapter 180. Upon hearing the fool's answer, the hanging man, Alger, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and said humbly, Please allow me to praise you in advance for listening, because I'm also very curious. I'm very curious about the mystical item that a sequence 6 Windbless believes can give one the strength of a sequence 4. I'm very curious about what a pirate admiral wants to do in Bakeland. Klein smiled and maintained his profound and silent posture. Anyway, I didn't promise to help since I'm listening, he emphasized in his heart. However, compared to before, he now had more confidence. This was because his ally in reality, the mysterious Mr. Aztec, was in Bakeland. If there was a need, Klein was willing to use the copper whistle to request Aztec's help. Of course, he definitely wouldn't mention tarot. He could only vaguely indicate that it came from a particular source of information. There were still 2 problems regarding this matter. First, Klein and Aztec were currently limited to a cooperative relationship. It wasn't certain that Aztec would provide help unless what Zillings wanted to do, or the mystical item involved, piqued his interest. Second, Klein didn't know how strong Aztec was at present. Even if he had adjusted his guess and believed that he was a high-sequence beyonder, he still had to carefully consider the weakening brought about by amnesia. After all, knowledge often equated to power, and incomplete knowledge would definitely greatly reduce one's strength. This way, whether Aztec could deal with Zillings with creeping hunger was something Klein couldn't guarantee. He was also worried that it would put someone he knew in danger. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't wish to trouble Aztec. Thinking about the terrifying messengers summoned by Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. No, that fellow doesn't look like a messenger at all. He's enough to act as a boss. Yes, even if Mr. Aztec can't defeat Zillings with the augmentation of creeping hunger, he should be able to easily protect himself. He should also have the strength to save the hanging man and Miss Justice's beyonder companion. In thought, Klein adjusted his sitting posture. He remained leaning back in his chair as he leisurely crossed his right leg over his left. The hanging man Alger glanced at the fool and spoke again. I'm about to obtain a batch of Roselle the Great's diary. I'm about to obtain a batch of Emperor Roselle's diaries. I believe I'll be able to present them to you at the next gathering. According to the division of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Pritz Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Bakeland Diocese. Therefore, Alger could use the excuse of reporting on his previous voyage to enter the kingdom's capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings to expose himself. And in history, Bakeland was once the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was only at the end of the previous epoch, when the kingdom of Rouen was established, that they moved the altar to Possu Island. Therefore, in every aspect, the Lord of Storm's Bakelin diocese was second only to the headquarters of the 7 major churches. It was imaginable how rich the information was. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to decipher. The semi-public Rozel's diary, which was studied by the church's beyonders, would definitely be easily found. Alger was very confident about this. Klein deliberately made his tone sound a little cheerful as he nodded slightly. Very good. At that moment, his true emotions were one of joy and one of worry. He was happy that he would soon be able to see many pages of Rozel's diary. There might be a lot of useful information recorded on it, but he was worried about what he could use to exchange with the hanging man. After all, no one knew if the diary's contents would interest the hanging man, or if the contents were of sufficient value. Even a seer wouldn't be able to know ahead of time. Do I really have to get my blessed to help? Klein sighed silently. Seeing that the conversation between the hanging man and Mr. Fool had come to an end, Audrey Hall hurriedly asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, if I obtain information that is very useful and has obvious timeliness, can I also recite your name and inform you through a ritual?" Timeliness. Look at how elegant Miss Justice's choice of words is. Compared to her, the hanging man, you are too crude. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said through the thick gray fog, "Yes." "Sure. Great." Audrey quietly clenched her fists. At the same time, Klein turned his head to look at the son, Derek Berg, who was listening silently by the side. He said in a relaxed tone, "You too." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek lowered his head. In the towering palace above the gray fog, there was silence for a few seconds. Then Audrey took the initiative to speak. "I need the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander, one of the main ingredients of the telepathist potion." The hanging man Alger nodded indiscernibly as though he was in thought. "I don't have one. To be honest, I've only seen such a creature in textbooks." Sun heard the automatic translation of Phantom Wyvern. What kind of textbook would introduce Beyonder creatures? How enviable! The information I obtained at Beyonder gatherings was either directly dictated or crumpled paper. It wasn't systematic or organized enough. I'll have a chance to exchange for his textbooks from Sun in the future. He's interested in the formula of the Bard sequence. Audrey thought enviously. At that moment, Alger glanced at the fool before retracting his gaze and looking opposite him. He pondered and said, "I might be able to obtain the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander." Without waiting for Audrey to rejoice, he added, "But the premise is that I have to find Zillings. But the premise is that I have to find Kalengos. When the time comes, together with the compensation I have to give you, it will be equivalent to the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Miss Justice, you might not know this, but this type of wyvern is close to extinction. At present, only a few primitive islands in the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, and Sonia Sea still have traces of them, and the coordinates of these islands are only known by a very small number of people. If you are interested in the future, we can make an exchange in this aspect, because I am one of those few people. I'm also interested in those primitive islands." Klein listened to the duo's exchange in silence. At the thought of the rainbow salamander, a dragon subspecies that was close to extinction, he suddenly recalled the joke he had made with Old Neil, the Dragons and Giants Protection Association. His mood suddenly turned gloomy. Audrey was very excited when she heard that. She held back her emotions and said, "I once dreamed of sailing the sea in search of those primitive islands and experiencing the ancient customs on them. Goddess, the Tarot Club is really too powerful and magical. He actually has a member who knows the coordinates of some primitive islands. Praise Mr. Fool." Audrey lost her spectator state as she pursed her lips into a beautiful arc primitive islands. Klein was first taken aback before he recalled a certain page of Rozel's diary that he had previously read. It was the page where the Emperor was cosplaying as One Piece. He and his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse had discovered a nameless island in the fog sea that wasn't a safe sea route. There were many beyonder creatures on it. Could this be the so-called primitive island? Unfortunately, the Emperor didn't leave the coordinates on that diary page. Perhaps there are subsequent diaries, but up to now, I haven't obtained any subsequent diaries. Klein thought regretfully and expectantly. As for Sun, he was already dumbfounded by the terms Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, Sonia Sea, and Primitive Islands. He increasingly felt that he wasn't in the same world as Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man. After a few seconds, Audrey asked in puzzlement, "The rainbow salamander is close to extinction." The rainbow salamander is close to extinction. Does that mean that the spectator pathway will soon be severed? No. There must be substitutes, the Hanging Man Alger answered with great certainty. What substitutes are there? Audrey's eyes lit up as she asked in return. Alger shook his head and replied with a deeper meaning. I don't know. I do not know. Perhaps the people from the psychology alchemists know. Then why are you so sure that there are substitutes? Audrey was confused and puzzled. Alger smiled. You'll know in the future. Or do you want to pay me in exchange for this information? Then I'll wait. Audrey puffed her cheeks and silently exhaled. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. Even if I know, it's temporarily useless. The Hanging Man will definitely request for matters related to Rear Admiral Hurricane. I can't be too deeply implicated. She suddenly wanted to praise her intelligence. But what she didn't expect was for Mr. Fool to be very disappointed at that moment. Klein was rather curious about the secret hidden in Alger's words. Unfortunately, Miss Justice, who had always been in the best position to assist, didn't choose to make the transaction. No matter what method the two used to make the transaction, as long as they were above the gray fog, the contents couldn't be hidden from him. The master! Yes, the rainbow salamander is close to extinction, but psychological alchemy still provides a formula that includes it. It doesn't provide the names of the substitutes. Does this mean that psychological alchemy has the coordinates of some primitive island? Or is it cooperating with a faction that has the coordinates of some primitive island? Klein thought in enlightenment. After the transaction ended, he surveyed the area and looked at Sunday. He asked in a relaxed tone, Does the City of Silver still believe in deities? Klein was only an official member of the Nighthawks at the moment, so he didn't have access to more in-depth mysticism knowledge, which included sacrificial rituals. Therefore, in order to verify if his sacrificial and bestowal ideas could allow the strange space above the gray fog to have an additional function of exchanging materials, he, who was already a Sequence 8, planned on learning something similar from other places as soon as possible. After repeated consideration, he came up with 3 methods. First, he could consult Spirit Guide Daily, who was also skilled in ritualistic magic and had the rank of deacon. However, this would easily arouse her suspicion, so all he could do was wait patiently for an opportunity. Second, he could ask Mr. Aztec, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he had already remembered this part of the knowledge. Third, he could use a roundabout method to inquire from the City of Silver Sunday. As for the roundabout method, Klein already had an idea. Furthermore, it could effectively maintain his image. Anything he asked would involve a deity. Derek replied in a respectful tone, That's right. Chapter 181. The moment she heard the fool's question, Audrey pricked up her ears and entered her spectator state, waiting for Sun to answer. She had always been curious about where the City of Silver was and what was so special about it, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After all, it involved his privacy. At this moment, Mr. Fool's personal inquiry made her feel like she finally had the chance to buy the next volume after finishing the first volume of an excellent detective novel. And Sun's answer didn't disappoint her. They didn't believe in the 7 mainstream Orthodox deities, nor did they believe in the southern continent's death, much less the hidden existences and evil gods and devils that the Hanging Man had told her about, such as the primordial demoness, the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, the chained god, and the true creator. The City of Silver is indeed very special. They actually directly believe in the Creator himself. This is the primitive worship described by Mr. the Hanging Man, right? The description of omniscience and omnipotence is a little strange. Audrey subconsciously turned her head to look at the Hanging Man and realized that he was indeed nodding slightly. Klein wasn't surprised at all as he deliberately chuckled and asked, "Even though he abandoned you?" Abandoned? The Creator abandoned the City of Silver? The Hanging Man Alger was shocked as he instantly thought of a proper term. The forsaken land of the gods! In the internal information of the Church of the Lord of Storms, in the secrets that a bishop-level captain like Alger could come into contact with, the forsaken land of the gods was always just a name without any specific description. However, it clearly pointed to the end of the Sonia Sea. According to what he knew, even the cardinals who were at the core of the church didn't know what the forsaken land of the gods represented. Only the leader of the church, the proxy of the Lord of Storms, knew a little about the situation. Furthermore, he seemed to be secretly presiding over a secret operation to find the forsaken land of the gods. Alger had once made a bold guess, equating the true Creator's holy residence that the Aurora Order promoted with the forsaken land of the gods. Unfortunately, the fool didn't give him an answer, making him unable to confirm it, and now he was shocked and stunned to discover that the Tarot member codenamed Sun was very likely from the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool always knew where the forsaken land of the gods was, and he was able to recruit members from there? This was a secret place that the Church of the Lord of Storms had always wanted to find. The Hanging Man Alger looked at the Fool, who was sitting at the end of the long ancient table in horror. He saw the Fool leaning back in his chair, shrouded in a thick fog, as though he didn't say a word. Audrey didn't have any thoughts on this matter. The only time she had heard of the forsaken land of the gods was because of the problem with the Hanging Man. However, she didn't take it to heart, so she couldn't make any connections from Mr. Fool's words. There's a legend that the City of Silver was abandoned by the Creator. Mr. the Hanging Man's emotions are in turmoil. What is he surprised and afraid about? Audrey nodded in puzzlement and memorized the details of this moment. Yes, we all believe that we will eventually be able to obtain the Lord's favor again. Perhaps it will be the day the sun rises again, Derek Berg replied with a firm tone. We were once ruled by the Giant King's court, and we believed in the Giant King, Ormer. Later, we received the Lord's redemption, and we will never betray the Lord again. Ruled by the Giant King's court. It's indeed ancient, but it doesn't seem to match. With a guess, the Hanging Man Alger immediately thought of the description of the second epoch in the Book of Storms' hidden chapter. And the second epoch was also known as the Dark Epoch of humanity. At that time, the main characters of the sky, sea, and land were dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and undead spirits. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity to defeat these beyonder creatures one by one, ushering in the glorious era at the beginning of the third epoch, followed by the so-called cataclysm. The Giant King, Ormer. Klein silently repeated this name. In many myths and legends, this was a powerful existence comparable to a god. Even to this day, there were still remnants of his worship in certain places. For example, the most famous and expensive wine in the Republic of Intis was named Ormer. It was said that this giant king loved blood-like wine. Considering that the complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat grasped, which was the warrior sequence, once belonged to the Giant King's court, could it be considered that Ormer was the ancient god of combat? Klein made a guess. He deliberately nodded his head and did not delve into this matter. Instead, he slowly said in a low voice, "Are you still sacrificing to that omnipotent and omniscient God?" "Yes, we're still here, but we haven't received a response since the day we were abandoned." The son's tone contained an unconcealable pain. Klein leaned back even more leisurely and half closed his eyes. Describe the process of your sacrifice in detail. Mr. Fool wants to figure out the truth behind the abandonment of the City of Silver? Or could it be that he wants to determine if the Creator still exists? The hanging man Alger suddenly felt an electric current pass through his body as his entire body trembled. Not only was he afraid, but he was also excited because he believed that he was in contact with the secrets of the deities. This made him feel as though his level had been elevated. Didn't I work hard to pursue authority and power to obtain this feeling? Alger leaned back slightly and raised his chin slightly as he thought in an intoxicated manner. Mr. the Hanging Man's mental state isn't quite normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. She finally understood that the exchange between Mr. Fool and the sun might be hiding some shocking secret that even made the hanging man lose his composure. When Zillings's request is over, I'll pay the reward and exchange it from Mr. the Hanging Man for what he learned today. I wonder if he's willing. Audrey thought with some anticipation and worry. However, Sun didn't find anything amiss as he answered honestly. We built a magnificent altar with the symbol of the Lord engraved on it. We've built a grand altar with the symbol of the Lord engraved all over it. Every time the black-faced grass is harvested, we'll hold a sacrificial ceremony. We will capture monsters from the depths of the darkness as sacrifices. After we finish reciting the honorific name of the Lord and the corresponding prayers, and dance to please him, we will kill the monsters, allowing their spirituality or taint blood to stain the entire altar. If we can't capture the monsters, we will use the sinners at the bottom of the City of Silver's prison to replace them. Following that, we will make the first tuft of black-faced grass into food and offer it to the Lord. Finally, the ritual will end amidst our chorus of praises. As I plan on attempting to sacrifice myself, I'm not picky about the timing. The altar will be simple. The most important part is to use the monster's spirituality or beyonder power to open a passageway and complete the sacrifice. Of course, the premise is that I can get a response. How extravagant. Klein used his knowledge of mysticism to analyze every step of the City of Silver's sacrificial ritual. Finally, he asked, "What's the corresponding prayer? What language did you use to chant it?" Derek was also looking forward to receiving a hint from Mr. Fool on how to extricate himself from the curse, as he carefully recalled. "We're using Jotun, which is also our common language. Your faithful believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to accept their offerings. We pray for you to accept their offerings. We pray for you to open the door to your kingdom." Klein listened silently and deliberately let the gray fog around him slowly swirl. He nodded thoughtfully without saying a word. As for what he could tell, he obviously wouldn't say. The hanging man Alger felt that it was normal. How could a deity's secrets be directly revealed to mortals? Sun was determined to grow quickly and strive to obtain something that Mr. Fool was interested in as soon as possible so that he could exchange pointers from him. After a short exchange, Klein ended today's gathering and watched Justice, the hanging man, and Sun disappear before his eyes. He looked down and saw the endless gray fog and crimson stars that seemed to never change. However, after advancing to Sequence 8, he realized that he could connect to even more stars, which also meant that he could recruit more members. At least 2. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He wasn't in a hurry to increase the number of members. He planned to wait and observe like before. If Justice and the hanging man had any recommendations, he would take the test first. I've seen a pure crystal ball in front of the sun when he prays a few times in the past. However, after I pulled him above the gray fog, the crystal ball never appeared again. Could it be that the prerequisite for me to use the crimson star to pull someone over is that the other party has a special item by their side? Or could it be that every crimson star corresponds to an item in the real world, and once the connection is completed, it will return to the gray fog? I wonder if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man are the same. Let's assume that this guess is true. Then, if someone without such a special item were to chant, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era," the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck, allowing me to hear his prayers. Would I be able to pull them in? I can give it a try in the future. Klein didn't stay any longer. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of plummeting, leaving only the towering palace, the ancient long table, and the 22 high-backed chairs standing silently above the gray fog. He had already grasped the overflowing power of the clown potion and eliminated the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, he was now attempting the ritual to summon himself. Chapter 182. Returning to his bedroom, he skillfully took out a candle mixed with sandalwood incense and placed it in the middle of his desk. He had yet to dispel the wall of spirituality that had yet to be removed. Following that, he followed the procedure and used his spirituality to ignite the candle, sprinkling the essential oils, extract, and herbal powder that symbolized good luck and mystery. He saw the flickering flame repeat the 2 states of dim and bright, and he smelled the tranquil and leisurely fragrance. Klein took 2 steps back, looked at the candle on the table, and shouted in Jotun, "I—" After a slight pause, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck." In an instant, the flickering dim candle flame and the tranquil fragrance intertwined and fused into an illusory vortex that crazily absorbed the spirituality. By the time Klein finished chanting the incantation, the vortex had stabilized into a palm-sized grayish-white circle. After examining it a few times, Klein, without any hesitation, took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the gray fog. Unsurprisingly, he saw the high-backed chair that belonged to him ripple with ripples of light, accentuating the strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupil-less eye and a portion of the contorted lines. He took a deep breath, used cogitation to stabilize his mind, and reached out to touch his target. Almost at the same time, he heard the summoning incantation he had just recited. He saw the surging spirituality, and the ripple-like ripples of light merge to form an illusory door. Compared to the previous time, this door was completely formed, and it was covered in mysterious patterns. And in the middle of these patterns was the strange symbol behind the fool's high-backed chair. It was a strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupil-less eye and a portion of the contorted lines. Looking at the swaying, illusory door that was about to open, Klein focused his mind and gave it a strong push. Silently, the never-changing grayish-white fog and the majestic ancient palace were like the surface of a lake with a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared one after another as they surged in the direction of the gate of summoning. A heavy sound of friction suddenly rang out, and the illusory and weird door suddenly cracked open a little. Through it, one could vaguely see the extremely dark and deep world behind it. There were countless indescribable transparent shadows, and there were different colors and pure brilliance that contained infinite knowledge. At this moment, Klein felt an unimaginable and irresistible suction force coming from behind the door, and he was involuntarily sucked in. Holy shit, is there no room for consideration? Just as he thought of this, his figure passed through the gap and disappeared into the darkness behind the door. The extreme dizziness in his head and the roars that bordered on madness gradually subsided. Klein finally regained his self-awareness. In front of him was a young man in an old shirt with black hair and brown eyes and ordinary facial features. He was of medium height and thin, but he seemed to contain a lot of strength. He had an obvious scholarly aura, but he didn't appear gloomy at all. Isn't that me? Klein was no stranger to such a scene. He encountered similar situations every day when he looked in the mirror and tidied up his clothes. He nodded slightly and looked around as if he had realized something. He saw his bed with a white sheet, the coat rack with a half-top hat, a tailcoat, and a thin black trench coat. He saw a shelf with many books on it. He saw a desk that was clean and tidy, with only one candle left on it. He saw a candle that gave off a pale glow, and he was now floating in front of the palm-sized, grayish-white circle. So, did I really summon myself out? It's similar to the effect of my soul leaving my body, but it seems a little different. Klein looked at the body that belonged to him in front of him. He looked at his empty eyes that were in a daze and fell into deep thought. However, he was finally certain of one thing. Only one soul could head above the gray fog, which was also a soul body in mysticism. Their external appearance was that of an astral projection. It's no wonder I can directly see Justice, the hanging man, and Sun's astral projection surface above the gray fog. From there, I can determine if they are beyonders and roughly determine their sequences. My body seems to be protected to a certain extent, protected by the power of the ritual. I can stand so stably without losing my balance and collapsing to the ground. Miss Justice and the rest should be the same. Klein slowly adapted to the present situation and began to examine the respective states of his body and soul. He retracted his gaze and attempted to drive his spirit body that had been fused with some mysterious spatial powers. Whoosh! A slightly cold wind blew and circled around the bedroom. Klein happily tasted the feeling of flying as he circled around again and again. Within the same city, I can also act as a messenger. I just don't know if I can carry objects from the real world. He controlled his emotions and stopped. He floated in midair and began to test his other abilities. He grabbed the notebook on the bookshelf, but his palm went through it and back again. He had nowhere to exert his strength. It feels a little sticky. It's different from passing through the air. When I become stronger, or when I can stir more of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I might be able to do it. Klein tried to grab a single piece of paper, but he still couldn't grab it. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he flew to the coat rack and reached his blurry, transparent hand into the pocket of his black trench coat. He touched the slumber charm and requiem charm that had been successfully reimbursed. These were items that were infused with his own spirituality. In the realm of mysticism, they were different from ordinary objects from the real world. Therefore, Klein wanted to try and see if he could carry them. His palm passed through it again, but he could clearly sense the existence of the charm and the fusion of spirituality. However, his strength wasn't strong enough to pick up the charm. Of course, it could also be said that the spirituality of the charm wasn't strong enough, making it difficult for it to resonate strongly with his current state of existence. The spirituality isn't strong enough. Klein turned to the other pocket in thought. It contained the flaring sun charm that was made by stealing the power of the god's blood and infusing it with his own spirituality. A warm feeling quickly spread through his body, making his body more stable and his thoughts clearer. He picked up the thin gold piece and took it out of his pocket. In the newly added mirror in the room, the charm floated out by itself, just like how it was described in many ghost stories. I can carry the flaring sun charm, and I can directly use spirituality to speak. In this state, I have a certain level of strength. Klein flew to the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that there was only a thin gold piece in the mirror. Other than that, there was only the furniture and the darkness caused by the closed curtains. After thinking for a few seconds, he placed the flaring sun charm on the bed and returned to the mirror, trying to see if he could enter it. His vision turned black, and Klein's perspective suddenly changed. He saw all the images that were reflected in the mirror, and he saw the blurry outlines of objects in the dark environment. This made him feel like he was hiding in a hidden corner, peeping into a small part of the room. I can really enter the mirror, but this is just an ordinary item. It doesn't lead to some mysterious world. Klein nodded slightly, rushed forward, and returned to the room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him great confidence, so he tried to grab another item. It was Aztec's copper whistle. The moment he touched this ancient and exquisite item, Klein suddenly felt his spirituality swell and turn cold. With a leap, his illusory eyes turned into burning flames, dark black flames. I seem to be a little stronger. My state is closer to that of a wraith, but I don't have that intense resentment. Klein's settled mind reflected his current appearance. This was an ability belonging to a clown. Mr. Aztec's copper whistle is indeed magical. He nodded and found that he could pick up a piece of paper of a certain weight. There was no doubt that the slumber charm could do the same. It's a pity that the silver ritual dagger can be carried, but the revolver is too heavy to pick up. Klein ended his attempts in this area and turned to studying if his current state had any spellcasting abilities. After serious experiments, he confirmed that his summoned self had two spell-like abilities. One was to use an invisible roar to directly intimidate the target soul, and the other was to create a freezing effect through contact. Satisfied, Klein cast his gaze out the oriel window at the sunlight and streets that were covered by the curtains. "I wonder if I can move around during the day in my current state," he mumbled as he floated to the window. Then Klein carefully pulled the curtains open, allowing some sunlight to penetrate the wall of spirituality and shine into the bedroom. Under the bright sunlight, Klein discovered that his spirit body was evaporating into a black fog, and his strength was fading bit by bit. He hurriedly let go, allowing the curtains to cover the light again. It doesn't work. Klein pondered for a moment and looked at the flaring sun charm on the bed. If I had the augmentation of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood, would it have a different effect? He floated to the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. However, just as he touched his target, the warm and pure feeling clashed with his swelling and cold spirituality. It was like how water and fire couldn't coexist. Sizzle! He threw away the gold piece in his palm as though he had been scalded. Mr. Aztec's copper whistle and the flaring sun charm can exist in my spirit body at the same time. Enlightened, Klein put down the copper whistle and let his spirituality shrink, extinguishing the black flames in his eye sockets. In this state, both my spell-like abilities have weakened. After experimenting, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm and once again felt the stability and warmth of his spirit body. He returned to the window and cautiously pulled back the curtain a little. Sunlight shone in and shone on his body. There was only warmth and no harm.